Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from, and if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. Beneath the Banyan, a Vietnam War love story. The jungle breathed. As dusk settled over the canopy, a symphony of life emerged from the shadows. Cicadas thrumming their metallic chorus, frogs calling from hidden pools, and somewhere distant, the hollow percussion of artillery fire punctuating the natural rhythm. The air hung thick with moisture, pressing against the skin like a living thing. Above this living tapestry, a lone UH-1 Huey helicopter cut through the darkening sky. Inside the cockpit, Captain Jack Reynolds gripped the controls, his knuckles white beneath his flight gloves. At 27, his face already carried the weathered look of someone much older, deep lines etched around eyes that had seen too much death for one lifetime. 5 minutes to target, he called over his shoulder to the medic bracing himself against the open doorframe. Downed patrol, at least 3 casualties reported. The medic nodded grimly, checking his kit one last time. These twilight medevac missions were always the worst. What pilots called the golden hour, when light played tricks on the eyes and NVA gunners lurked in perfect camouflage. Jack's forearm stung where he'd gotten a fresh tattoo just days earlier, during a rare 48-hour pass to Saigon, a banyan tree with roots stretching down his wrist. The pain kept him focused as he navigated the contours of the valley, the downed soldier's coordinates punched into his navigational equipment. Through his headset came the static-filled voice of his commanding officer. "Reynolds, satellite shows increased enemy movement in your sector. Abort if..." The transmission dissolved into white noise. "Command, repeat last. Over." Jack adjusted his frequency, but received only the hollow whisper of dead air in response. In the fading light, he spotted the clearing where the patrol had marked their position with a smoke grenade, a small purple plume rising above the trees. He began his descent, relief washing over him as he spotted 3 prone figures and 2 standing soldiers waving frantically. He was so focused on the landing zone that he missed the muzzle flashes from the tree line until tracer rounds streaked past his windshield. "Taking fire!" he shouted, banking hard to the left and pulling up sharply. But it was too late. A round punctured the fuel line, and another shattered his instrument panel in a shower of sparks. The helicopter lurched sideways, the distinctive whop-whop-whop of the rotor blades faltering. "Mayday! Mayday!" Jack wrestled with the controls as the helicopter began to spin. "Hotel 6 going down. Coordinates." The world tumbled around him as the Huey plummeted through the canopy, metal shrieking against wood as giant branches gave way. Jack's head slammed against the side window, and darkness edged his vision. The last thing he remembered was the sickening crunch as the helicopter hit the ground. Then silence, a silence more terrifying than all the chaos that preceded it. When consciousness returned, it came in fragments, a copper taste of blood in his mouth, the smell of fuel and burning metal, pain shooting through his left leg, the distant sound of voices speaking a language he didn't understand. Jack forced his eyes open, finding himself still strapped into the pilot's seat of the now-mangled cockpit. The medic lay motionless beside him, a branch the thickness of a man's arm having pierced through the side of the helicopter directly into his chest. There was no need to check for a pulse. With trembling fingers, Jack released his harness and nearly screamed as pressure shifted onto his injured leg. Looking down, he saw a piece of the instrument panel had embedded itself just above his knee, blood soaking through his flight suit. The voices were growing closer now. Survival training kicked in. Jack grabbed his sidearm and the emergency kit strapped behind his seat, then dragged himself through the shattered windshield. Each movement sent white-hot pain through his body, but fear drove him forward, away from the wreckage. He knew the smoke would draw the enemy soldiers to the crash site within minutes. The jungle floor was a tangle of roots and undergrowth. Jack crawled deeper into the vegetation, leaving a trail of blood that he desperately tried to conceal by brushing leaves over it. 20 yards from the wreckage, he found a hollow beneath a massive fallen tree, partially concealed by dense ferns and vines. He squeezed himself inside just as flashlight beams cut through the darkness near the helicopter. Men's voices called to each other, their tones urgent and commanding. Jack pressed himself deeper into his hiding place, forcing his breathing to slow despite the pain threatening to overwhelm him. From his position, he could see silhouettes moving around the wreckage, their AK-47s distinctive against the night sky. One man shouted something that caused the others to spread out, beginning to search the surrounding area. Jack pulled a compression bandage from his kit and, biting down on a strap from his pack to muffle any sounds, yanked the metal shard from his thigh. The pain nearly caused him to black out again, but he managed to apply pressure and wrap the wound tightly. As a flashlight beam swept just feet from his hiding place, Jack held his breath. Blood loss and shock were making him lightheaded, the edges of his vision pulsing with each heartbeat. He knew he couldn't run, couldn't fight off an entire patrol in his condition. His only hope was to remain hidden until they gave up the search, or until American forces came looking for the downed helicopter. If they came at all, if anyone had heard his mayday call. The voices and flashlights eventually moved deeper into the jungle, but Jack dared not move. Night fully descended, bringing with it a chorus of unfamiliar sounds and the distant rumble of bombings miles away. Above, through gaps in the canopy, stars appeared. The same stars that would be visible back home in Oregon, where his parents probably sat on their porch swing, unaware that their only son lay bleeding in a jungle on the other side of the world. Jack's thoughts began to drift as fever set in. The wound would be infected soon without proper treatment. He had water and morphine in his kit, but little else that would help long term. In the darkness, as consciousness began to slip away once more, he realized with stark clarity that he might die here, alone, beneath an alien sky. His last coherent thought before surrendering to the darkness was of the Banyan tattoo on his arm. How fitting that he might end his life beneath the jungle roots, like the ink that marked his skin. Dawn broke over the jungle, light filtering through layers of mist and leaves to create beams that seemed solid enough to touch. Nguyen Mai Lin moved silently through the undergrowth, her slight figure barely disturbing the morning dew that clung to every surface. At 22, Lin carried herself with the quiet dignity of someone who had known suffering intimately. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and her hands, small but strong, clutched a woven basket already half filled with medicinal plants and fungi. She was the youngest daughter of the village healer, and had spent her life learning which leaves calmed fevers, which roots stopped bleeding, which barks eased pain. After completing her official training with the Vietnamese Red Cross, she'd returned to her village when many others fled, determined to care for those who couldn't, or wouldn't, leave their ancestral homes despite the war raging around them. This morning she was searching for a particular fungus that grew on fallen logs after heavy rain. The village elder had developed a persistent cough, and Lin's mother needed the fungus to prepare a remedy. But her thoughts were elsewhere, troubled by news that had arrived the previous night. Her cousin's village 20 miles south had been bombed, leaving few survivors. This war had already taken too much. 3 years earlier, her brother Van had been killed by an American bombing while working in the rice fields. She still kept his blood-stained shirt, unable to wash away the last physical connection to him. The memory of identifying his broken body remained vivid, a wound that never fully healed. A distant sound pulled her from her thoughts, metal groaning against wood, unnatural in the organic symphony of the jungle. Lin froze, listening. It could be a patrol from either side, and neither would be welcome. The villagers existed in a precarious balance, suspected by both sides of aiding the enemy. Curiosity and caution warred within her. She slowly moved toward the sound. Through a break in the vegetation, she spotted it. The crumpled remains of an American helicopter, its olive-green fuselage now wrapped in vines as if the jungle were already reclaiming it. Lynn crouched lower, scanning the area for soldiers. Finding none, she crept closer, basket tucked against her side. The aircraft had clearly crashed the previous night. Scorch marks blackened the metal, and broken branches still showed fresh green wounds where the helicopter had torn through the canopy. She reached the wreckage and peered inside, holding a hand over her nose against the smell of fuel and death. A body remained strapped in one of the seats, but the pilot's chair was empty, its harness hanging loose. Blood stained the controls and floor. Someone had survived. Years of training as a healer overcame her instinctive fear of Americans. A wounded person, even an enemy, needed help. Stepping back from the helicopter, she began searching for signs of the missing pilot. It didn't take long to find the blood trail leading away from the crash site. It was partially concealed but obvious to someone who knew what to look for. Lynn followed it slowly, ears straining for any sound that might indicate danger. The trail led to a fallen log covered in moss and ferns. Had she not been tracking blood, she might have walked past without noticing the small gap beneath it. Kneeling, Lynn peered into the darkness of the hollow. There he was, an American soldier, unconscious, his face pale beneath a layer of dirt and dried blood. His breathing was shallow, and a makeshift bandage around his thigh was soaked through with blood. Without treatment, he would die within days, perhaps hours. Lynn sat back on her heels, conflicted. By all rights, she should report him to the local authorities or leave him to his fate. This man was the enemy, perhaps even one who had dropped bombs on villages like her cousins or her brothers. And yet, she reached out cautiously, pressing her fingers to his neck to check his pulse. At her touch, the man's eyes flew open, startlingly blue against his dirty face, and his hand shot out to grab her wrist. His grip was weak but desperate. Lynn remained still, meeting his panicked gaze steadily. "I am nurse," she said in halting English, one of the few phrases she had learned during her Red Cross training. "You hurt. Bad." The man's eyes darted around wildly before focusing on her face again. His grip loosened slightly, but he didn't release her. "American?" he rasped, his voice barely audible. She shook her head. "Vietnamese. Red Cross." She pointed to herself. "Lynn." He studied her face, confusion and pain evident in his expression. Finally something, exhaustion or trust, Lynn couldn't tell which, caused him to release her wrist and slump back. "Jack," he whispered, pointing weakly to himself before losing consciousness once more. Lynn sat beside the hollow for several minutes, weighing her decision. Helping this man, Jack, could bring danger to her village if discovered, but leaving him to die went against everything she believed as a healer. In the end, it wasn't a complicated choice. Life was life. She couldn't move him alone, and bringing others would risk exposure. Instead, she opened her basket and began applying a poultice of herbs to his wound, after cleaning it with water from her canteen. She left bread and dried meat from her own lunch beside him, along with her water container. As the sun climbed higher, Lynn knew she needed to return to the village before she was missed. She arranged branches and ferns to better conceal the hollow, then leaned close to Jack's ear. "I return. Night," she whispered, unsure if he could hear her. "Stay." Back in the village, Lynn went about her duties with mechanical precision, her mind constantly returning to the wounded American hidden in the jungle. During the communal evening meal, she carefully wrapped extra portions in a banana leaf, hiding the bundle in her healing kit. Her mother noticed her distraction. "You're troubled, daughter," she said as they washed bowls together. Lynn forced a smile. "Just tired. I will go to bed early tonight." But when darkness fell, she slipped out of their small home, healing kit in hand. The journey through the nighttime jungle was dangerous, but Lynn knew these paths intimately, having gathered herbs under every moon since childhood. When she reached the hollow, she found Jack awake but feverish, his eyes glassy as they tracked her approach. "You came back," he murmured, sounding surprised. Lynn nodded, kneeling beside him. "Cannot stay here," she whispered. "Patrols come, looking." Understanding flickered in his eyes. "Where?" She pointed deeper into the jungle. "I know place. Safe." Without waiting for his response, she began gathering his few possessions. "Can walk? Little?" Jack grimaced but nodded, allowing her to help him out of the hollow. He towered over her as he stood, swaying dangerously before steadying himself against a tree. Lynn positioned herself beneath his arm, supporting as much of his weight as her small frame could manage. Their progress was painfully slow. Every few minutes they had to stop for Jack to rest, his breathing laboured, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool night air. The third time they paused, distant voices echoed through the trees, a patrol moving in their direction. Lynn felt Jack tense beside her. "NVA," he whispered. She nodded, urgency lending her strength as she pulled him forward again. "Hurry, not far now." They stumbled through the darkness, Jack gritting his teeth against the pain, Lynn guiding them along invisible paths only she could see. The voices grew closer, then began to fade as the patrol moved in another direction. Still, they didn't slow until they reached their destination, a massive banyan tree, its aerial roots creating a natural fortress of wooden columns descending from high branches to the ground. Between two of the thickest roots, partially hidden by the curtain of smaller tendrils, was a small bamboo shelter Lynn had built years ago as a quiet place to sort her herbs away from the village's constant activity. It was little more than a platform with a sloped roof, but it was dry and hidden from casual observation. "Here," she said, helping Jack climb onto the platform. He collapsed immediately, his face ashen from the exertion. Lynn worked quickly, changing his bandage, applying fresh medicine, and coaxing him to drink a bitter tea she had prepared. Then she arranged palm leaves to better conceal the shelter from view before settling beside him. "Why?" Jack asked suddenly, his voice clearer than it had been before. He gestured weakly between them. "Why help me?" In the dim moonlight filtering through the canopy, Lynn studied the face of her enemy, a face that, in pain and exhaustion, looked remarkably human. She thought of her brother, of her cousin's destroyed village, of all the reasons she should hate this man. Then she thought of her oath as a healer, of her mother's words when she first began her training. To heal is to recognize that suffering knows no sides. "I nurse," she said simply, knowing her limited English couldn't express the complexity of her feelings. "You hurt. Bad." Jack held her gaze for a long moment before nodding slightly, as if accepting that incomplete answer for now. His eyelids grew heavy as the medicinal tea took effect. "Thank you," he murmured as he drifted off to sleep. Lynn remained awake, listening to the night sounds of the jungle and the deep breathing of the American soldier beside her. She knew with absolute certainty that her life had just changed irrevocably, though she couldn't yet imagine how. Above them, the ancient banyan tree stood sentinel, its roots connecting sky to earth, much like the connection now forming between two souls who, in any other circumstance, would never have met. The first 3 days beneath the banyan tree passed in a blur of fever and pain for Jack. He drifted between consciousness and delirious dreams, often calling out names Lynn didn't recognize or muttering coordinates and radio codes that meant nothing to her. She came twice daily, dawn and dusk, bringing food, fresh bandages and herbal medicines. Each time she left a container of water and emergency provisions in case patrol movements prevented her next visit. Each time she spoke to him in her limited English, telling him the date, where he was, that he was safe, anchoring him to reality as infection fought to claim his mind. On the fourth day, Jack woke clear-headed for the first time. Weak sunlight filtered through the aerial roots of the banyan, creating patterns on the bamboo floor of the shelter. For a moment he thought he might still be dreaming until the sharp pain in his leg reminded him otherwise. He found himself alone, but evidence of Lynn's care surrounded him. Fresh water, neatly folded bandages, a small bundle of rice wrapped in a banana leaf. Nearby his few possessions were arranged carefully. His combat knife, dog tags, a waterproof match case, and the battered photo of his parents he kept in his pocket. Outside, the distinctive sound of rain began as fat droplets hit the canopy above, slowly building to a steady downpour that created a curtain of water around the shelter. The monsoon season was beginning, Jack realised. Any American search parties would be grounded for days, perhaps weeks. He was stranded, at the mercy of a Vietnamese nurse who had every reason to hate him. When Lynn appeared through the rain that evening, she froze momentarily upon seeing Jack sitting up, alert and watching her approach. A cautious smile spread across her face. "You better," she stated, setting down her basket and kneeling to examine his wound. "Thanks to you," Jack replied, wincing slightly as she removed the bandage. The angry red infection around the gash had receded, though the wound itself remained serious. As she worked, Jack studied her face, the focused concentration in her eyes, the small furrow between her brows, the gentle firmness of her hands as they applied medicine to his injury. He had been too delirious before to really see the person who was saving his life. "How do you say thank you in Vietnamese?" he asked suddenly. Lynn looked up, surprised. "Come on," she replied. "Come on," Jack attempted, the tones all wrong. A small laugh escaped her, the first he'd heard, before she covered her mouth quickly as if remembering herself. "Number listen. Come on." "Come on," he tried again, closer this time. She nodded, a hint of approval in her expression. Good. It became their routine, this exchange of languages. Each visit, Lynn would teach Jack a Vietnamese phrase, and he would offer an English one in return. They drew pictures in the dirt to bridge gaps in understanding, acted out concepts when words failed, and slowly, painfully began to communicate. From her he learned jiao, pain, nuok, water, and eat. From him she learned helicopter, pilot, Oregon. The words were lifelines thrown across the chasm of war that separated them. On the seventh day, as monsoon rains continued unabated, Lynn arrived at midday, something she had never done before. Her clothes were soaked, her expression troubled. "Patrols," she explained, making a sweeping motion with her hand. "Many, looking for American pilot." Jack nodded grimly. His leg was healing, but he still couldn't put much weight on it. Couldn't run if discovered. "Dangerous for you," he said slowly, choosing words he knew she would understand. "To help me?" Lynn shrugged, the simple gesture conveying a complexity of emotion her English couldn't express. She reached into her basket and pulled out something wrapped in cloth, a wooden crutch she'd carved from a young bamboo stalk, the top padded with woven grass. "For walking," she explained, demonstrating its use. "Soon, not now." The care evident in the craftsmanship, the smoothed handle, the perfectly sized height, struck Jack deeply. This woman had not only risked her safety to heal him, but had devoted precious time to ensure he could eventually move independently. "Why?" he asked. The same question he had posed that first night, but now with more force behind it. "Why help enemy?" Lynn hesitated, searching for words. Finally she pointed to her Red Cross armband, then to him. "Not enemy. Person." She placed a hand over her heart. "Here, no war." Rain drummed on the shelter's roof as they sat in silence, the weight of her words hanging between them. Eventually Lynn sighed and began unpacking her basket. More food than usual, extra bandages, and a worn deck of playing cards. "I stay," she said. "Today. Rain too much." They spent the afternoon playing simple card games. Lin teaching Jack a Vietnamese game called Tien Len, and Jack showing her how to play war. The language of cards became another bridge between them, filled with laughter and exaggerated sighs of defeat. As daylight began to fade, Lin lit a small smokeless candle she had brought, its flame casting warm light within their shelter, while rain continued to isolate them from the world outside. In that gentle illumination, Jack told Lin about his life before the war, about his family's small farm in Oregon, about studying engineering in college, about being drafted just 3 credits short of graduation. He spoke slowly, using simple words and gestures, unsure how much he understood but needing to share himself with someone after months of keeping everything locked inside. When he finished, Lin was quiet for a long moment. Then, haltingly, she began her own story. She told him about her training as a healer, about her village, about her brother Van who had died in an American bombing 3 years earlier. Jack's stomach twisted with guilt at this revelation. For the first time, the war became real to him, in a way that flying high above the jungle had never allowed. Here was the human cost sitting across from him with eyes that somehow held both grief and compassion. "I'm sorry," he said, knowing the words were wholly inadequate. "For your brother, for this war." Lin looked down at her hands. "You drop bombs?" "No," Jack replied. "I fly." He mimicked a stretcher with his hands. "Wounded soldiers. Save them." She nodded slowly, absorbing this information. "Same," she said eventually, pointing to herself. "Same work." The realization settled over them, that in another world they might have been colleagues instead of enemies separated by politics neither fully understood. The candle burned lower as night deepened outside. Soon Lin would have to return to her village despite the rain, but neither moved to end this rare moment of connection. "Teach me," Jack said suddenly, pointing to her, then to his mouth. "Your name. Full name." "Nguyen Mai Lin," she pronounced carefully. Jack tried, stumbling over the unfamiliar tones, making Lin smile despite herself. Again and again he attempted it, each effort bringing him closer until finally he managed a recognizable approximation. "Nguyen Mai Lin," he said, meeting her eyes directly. "Beautiful name." Something shifted in that moment. A boundary crossed without either fully acknowledging it. Lin broke their gaze first, busying herself with gathering her things as the candle flickered its last light. "Tomorrow," she said, standing to leave, "I bring book, English learning book, from before war." Jack nodded, suddenly reluctant to see her go. "Be careful," he said. "Patrols." She paused at the edge of the shelter, rain still falling beyond the protective roots of the banyan. "Always careful," she assured him, then hesitated as if wanting to say more. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his hand, a fleeting contact that felt monumental in its deliberateness. Then she was gone, a shadow dissolving into the rainy darkness. Jack lay back on his makeshift bed, listening to the rhythm of the downpour, feeling the phantom warmth of her touch on his skin. He knew he should be planning his escape, figuring out how to reach American forces once he could walk again. It was his duty as a soldier. Instead, he found himself looking forward to tomorrow, to Lin's return, to learning more Vietnamese phrases and sharing more of himself with her. It was dangerous, this connection forming between them, more dangerous perhaps than the patrols searching for him. Yet as sleep claimed him, his last thoughts were not of escape, but of dark eyes that held no hatred, of gentle hands that healed rather than harmed, and of a voice carefully pronouncing English words as if each one were a gift rather than a necessity. Outside, the ancient banyan stood unmoved by the deluge, its roots reaching deep into soil that knew no allegiance to any flag or cause, only to life itself. By the 3rd week, Jack could stand with the help of the crutch Lin had made. His first tentative steps around the shelter left him exhausted but triumphant. The wound had closed, leaving an angry red scar that pulled tight when he moved but no longer threatened his life. Soon, Lynn said, watching him practice walking in increasingly wider circles around the banyan tree. Soon you walk to American Zone. She pointed south, where they both knew American forces controlled territory about 30 miles away. Jack nodded, but without enthusiasm. The prospect of leaving, of returning to the war, to his unit, to being Captain Reynolds instead of just Jack, filled him with a strange reluctance he couldn't articulate even to himself. Their time together had taken on a dreamlike quality, isolated from the conflict that raged beyond their small sanctuary. With Lynn's English textbook and Jack's patient teaching, their conversations had deepened beyond simple exchanges. They spoke of families and dreams, of favourite foods and childhood memories. In the evenings, when Lynn could stay longer, they sat shoulder to shoulder, watching fireflies dance among the aerial roots of the banyan. Neither acknowledged the growing tension between them, the lingering glances, the way their hands would brush when passing objects, the comfortable silences that communicated more than words ever could. Until the night everything changed. Lynn arrived after sunset, her face taut with worry. "Soldiers come to village," she said without preamble. "Ask questions about American pilot." She mimicked someone looking around suspiciously. "They watch me." Jack felt cold fear settle in his stomach. "Someone saw you coming here?" She shook her head. "Not think so, but..." She hesitated, struggling for words. "They know someone helps American. They search jungle tomorrow." She gestured to the surrounding areas. Everywhere. The implication was clear. His time in the sanctuary was over. "I'll leave tonight," Jack said immediately. "Go south. You've shown me the way." He began gathering his few possessions. "You've risked too much already." Lynn caught his arm, stopping him. "Number night dangerous. Many patrols." She pointed to his leg. "Not strong enough." "I can't stay," Jack insisted. "They'll find me, and then they'll find you helped me." The thought of what would happen to her if that occurred was unbearable. "I have plan," Lynn said. "Tomorrow I take you part way, no safe path." She spread a rough map she had drawn on a piece of bark. "Here, old temple. You hide one day. Next night, go this way." Her finger traced a route along a river. 3 days walking, find Americans. Jack studied the map, recognizing the logic in her plan while hating the danger it placed her in. "Come with me," he said suddenly, looking up to meet her eyes. Lynn froze, surprise evident on her face. "What?" "Come with me," he repeated, taking her hand. "To the American Zone. I can protect you there." She pulled her hand away slowly, sadness replacing the surprise in her expression. "My family here. Mother, younger sisters. Village needs healer." She shook her head. "America not my place." "After the war then," Jack pressed, knowing he was being irrational but unable to stop. "When it's over, I'll come back for you." Lynn's smile was gentle but tinged with something like pity. "War not end soon. Years, maybe." "I'll wait," Jack insisted, "however long it takes." She looked away, blinking rapidly. Americans forget Vietnam when go home, forget promises. "Not me." Jack reached out, gently turning her face back toward his. "I won't forget. I couldn't." The certainty in his voice seemed to reach something in her. Lynn's composure cracked, revealing the fear and longing she had kept carefully controlled during their weeks together. "I afraid," she whispered. "For you. For..." She touched her own chest. Here. Jack understood. This fragile connection between them existed only in the suspended reality beneath the banyan tree. Outside, the world would tear it apart with the same impersonal cruelty that had already claimed so many lives. "I'm afraid too," he admitted, still cradling her face in his palm. "But I'm more afraid of leaving tomorrow and never seeing you again." In the quiet that followed, something settled between them, an acceptance of what had been growing since that first day when she found him dying in the hollow log. Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, Jack leaned forward until his forehead rested against hers. Nguyen Mai Lin, he said softly, the name he had practiced countless times until he could say it perfectly. I think I've fallen in love with you. Her sharp intake of breath was the only sound in the shelter. For a heartbeat, Jack feared he had ruined everything with his confession. Then her hand came up to cover his, and she closed the remaining distance between them. The kiss was gentle at first, tentative, questioning, before deepening into something urgent and necessary. Years of cultural differences and months of war fell away, leaving only two people finding comfort in a world determined to deny it to them. When they finally separated, Lynn's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Not fair, she whispered, to find you now, like this. Jack pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her slight frame. None of this is fair, he agreed, but it's real. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Whatever happens tomorrow, this is real. They spent the night wrapped in each other's arms, alternating between passionate discoveries and quiet conversations about impossible futures. They spoke of Oregon forests and Vietnamese rice fields, of what peace might look like if it ever came, of children with her eyes and his smile. As dawn approached, casting soft light through the banyan roots, they lay facing each other, memorizing features they might never see again. I leave something with you, Lynn said suddenly, reaching for her bag. From it she withdrew a simple leather cord with a small jade pendant, a family heirloom her grandmother had given her for protection. To keep you safe, she explained, tying it around Jack's neck, until war end. Jack touched the pendant reverently, then removed his dog tag, separating one from the chain. So you'll remember my full name, he said, placing it in her palm, when I come back for you. Lynn clutched the metal tag tightly before tucking it into a small pouch she wore beneath her clothes, next to her heart. I not forget. The sound of distant voices shattered their cocoon of intimacy. A patrol moving through the jungle earlier than expected. Lynn leapt to her feet, instantly alert. We go now, she said urgently, helping Jack up and passing him the crutch. Different way than planned. They slipped out of the shelter and into the morning jungle, moving as quietly as Jack's injury would allow. Lynn led the way, choosing paths only she could see, freezing occasionally as sounds of the patrol drifted toward them. After an hour of tense progress, they reached a small clearing dominated by the ruins of what must have been the temple Lynn had mentioned. Ancient stones covered in vines, partially reclaimed by the jungle. Hide here, Lynn instructed, showing Jack a concealed space beneath fallen stones. I bring food, water later, when safe. Jack grabbed her hand before she could leave. If you can't come back, if it's too dangerous, I'll understand. I'll find my way. Lynn's eyes flashed with determination. I come back, she promised. Tonight. Their goodbye kiss was brief but fierce, laden with all the words they didn't have time to say. Then Lynn was gone, disappearing into the undergrowth with the silent efficiency that still amazed Jack. He settled into his hiding place, crutch beside him, hand reflexively touching the jade pendant at his throat. Now there was nothing to do but wait, and hope, and remember every detail of the night they had shared beneath the banyan tree. Lynn never returned to the temple ruins. Jack waited through the day, listening to every sound in the jungle with increasing anxiety as hours passed without any sign of her. When darkness fell, he convinced himself she was simply being cautious, waiting for deeper night when patrols would be less active. By midnight, dread had settled into his bones with more certainty than the dampness that seeped through his clothes from the stone floor. Something had happened, something that prevented her from coming back as promised. With the first light of dawn, Jack made his decision. He couldn't leave without knowing. Using the crutch and every ounce of strength he had regained during his recovery, he began the painful journey back toward the banyan tree, following landmarks he had carefully memorized during their escape the previous day. The jungle felt different without Lynn guiding him, more hostile, full of unseen eyes tracking his clumsy progress. Every snapping twig beneath his feet sounded like a gunshot, every bird call like a warning. Still, he pressed on, drawn by a need stronger than self-preservation. When he finally reached the vicinity of the banyan tree, instinct made him stop and listen before approaching. A familiar acrid smell reached his nostrils. Smoke, not from cooking fires, but from destruction. Moving with greater caution, Jack circled until he found a vantage point through the vegetation. What he saw made his blood run cold. A squad of NVA soldiers moved through the area, methodically searching. The underbrush around the massive banyan had been cleared by fire, black scorch marks climbing halfway up the aerial roots. The bamboo shelter where he and Lynn had spent those precious weeks was gone, reduced to ashes and twisted remains. Among the soldiers, Jack spotted a figure that made his heart lurch. Lynn, her hands bound behind her back, being led roughly toward a waiting truck on a nearby dirt track. Even from a distance he could see the defiant tilt of her chin, the straight line of her back refusing to bend despite whatever had happened during the hours she'd been in custody. Without thinking, Jack started forward, hand reaching for a sidearm that was no longer there. A nearby soldier turned at the movement, raising his rifle. The crack of the shot sent birds scattering from the canopy. Jack felt white-hot pain tear through his right shoulder, spinning him backward into the undergrowth. Through a haze of shock, he witnessed Lynn's head whip around at the sound, her eyes scanning the tree line before a soldier shoved her roughly into the truck. "No!" The shout tore from Jack's throat, but it was lost amid the sudden flurry of activity as soldiers converged on his location. Survival instinct took over. Abandoning the crutch, Jack forced himself upright and ran, adrenaline temporarily masking the agony in both his leg and freshly wounded shoulder. He crashed through vegetation, zigging and zagging to make himself a difficult target as bullets splintered tree trunks around him. A ravine appeared suddenly in his path. Without hesitation, Jack threw himself into it, tumbling down the steep slope in a controlled fall until he hit the shallow water at the bottom. He dragged himself beneath an overhanging bank, pressing his body into the mud as voices shouted in Vietnamese above. For hours he remained motionless as the search continued. Eventually the voices receded, but Jack stayed hidden until nightfall, using scraps of his shirt to bandage the bullet wound in his shoulder. The round had passed clean through, missing bone but leaving him weakened from blood loss. When darkness provided cover, he pulled himself from the ravine and oriented himself southward, toward the American zone that now represented his only chance for survival. Each step was a study in agony, each mile a testament to human endurance driven by something beyond physical strength. 4 days later, delirious, feverish, more crawling than walking, Jack stumbled into an American patrol. The soldiers initially raised their weapons at the wild-eyed, filthy figure lurching from the jungle until one recognized the remains of a flight suit beneath the caked mud and blood. "Captain Reynolds?" The young sergeant lowered his M16 in shock. "Holy shit, sir! We thought you were dead!" Jack collapsed into waiting arms, managing only 2 words before consciousness fled. "Help her." Recovery in a field hospital passed in fragments of lucidity between morphine hazes. Jack learned his medevac had been reported shot down 6 weeks earlier, with all hands presumed dead when no distress call was received. He was listed as missing in action, and the search had been abandoned after 3 days. When he was coherent enough, Jack told a simplified version of his survival story to his commanding officer, a version that mentioned a downed pilot being saved by a local nurse, but omitted the depth of their connection. He gave Lynn's full name and village, insisting she'd been arrested for helping him and needed extraction. "We'll look into it, Reynolds," the colonel said, his expression indicating the matter was already closed. "But without specific intelligence on prisoner movements, there's not much we can do. You know that." Jack did know. Thousands went missing in this war every month. One village nurse wouldn't merit a rescue operation, especially not with offensives being planned elsewhere. As soon as he could walk without assistance, Jack began calling in every favour he'd accumulated during his time in Vietnam. He reached out to CIA contacts, to South Vietnamese officers he'd befriended, to anyone who might have information about prisoners from Lin's region. The answers were always the same: nothing, or worse, conflicting reports that led nowhere. Some said she'd been sent to a re-education camp near Hanoi. Others claimed she'd been released after questioning. One particularly disturbing rumour suggested she'd been executed as a collaborator, along with several others from her village. Jack refused to believe the worst. The jade pendant Lin had given him never left his neck, a constant reminder of his promise. When his wounds healed enough for flight duty, Jack requested assignment to any mission that would take him over the region where Lin's village had been. From the air he saw the landscape transformed by war: bomb craters where rice fields had been, forests defoliated into skeletal remains, villages abandoned or razed to the ground. The banyan tree remained standing, a solitary giant amid destruction, its aerial roots like arms reaching for something forever beyond grasp. Jack's tour of duty ended in late 1970. He was given medals he didn't want for a survival story he couldn't fully tell, then sent home to an America that had little use for returning pilots, except as symbols in an increasingly divisive debate about the war. He tried to readjust to civilian life, completing his engineering degree and taking a job with a construction firm in Portland. But Vietnam and Lin haunted his dreams. The jade pendant remained his most treasured possession, worn beneath his shirts like a talisman against forgetting. In letters to former comrades still in country, he always included the same question: any news of Nguyen Mai Lin? The answers, when they came, were always negative. When Saigon fell in 1975, Jack watched the chaotic evacuation on television with a hollowness in his chest. The war that had brought them together and then torn them apart was officially over, but the country Lin had refused to leave was now permanently beyond his reach. Still, he refused to give up hope. When diplomatic relations slowly warmed in the late 1980s, Jack was among the first Americans to apply for a humanitarian visa to Vietnam. His stated purpose, to help rebuild infrastructure damaged during the war, was accepted by authorities on both sides. Landing in Ho Chi Minh City, formerly Saigon, in 1989, Jack felt like he'd entered a time warp. Nearly 20 years had passed since he'd last set foot on Vietnamese soil. His hair had greyed at the temples, lines had formed at the corners of his eyes, but the humidity, the sounds, the smells, they all triggered memories so vivid they were almost hallucinations. From the city, he travelled north to the region where Lin's village had been. The journey took days, over roads still bearing the scars of war, and through communities still rebuilding from decades of conflict. When he finally reached the area, he found little he recognised. The village itself had been relocated several miles from its original location. New construction stood where bamboo homes had once clustered beneath protective trees. Children who had never known American soldiers stared curiously at the tall foreigner with his halting Vietnamese phrases. Jack sought out the village elders, showing them a faded photograph of himself in uniform that he'd brought along with a hand-drawn map of where the original village had stood. One ancient woman squinted at the image, recognition dawning slowly in rheumy eyes. "Bak Si Mai," she said. American doctor, the closest translation she could find for his role as a medevac pilot. Lu Lam Roy. Long time ago. "I'm looking for Nguyen Mai Lin," Jack said carefully, using the pronunciation Lin had taught him all those years ago. She was a nurse here during the war. The old woman's face changed, something like caution replacing curiosity. She spoke rapidly to a younger man beside her, who turned to Jack with a guarded expression. "Why you look for her?" he asked in accented English. Jack hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "She saved my life during the war," he said finally. "I wanted to thank her." The man translated for the elder, whose eyes narrowed further. After a lengthy exchange, the man turned back to Jack. "You come tomorrow," he said. "Maybe someone can help you." Jack spent a restless night in the village's modest guest house, hope and anxiety warring within him. He removed the jade pendant from around his neck for the first time in years, holding it in his palm like a compass that had finally led him home. The next morning a young woman appeared at his door. She couldn't have been more than 17 or 18, dressed in the simple clothes of a rural villager, but carrying herself with unmistakable dignity. "My grandmother says you look for Lynn," she said without preamble, her English surprisingly good. Jack's heart thundered in his chest. "Yes. Do you know where she is?" The girl studied him with an intensity that felt familiar somehow. "Why should I believe you mean no harm? Many Americans come after war, some good, some not." Jack reached into his pocket and withdrew his remaining dog tag. "I gave her one of mine," he said, showing it to the girl, "and she gave me this." He held out the jade pendant, its surface worn smooth from years of anxious handling. The girl's eyes widened slightly as she recognized it, her composure slipping momentarily. "Come," she said abruptly, turning to leave without checking if he followed. She led him through the village and beyond, along a narrow path that wound through restored rice paddies, and into a stand of trees that had somehow survived both the war and the subsequent years of intensive logging. In their midst stood a sight that made Jack's breath catch in his throat. A banyan tree, not as large as the one that had sheltered them, but similar enough to stop him in his tracks. The girl paused, watching his reaction. "You know such trees?" Jack nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in his throat. Beneath the banyan stood a simple wooden structure, not quite a house, not quite a shrine, its entrance facing east toward the rising sun. The girl gestured for Jack to wait, then disappeared inside. Long minutes passed. Jack's hands trembled as he struggled to prepare himself for whatever might come next. Joy, disappointment, or the final confirmation of loss he had refused to accept for nearly 2 decades. When the door opened again, a woman emerged slowly into the dappled light beneath the banyan. She was thin, her once black hair now streaked with silver, her face bearing lines etched by years of hardship. But her eyes, those eyes that had looked upon him with compassion when he was an enemy, with tenderness when he became something more, remained unchanged. "Jack Reynolds," Lynn said softly, her hand rising to touch something at her throat. The missing half of his dog tags, worn on a simple cord just as he wore her jade pendant. The distance between them vanished. Jack couldn't remember moving, but suddenly she was in his arms, solid and real and alive, her tears dampening his shirt as his own fell into her hair. "You came back," she whispered against his chest. "I promised I would," he replied, his voice breaking. "I never stopped looking." Later, seated beneath the banyan tree that so resembled their first sanctuary, they pieced together the years of separation. After her arrest, Lynn had been imprisoned briefly, then released when the local commander decided she was more valuable as a healer than as a prisoner. Her family had been relocated to this new village, where she continued her work as a nurse through the remaining years of the war and beyond. She had married briefly, a union arranged by her family in the aftermath of the war, when they feared for her future as a woman suspected of American sympathies. Her husband, a kind man much older than herself, had died 5 years after their marriage, leaving her with one daughter. That daughter had grown up, married, and given Lynn a granddaughter, the same intense young woman who had led Jack to her. "Vanley," Lynn called to the girl who sat at a respectful distance, "come meet your namesake properly." The girl approached cautiously, her eyes never leaving Jack's face. Namesake. Lynn smiled, the expression transforming her face to one Jack recognized from memory. "Yes, Van for my brother who died in the war, and Lee ... She looked at Jack. "The closest I could come to your state. Oregon." I couldn't speak its name without raising questions, but I wanted her to carry something of you." Jack felt humbled by this revelation, that Lynn had found a way to honour their connection even when separated by impossible distances and political divides. "What happens now?" Lynn asked quietly when Vanley had left them alone once more. "You found me. Your promise is kept." Jack reached for her hand, weathered now like his own, but fitting perfectly against his palm just as it had 20 years earlier. "Now," he said, "we make a new promise, if you want to." Lynn's eyes searched his face. "Your home is America. Mine is here." "Home is where you are," Jack replied simply. "It took me 20 years and half the world to figure that out, but I know it now. Whether that's here in Vietnam, back in Oregon, or somewhere else entirely, I don't care. I just don't want to lose you again." Lynn closed her eyes briefly, tears slipping from beneath her lashes. When she opened them again, they held the same certainty he remembered from their first night together, beneath another banyan tree. "I kept something for you," she said, reaching into a pocket of her simple dress. From it she withdrew a folded piece of paper, worn thin with age and multiple readings. Jack unfolded it carefully, recognizing his own handwriting despite the years that had passed. It was the letter he had written the morning they parted, the one he assumed had been lost when the shelter was burned. "You are my home," he had written in English with a clumsy Vietnamese translation beneath. "I will find you." "You did find me," Lynn said softly, "after all this time." As the setting sun filtered through the aerial roots of the banyan tree, casting the same dappled patterns that had witnessed their first love, Jack and Lynn began the patient work of building a future from the fragments of a past that war had stolen but never fully destroyed. Above them, the ancient banyan stood as it had for generations before them and would for generations after, its roots connecting sky to earth, past to future, and two souls who had found their way back to each other against all odds. Naburishtar's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the stone observation platform. The night air hung heavy with the scent of incense and river clay as he stared upward, his breath caught in his throat. There, against the black canvas of night, Mars glowed with unnatural ferocity, and trailing behind it, a comet of deep crimson streaked across the heavens like a wound. "No," he whispered, checking his tablets again, "it cannot be." But the calculations were unambiguous. This was the 9th celestial omen in a sequence he had been tracking for months. 9, the number of completion, of finality. The blood comet of Nergal, crossing the path of passing in conjunction with Mars during the month of Tashritu. In the ancient texts, such a sign heralded one thing only: the fall of kings, the fall of Babylon itself. At 45, Naburishtar had served as royal astrologer to 2 kings. Silver threaded his black beard now, and the lines around his eyes had deepened from decades of night observations. He had earned his position through precision and honesty, qualities increasingly rare in Babylon's fractured court. "Master?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Kalani, his apprentice, climbed the final steps to join him. Slender and quick-minded, she carried additional calculation tablets. "I brought the ephemeris you requested, but the temple archivist asked why we needed the error prophecies. They're restricted texts." "Because the archivists guard knowledge as if it were gold, when it should flow like water," Nabur replied, more sharply than intended. He softened his tone. "What do you see, Kalani?" She followed his gaze upward, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern. "The warrior and the messenger of flame, together in Tashrutu. It's unusual." "It's unprecedented in our lifetime," Nabur corrected. "The last recorded sighting was during the fall of Nineveh." The implication hung between them. Nineveh, the mighty Assyrian capital, had fallen nearly a century ago. its destruction so complete that it passed into legend. "You believe this foretells destruction for Babylon?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. Nabur gathered his tablets. "I believe in what the heavens reveal, not what men wish to see. This is the 9th sign, Kaleni, not in isolation, but as culmination." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of sandaled feet on stone. A palace messenger appeared, his bronze pectoral gleaming in the torchlight. "Royal astrologer," he bowed stiffly, "your presence is required at court, immediately." Nabur exchanged a glance with Kalani. "Prince Belshazzar holds court at this hour." "The emergency council has been convened," the messenger replied. "News has arrived from the east." The east, where Cyrus of Persia had been steadily consuming territories, his empire expanding like a flood across the known world. For years, Babylon had observed with detached confidence, protected by its massive walls and the reputation of invincibility built over centuries. As they descended the ziggurat stairs, Kalani whispered, "Will you tell them about the omen?" "Truth is my obligation," Nabur answered, though uncertainty gnawed at him. "But truth at court requires careful presentation." The last time he had delivered unwelcome celestial news, a decade ago during a partial eclipse, his warning had been misconstrued. Markets panicked, grain hoarding began, and people starved needlessly. King Nabonidus had nearly stripped him of his position. The throne room buzzed with tension. Belshazzar, son of the absent King Nabonidus, reclined on the lesser throne, jewel-encrusted goblet in hand. At 30, the Prince Regent embodied Babylon's excesses, brilliant but capricious, educated but impatient. Around him clustered the city's power brokers, General Riat Adu with his war-weathered face, merchants in fine linens, and Belatu Shumu, the high priest of Marduk whose elaborate headdress marked him as the god's earthly voice. "Ah, our star reader arrives," Belshazzar announced, silencing the murmurs. "Perhaps the heavens have prepared us for this news." Nabur bowed. "What news comes from the east, my prince?" General Riat Adu stepped forward. "Cyrus has crossed the Diyala River with an army larger than any previously reported. Sippar has surrendered without resistance." Shocked voices erupted. Sippar lay barely 2 days' march from Babylon. "Impossible!" Belatushumu's voice cut through the chaos. "Sippar houses the temple of Shamash himself. The sun god would never permit." "The sun god apparently found Persian terms acceptable," the general interrupted dryly. "Their priests surrendered the city gates at dawn." Belshazzar silenced them with a raised hand. "Naburishtar, what say the stars of this Persian advance? Surely Marduk would warn his chosen city." All eyes turned to the astrologer. Nabur felt the weight of each gaze, the general's skepticism, the priest's hostility, the prince's desperate hope for reassurance. "The heavens speak clearly tonight, my prince," Nabur began carefully. "I have observed a conjunction that appeared only once before in our recorded histories." "And what did this conjunction herald?" Belshazzar leaned forward. "The fall of Nineveh," Nabur answered truthfully. The room fell silent. Then Belatushumu's laughed, the sound echoing artificially against the painted walls. "Astrologer, you overstep," the high priest said. "Your discipline deals with agricultural timing and festival dates, not matters of state. Marduk's temples have received no such omens." "Because you haven't looked," Nabur replied evenly. "This is the 9th celestial warning. The previous 8. "Enough!" Belshazzar's voice cracked with strain. "Babylon has stood for 1,000 years. Our walls are impenetrable. The Euphrates itself guards our gates." General Riat Adu cleared his throat. "With respect, my prince, Cyrus has conquered 16 cities previously thought impenetrable. The army requires direction. If we believe the city threatened—" "You would have us panic based on a comet," Belatushumu interrupted. "Create chaos in our markets, undermine confidence in our king's return." I speak only of what the skies reveal, Nabur insisted. The patterns are consistent with your interpretation, the priest countered. An interpretation, I remind the council, from the same astrologer whose eclipse prediction caused needless suffering a decade ago. The old wound deliberately reopened. Nabur felt heat rise in his face. That was a misapplication of my warning, not an error in reading. Yet people starved all the same, Balatushumu smiled thinly. Belshazzar rubbed his temples. General, double the western garrisons. Priest, ensure the temples perform the appropriate rituals. Neber, continue your observations, but contain these predictions to this council. As the gathering dissolved, Nabur felt a presence at his elbow. General Riat Adu, stone-faced but with eyes that missed nothing. Walk with me, astrologer. They moved through columned hallways where their footsteps echoed against alabaster and lapis lazuli. You believe what you saw, the general stated rather than asked. The heavens don't lie, General. Men do. And yet you presented this omen knowing it would be rejected. Riat Adu stopped, studying Nabur's face. You're no political fool, despite what Belatushumu implies. Truth is my duty, regardless of its reception. The general laughed without humour. Truth is luxury in wartime, Nabur Ishtar. What we need now is advantage. He lowered his voice. Come to my villa tomorrow. Bring your observations, all of them. Perhaps together we can determine what action these stars of yours truly demand. As Riat Adu walked away, Nabur felt a prickling sense of being watched. Turning, he glimpsed a figure retreating into the shadows, not a guard or courtier, but someone moving with deliberate stealth. The blood comet had been seen by others, and in Babylon's court knowledge was never neutral. It was power, wielded like a blade. Dawn broke over Babylon like molten copper spilling across the sky. From the royal observatory, Nabur watched the city awaken. Smoky cook fires, merchants arranging their wares beneath awnings of striped cloth, water carriers balancing clay vessels on strong shoulders. How many of these people, he wondered, had any notion that their world teetered on the edge of cataclysm? You didn't sleep, Kalani observed, appearing with bread and figs. The stars demanded attention, Nabur replied, accepting the food gratefully. In truth, he'd been consulting obscure texts, forbidden ones, smuggled from the restricted archives by a sympathetic scribe. The Enuma Anu Enlil tablets spoke of similar conjunctions during the fall of Ur and the Gutian invasions, pattern upon pattern, confirmation upon confirmation. You're troubled by more than stars, Kalani noted, her perceptiveness occasionally unsettling. Despite being half his age, she possessed an uncanny ability to read human intentions, perhaps more skillfully than celestial ones. General Riat Adu has summoned me to his villa, Nabur admitted. He seems unusually interested in my observations. Kalani's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. The general is a practical man. If he believes your warnings, perhaps others will follow. Or perhaps he seeks to control the narrative. Nabur studied his apprentice. What do you know of him? Only that he's commanded Babylon's armies for 15 years, survived 2 kings, and maintains extensive trade connections in Damascus and Egypt. She paused. And that his niece married into a Median family with Persian sympathies. Nabur raised an eyebrow. You've made inquiries. Knowledge is survival, she echoed his own frequent teaching. Especially now. As Nabur gathered his tablets for the meeting, a commotion erupted from the street below. A crowd had formed around a man in dusty robes who gestured wildly, his voice carrying upward in fragments. Waters run backwards, walls of air where stone should stand. Cyrus approaches with demons at his command. Palace guards pushed through the gathering, seizing the man roughly. One struck him across the face, silencing his proclamations. Fear spreads faster than truth, Nabur murmured. Is it only fear? Kalani challenged quietly. Or does he see what others refuse to acknowledge? The question hung between them, unanswered. General Riat Adu's villa occupied a privileged position in Babylon's administrative district, close enough to the palace for convenience, yet removed enough for privacy. Unlike the ostentatious homes of merchants or priests, it presented a facade of military simplicity. Clean lines, minimal ornamentation, strategic sight lines. A servant conducted Nabur through an inner courtyard where a fountain played musically over carved stone. The general waited in a sparse reception room, a map-covered table before him. "Astrologer," he nodded, dismissing the servant. "Your punctuality honours me." "Your invitation offered little choice, General." A hint of amusement crossed Riat Adu's weathered face. "Direct as always. It's why I requested you personally when Nabonidus sought a new court astrologer." This was news to Nabur. "I believed my appointment came through the temple." "The temple provided candidates. I provided perspective." The general gestured to the tablets Nabur carried. "You've brought your observations?" For the next hour, Nabur detailed the 9 omens, beginning with subtle shifts in planetary positions months earlier, culminating in the Blood Comet. The general listened without interruption, occasionally making notations on a wax tablet. "And these signs," Riat Adu finally said, "convince you that Babylon will fall?" "They indicate a profound change in governance," Nabur answered carefully. "Whether through conquest or internal collapse remains unclear." "Yet you specifically reference Nineveh in council." "The patterns most closely resemble those recorded then, yes." The general rose, pouring 2 cups of wine. "And if I told you we have reports of Persian engineers studying the Euphrates for weeks, measuring depths, calculating flow?" Nabur accepted the wine but didn't drink. "I would say the heavens and earth align in their warnings. Balatushumu would call it coincidence. Balatushumu serves the temple's interests, not truth." "And what of the king's interests?" The general's voice hardened. "Nabonidus has spent years neglecting Marduk for foreign gods, leaving his son to play at rulership while he wanders the desert. Now he returns expecting loyalty." The conversation had shifted to dangerous ground. Nabur chose his words with precision. "I serve the office, not the man." "A convenient distinction." Riat Adu leaned forward. "But times of change require choosing sides, astrologer. When the Persians arrive, and they will arrive, what matters is not who predicted their coming, but who positions themselves advantageously in the new order." The implication crystallized. "You're negotiating with Cyrus." "I'm ensuring Babylon's survival," the general corrected. "Cyrus doesn't destroy what submits. Ask the Medes, the Lydians, even the Jews. He requires only acknowledgement of his authority." "And you would facilitate this submission?" "With minimal bloodshed," Riat Adu confirmed. "But I need your cooperation. Your warnings, while accurate, must be modulated. Too much panic, and the city becomes ungovernable. Too little concern, and fools like Belshazzar might attempt genuine resistance." Nabur set down his untouched wine. "You want me to manipulate my readings?" "I want you to interpret them strategically," the general countered. "The stars speak, but men determine what their words mean. Do they not?" Before Nabur could respond, a discreet knock interrupted them. The servant reappeared, whispering something to Riat Adu, whose expression darkened. "It seems we must continue this discussion later," the general said. "The king's caravan has been sighted. Nabonidus returns to his troubled city at last." As Nabur gathered his tablets, the general added, "Consider carefully where your stars lead you, astrologer. Not everyone survives transitions of power, but those who help navigate them can flourish beyond imagination." The threat and promise hung in the air like incense. Outside, the city had transformed. Word of the king's return spread through the streets, prompting hasty preparations. Garlands appeared on doorways, merchants discounted their wares, temples opened for sudden influxes of worshippers seeking blessings. The machinery of royal arrival groaned into motion. part genuine reverence, part practiced performance. Nabur walked quickly, mind racing. The general's veiled treason complicated an already fraught situation. If Riat Adu controlled the army and had opened channels to Cyrus, Babylon might already be lost regardless of celestial warnings. So absorbed was he in these thoughts that Nabur failed to notice the followers until he turned into a less populated street. 3 men in nondescript clothing, maintaining exact distance, their eyes never leaving him. Not palace guards or temple servants, something else entirely. Nabur cut through a marketplace, winding between stalls of copper pots and dyed textiles. The men adjusted course smoothly. Professionals then, but whose? A narrow alley offered temporary concealment. Nabur ducked into it, pressing himself against a rough brick. Footsteps approached, hesitated, then moved past. He released a held breath, and felt cold metal against his throat. Nabur Ishtar, a voice murmured behind him, reader of stars and keeper of omens, someone very important wishes to speak with you about your recent observations. The palace can summon me officially, Nabur managed, the blade pressing uncomfortably against his pulse. A dry laugh. If it were the palace, would we meet in such informal circumstances? The blade withdrew slightly as a scented cloth pressed against Nabur's face. He struggled briefly as sweet-smelling darkness overwhelmed his senses, his last conscious thought a realization. The Ninth Omen wasn't just about Babylon's fall, it was about his own. Consciousness returned in fragments. First came sound, water dripping steadily onto stone, then sensation, cold floor beneath him, hands bound, finally sight, a windowless chamber lit by a single oil lamp, walls lined with clay tablets in wooden shelves. An archive room, but not the royal archive he knew intimately. This collection seemed older, the tablets darker with age, their arrangements following an unfamiliar system. He wakes, a voice observed. Nabur blinked away lingering disorientation. 3 figures regarded him from across the small room. 2 were clearly guards, their posture betraying military training despite civilian clothes. The third, a slender, aging man in austere robes, studied Nabur with clinical detachment. "Forgive the theatrical nature of your invitation," the robed man said. "Discretion was essential." "Kidnapping a royal astrologer lacks discretion," Nabur replied, testing his bonds. "Tight but not painful, restraint rather than punishment." "Merely borrowing," the man corrected. "I am Shubshi Mashra Shakan, keeper of the old archive." The name triggered recognition. The old archive, a semi-mythical collection maintained by traditionalists who believed the royal library had been corrupted by political influences. They preserved texts purged from official records during dynastic transitions. "You risk much for a conversation," Nabur observed. "We risk everything for truth," Shubshi Mashrashakan gestured, and one of the guards cut Nabur's bonds. "Your blood comet observation has created ripples in certain circles." "The conjunction is undeniable," Nabur rubbed his wrists. "Its interpretation is precisely why you're here." The archivist moved to a recessed shelf, retrieving a tablet so ancient its edges had worn smooth. "This records identical celestial phenomena before Ur's collapse, with one critical difference you've overlooked." He placed the tablet before Nabur, who leaned forward with professional interest despite his situation. The cuneiform was archaic, but decipherable. Astronomical observations in the left columns, interpretations on the right. As Nabur read, his breath caught. According to this ancient record, the blood comet heralded not just political upheaval, but rebirth. Destruction followed by renewal, an ending that contained a beginning. "This contradicts nothing in my reading," Nabur finally said. "Change comes to Babylon, catastrophic change." "But not necessarily final change," the archivist pressed. "The stars speak of transition, not termination. Cyrus is not the doom of civilization, but its inheritor. Understanding dawned. You're Persian sympathizers. We're knowledge preservers, Shubshi-Mashra-Shakan corrected sharply. For 2 centuries we've watched Babylon's ruling houses distort history to serve their narratives. Nabonidus neglects Marduk for foreign cults. Belshazzar drains the treasury for pleasure palaces while infrastructure crumbles. Meanwhile, Cyrus practices religious tolerance and administrative innovation, Nabur finished. So I've heard. General Riyat Adu made similar arguments earlier today. Surprise flickered across the archivist's face. The general revealed himself to you? Not explicitly, but his meaning was clear. Nabur studied the old man carefully. You coordinate with him? A careful pause. Let us say our interests temporarily align, but where the general seeks political advantage, we seek cultural preservation. And what role have you assigned me in this preservation? The archivist signalled, and the guards retreated to the corridor outside, closing the heavy door. Your 9 omens will be the talk of every tavern by nightfall, despite the council's attempt at secrecy, he said quietly. Belatu Shumu already positions himself to declare your reading heretical. The only question is whether panic or repression prevails when Nabonidus arrives. Unless I offer a third interpretation, Nabur surmised, one that acknowledges change while preventing panic. Precisely. The transition need not be blood-soaked if properly managed. Cyrus doesn't want Babylon destroyed, he wants it incorporated. Nabur considered his position. These archivists offered a compelling historical precedent that modified but didn't contradict his observations. If he emphasized the renewal aspect of the omen. And if I refuse? Shubshi-Mashra-Shakan smiled sadly. Then events proceed without your guidance. The blood comet becomes a tool for those like Belatu Shumu, who would rather see Babylon burn than change. And historians, if any survive, will record that the greatest astrologer of the age failed his final test. A masterful manipulation, appealing to both Nabur's ego and conscience. Yet something in the archivist's desperation rang true. I'll consider your interpretation, Nabur said carefully, but I must verify it against my own calculations. Relief visibly washed over the old man. We ask nothing more. He retrieved another tablet. This contains observational details missing from the royal archives, purged during Nebuchadnezzar's revisionism. Take it, compare, then decide. A guard escorted Nabur through winding corridors that eventually opened into an unfamiliar section of the city's western quarter. Only as he emerged into late afternoon sunlight did Nabur realize how long he'd been detained. The streets buzzed with anticipation of the king's arrival. Royal guards established positions at major intersections. Merchants hastily rearranged displays to feature luxury goods, and temple officials in formal regalia directed preparations for welcome ceremonies. All this theatre for a king who had abandoned his city for years, chasing religious visions in the desert while his son mismanaged the realm. The irony wasn't lost on Nabur. He needed time to process the archivist's revelations, but time had become scarce. The Royal Observatory would already be preparing for tonight's ceremonial observations, traditional star readings to mark the king's return. His absence would be noted. As Nabur hurried through increasingly crowded streets, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, pulling him into a recessed doorway. He tensed, preparing for another abduction. "Master Nabur," Kalani's urgent whisper, "where have you been? The palace has searched everywhere. They're saying you fled after delivering false omens." "What? Who's saying this?" "Belatu Shumu. He's convinced Prince Belshazzar that your blood comet reading was deliberately provocative, designed to create panic before the king's arrival." "Of course." The high priest had moved quickly to undermine him. "I was consulting alternative sources," Nabur explained, showing her the ancient tablet. "There may be more to the Ninth Omen than I initially understood." Kalani's eyes widened as she recognized the tablet's age. "Is that from?" Ask me no questions about its provenance, Nabur cut her off. We must return to the observatory immediately. Tonight's ceremonial reading becomes crucially important. As they navigated the thickening crowds, Kalani moved with unusual tension. Twice she glanced over her shoulder, her hand repeatedly touching a pouch at her waist. Something troubles you beyond my absence, Nabur observed. She hesitated before responding. While you were consulting, I received a visitor at the observatory, a trader from Damascus who asked pointed questions about Persian astronomical techniques. A spy? Almost certainly, but his knowledge was genuine. He spoke of observational methods I've never encountered, ways of calculating planetary positions with remarkable precision. Did he offer names, contacts? Better. Her hand went to the pouch. Star charts, Persian calculations for the next 50 years. Nabur nearly stopped walking. Kalani, possessing such documents, could be called treason, she finished, or could be called scientific exchange. The difference depends entirely on who prevails in coming days. The implication stunned him. His own apprentice had independently established connections with Persian sympathizers, but for scientific purposes or political ones. You must be careful, he said finally. Very careful. The court fractures along multiple fault lines now. She studied him with unsettling directness. And where do you stand, master? With Nabonidus? With the priests? With the general's pragmatism? Or perhaps with those who prioritize knowledge above transient rulers? Before he could answer, they reached the ziggurat's base where palace guards immediately surrounded them. Royal astrologer, their captain said stiffly, you're summoned to the king's presence, immediately. Nabonidus has arrived? Nabur asked. Within the hour. The welcome procession approaches the Ishtar gate. The captain hesitated, then added with pointed emphasis, the king expects a favourable reading. The implicit threat hung in the air as they were escorted upward. Tonight's stars would determine more than royal fortunes. They would determine Nabur's own. The royal procession wound through Babylon's central avenue like a bejewelled serpent. Thousands lined the processional way, some from genuine loyalty, others from calculation, most from simple curiosity. Gold flashed in the late afternoon sun as Nabonidus' personal guard marched in perfect formation, their polished armour proclaiming Babylon's wealth more effectively than any treasury count. From a balcony overlooking the route, Nabur watched with divided attention. Part of his mind registered the pageantry, the flag-bearers, the incense carriers, the chanting priests. But his thoughts primarily grappled with the ancient tablet from the old archive and its controversial interpretation of the blood comet. If Shubshi-Mashra Shakan spoke truly, the omen foretold change but not destruction, transition, not obliteration. The difference seemed academic when Persian forces gathered beyond the horizon, yet it might mean everything in how Babylon faced its approaching crisis. The king looks unwell, Kalani murmured beside him. Nabur focused on the royal litter now passing below. Nabonidus sat stiffly beneath a golden canopy, his face unnaturally pale despite desert exposure. At 60-something, his exact age a court secret, the king had always maintained vigour unusual for his years. Today, however, something vital seemed diminished in him. 10 years in the desert changes a man, Nabur replied, even a king. The desert? Or what he found there? Kalani's tone suggested deeper knowledge. Before Nabur could question her, a palace attendant appeared at his elbow. The king requests your immediate presence in the throne room. You're to bring your observation tablets and celestial instruments. The throne room had transformed since yesterday's council meeting. Haste-arranged opulence now draped every surface. Fresh flowers, gold vessels, precious textiles displayed as casual decoration. Courtiers in their finest garments created carefully orchestrated groupings, each positioned to catch the king's eye without appearing to seek attention. Nabonidus occupied the great throne, fingers drumming restlessly on its golden arms. Prince Belshazzar stood nearby, his forced smile betraying tension. General Riat Adu maintained a warrior's stillness by the military standards, while Belatu Shumu positioned himself prominently among his priests. "Astrologer," the king's voice cracked with disuse. "Approach!" Nabur moved forward and prostrated himself formally. "My king honours me with his attention." "Rise." Nabonidus's eyes held a feverish intensity. "I am told you've observed unusual celestial activity during my absence." Carefully Nabur rose. "The heavens have indeed shown remarkable patterns, Majesty." "Patterns some interpret as ill omens," Belatu Shumu interjected smoothly, "though such readings always contain ambiguities." The high priest's implied challenge hung in the air. Nabur measured his response, acutely aware of competing factions observing this exchange. The general wanted strategic ambiguity. The archivist wanted emphasis on transition rather than destruction. The priest wanted Nabur discredited entirely. And the king, what did Nabonidus want? "I have observed 9 significant celestial events culminating in yesterday's blood comet," Nabur stated plainly. "Such sequences appear rarely in our records, most notably before periods of profound change." "Change," Nabonidus repeated, leaning forward. "Speak plainly, astrologer. Do the stars foretell my doom?" Direct royal questions demanded direct answers, yet multiple interpretations now competed in Nabur's mind. His original reading, the archivist's historical precedent, political expediency. "The stars foretell transformation, Majesty. Whether that transformation brings suffering depends not on celestial decree, but on human response." Nabonidus's eyes narrowed. "Clever equivocation, but I didn't spend a decade communing with Sin to accept diplomatic half-truths now." Sin, the moon god. The deity Nabonidus had elevated above Marduk during his religious reforms, outraging traditionalists. "While in the desert," the king continued, "I experienced visions, powerful messages from Sin himself. In the most recent, I saw Babylon's rivers turn to stone while fire rained from heaven. The city neither fell nor stood, but changed, transformed." His gaze bore into Nabur. "Does this align with your Ninth Omen?" The room stilled. Nabonidus had just described, with unsettling accuracy, elements of the ancient tablet's interpretation of the blood comet, an interpretation supposedly purged from official records centuries ago. "Such a vision," Nabur said carefully, "shows remarkable consonance with certain alternative readings of the present celestial signs." "Alternative readings not found in the royal archives," Belatu Shumu noted with dangerous softness. "Not all knowledge resides in sanctioned repositories, High Priest," Nabur countered. "The stars themselves keep the oldest records." "Enough cryptic exchanges," Nabonidus declared. "Tonight, astrologer, you will conduct a formal reading from the Ziggurat summit. All Babylon will witness what the heavens truly portend." He raised his voice to address the court. "I have returned to guide this city through its transformation, whatever form that takes." As the formal audience concluded, Nabur found himself cornered by Belatu Shumu near a column of lapis lazuli. "You've aligned yourself with dangerous factions, astrologer," the high priest murmured. "The old archive should have remained buried in obscurity where Nebuchadnezzar wisely left it." So the priest knew of Nabur's consultation. The temple's intelligence network apparently rivaled the palace's own. "Knowledge serves no faction, High Priest. It simply is." "A philosopher's naivety," Belatu Shumu smiled thinly. "Knowledge always serves those who possess it. Tonight's reading determines whether you retain that privilege." He leaned closer. "Choose your interpretation with care. The king's mind balances on a blade's edge between revelation and madness." As the priest glided away, Nabur felt a different presence at his back. "He's right about one thing," General Riat Adu said quietly. "Tonight's reading matters more than you know." Everyone seems remarkably concerned with my astronomical interpretations today, Nabor observed dryly. Because astronomy is no longer merely science, the general replied. It's become policy. Cyrus marches while Nabonidus dreams, and Babylon's fate hangs on whether its people face that truth with dignity or denial. The general's gaze shifted to activity across the hall, where Prince Belshazzar huddled with his sycophants. Tonight, I position my most loyal units at strategic points throughout the city, ostensibly for the king's protection. And actually, Nabor dared to ask. Riat Adu's weather-lined face revealed nothing. Insurance against foolish resistance when the inevitable occurs, he straightened. I won't tell you what to read in your stars, astrologer, but know that blood is easily spilled and impossible to return to the vessel. The warning delivered, he departed, leaving Nabur increasingly isolated in the swirling court currents. Evening approached with unsettling swiftness. Nabur sequestered himself in the observatory, reviewing his calculations one final time. The blood comet's position remained unambiguous. Its meaning, that had become the battleground. Kalani entered, carrying ceremonial robes for the public reading. Her usual composure seemed fractured, tension evident in her movements. "You've made your decision?" she asked. "I've reviewed all possible interpretations," Nabur answered carefully. "Historical precedent suggests multiple valid readings. But you can only present one tonight," she set down the robes. "Master Nabur, before you choose, there's something you should know." Her voice dropped. "The Persian advance guard has already entered the city." Nabur froze. "Impossible. The walls are irrelevant when gates open from within," she finished. "My contact confirmed it this afternoon. Cyrus's engineers have diverted part of the Euphrates, lowering the water level at the river gates. By midnight, Persian forces can wade through." "You've known this was coming," Nabur realized. Not a question. Kalani met his gaze unflinchingly. "I've known that Babylon's time under current governance draws to a close, yes. The stars revealed it months ago, though you focused on more traditional interpretations. And you didn't think to share these alternative readings. Would you have believed them from an apprentice?" she challenged. "Or would you have reported me for Persian sympathies?" The accusation stung because it contained truth. Nabur had ignored subtle indicators his brightest student had been carefully highlighting, too invested in traditional methodology to recognize innovation. "Tonight's reading was never going to change Babylon's fate," Kalani continued softly. "But it might change how that fate unfolds. Panic and resistance mean bloodshed. Acceptance means transition." The realization crystallized with perfect clarity. Nabur stood at the fulcrum of history, not as the great astrologer who predicted an empire's fall, but as the man who determined whether that fall became slaughter or surrender. "The Ninth Omen was never about prediction," he murmured. "It was about preparation." Kalani nodded solemnly. "The stars reveal the path. They don't dictate how we walk it." As twilight descended, torches illuminated the processional way to the great ziggurat. Thousands gathered, their faces upturned with mingled hope and dread. Upon the massive stepped structure, Babylon's elite assembled on the second highest level, while Nabur, Nabonidus, and select priests occupied the summit platform. The night sky opened above them like a vault of polished obsidian. Stars emerged with cold clarity. The blood comet now prominently visible, its crimson trail stretching across the heavens. Nabur stood before his astronomical instruments, quadrant, astrolabe, and calculation tablets, the culmination of a lifetime's devotion to celestial truth. Yet truth, he now understood, contained multitudes. The stars spoke clearly. Interpretation transformed their message into either salvation or destruction. "People of Babylon," he began, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering. "The heavens manifest signs for those with wisdom to read them. For months, The celestial spheres have shown patterns of increasing significance, patterns now culminating in the Ninth Omen. He gestured toward the blood comet. Ancient records tell us this configuration heralded the fall of Nineveh and the transition of changes that reshaped the known world. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Naber saw Belatushumu tense, preparing to intervene, while Nabonidus leaned forward with feverish intensity. But those who see only destruction misread the heavens, Nabor continued, for the ancients recognized what we have forgotten, that endings contain beginnings. Transition, not termination, forms the celestial message. He turned to face the king directly. Majesty, your vision of rivers turning to stone speaks profound truth. Change comes to Babylon, inevitable as the star's progression. But how that change manifests, whether through blood or peaceful transition, remains our choice. Nabonidus's eyes widened with understanding. Whatever madness or wisdom the desert had instilled in him, he recognized the diplomatic path Nabur offered. Before the king could respond, a messenger arrived breathlessly, whispering urgently to General Riat Adu. The general's face remained impassive, but he immediately moved to Nabonidus's side with measured urgency. Words passed between them. The king's expression shifted from confusion to resignation. He raised a hand, silencing the growing murmurs. "People of Babylon," Nabonidus proclaimed, his voice stronger than it had been since his return. "The heavens speak truth through our astrologer. Transition approaches, indeed, arrives at our very gates." Gasps and cries erupted as understanding spread. Nabur caught Kalani's eye across the platform. She nodded once, confirmation of what he already knew. The Persians had entered. "I have ruled as sin directed," Nabonidus continued. "Now the gods direct a new path. Babylon shall endure, not through futile resistance, but through wisdom. No blood need stain our streets if we recognize divine will." In that moment, history pivoted. The crowd might have erupted in panic or calls for resistance. Instead, a strange calm descended, the acceptance of inevitability guided by celestial authority. Belatushumu stepped forward, seizing the narrative with political instinct. "The gods have spoken through stars and kings," he announced, as if this had been his position all along. "Marduk welcomes worthy successors when they come in peace." As the night progressed, reports filtered through the city. Persian forces entering unopposed through the riverbed. Cyrus himself approaching with promises of autonomy and religious freedom. The Babylonian army standing down on General Riat Adu's orders. A conquest without battle, a transition without tears. The Ninth Omen fulfilled not as catastrophe, but as transformation. Hours later, as dawn approached, Nabur stood alone on the ziggurat summit. The blood comet had faded with night's passing, its message delivered. "You chose well," Kalani said, joining him in the liminal light. "I chose truth," Nabur replied, "one of several possible truths. The one that preserved life," she observed. "History will remember you for it." "History remembers what victors inscribe on tablets," he said wryly. "My name may vanish like the comet itself." "Perhaps." She held out a small clay tablet. "Which is why I've prepared this. Your observation record, complete with interpretations. I have contacts who will preserve it in places even conquerors don't think to look." Nabur accepted the tablet, oddly moved by his apprentice's foresight. "You've surpassed your teacher, Kalani. Only because you taught me to see beyond the obvious." She gazed toward the eastern horizon where the sun now crested, painting Babylon's towers gold. "Cyrus offers me a position in his new observatory. He values Babylonian astronomical knowledge." "You should accept," Nabor said without hesitation. "The stars remain, regardless of who rules beneath them. And you? Will you serve the new king?" Nabur considered the question as dawn's light transformed the city. Babylon stood as it had yesterday, its walls intact, its towers proud, its people alive. Yet everything had changed. My time as royal astrologer ends with Nabonidus's reign, he decided, but perhaps I might find purpose in the old archive, preserving knowledge for those who come after us. In the distance, trumpets announced a new arrival. Cyrus the Great, conqueror of nations, entered Babylon not as destroyer, but as successor. The Ninth Omen completed its arc across history's sky, leaving Babylon transformed but unbroken, a transition written in stars and fulfilled by human wisdom. 6 months passed since Babylon's bloodless submission. Summer heat shimmered above the city, distorting its towering silhouette against cloudless skies. From his modest quarters near the old archive, Nabur observed the subtle transformations reshaping the ancient metropolis. Persian administrative efficiency revealed itself in small, meaningful changes. Aqueducts repaired after decades of neglect, standardized weights and measures in marketplaces, multilingual proclamations ensuring Persian edicts were understood by all citizens. Cyrus had kept his promises of religious tolerance, restoring Marduk's primacy in Babylon while honouring local traditions throughout his expanding empire. Nabonidus lived in comfortable exile, granted an estate in distant Carmania, where he could pursue his religious contemplations without political consequence. Prince Belshazzar had not fared as well, attempting a futile rebellion that ended with his execution, the only significant bloodshed of the transition. Nabur ran weathered fingers over the clay tablets surrounding him. His new position as senior archivist satisfied his scholarly nature in ways court astronomy never had. Here, amid the accumulated wisdom of centuries, he could trace patterns across civilizations, celestial observations from Akkadians, Sumerians, and early Babylonians, each culture building upon its predecessor's knowledge. The archive door swung open, admitting Shubshi Mashra Shakan. Age had further bent the old archivist's shoulders, but his eyes remained sharp. "Our Persian friends request more astronomical calculations," he announced, setting down a sealed tablet. "It seems their road-building projects require precise seasonal predictions." Nabur broke the seal. The request came through official channels but bore Kalani's distinctive notational style. As Cyrus's newly appointed chief astronomer, she maintained discreet connections with her former mentor. "They trust our calculations more than their own," Nabur observed. "They're practical enough to recognize superior methodology," Shubshi Mashra Shakan replied. "Conquest doesn't equate to superiority in all domains." Together they worked through the calculations, combining Babylonian precision with Persian innovations Kalani had introduced. The synthesis created something new, a methodology neither purely Babylonian nor Persian. "You predicted this," the old archivist remarked, watching Nabur inscribe the final figures. "Not just Babylon's transition, but this blending of knowledge." "I observed possibilities," Nabur corrected. "The stars suggested patterns. Humans determined their manifestation." "A distinction increasingly lost in popular accounts," Shubshi Mashra Shakan said dryly. "In taverns, they already call you the prophet of Babylon, who foretold Cyrus's coming. Some claim you've been granted divine sight by Sin himself." Nabur grimaced. Such myth-making undermined everything he valued about astronomical science. "Dangerous nonsense. I observed a conjunction and applied historical precedent." "History becomes legend, becomes myth," the old man shrugged, "which is why preservation of accurate records matters so profoundly." After completing the calculations, Nabur walked through the city, observing its resumed rhythms. Babylon under Persian governance functioned remarkably like Babylon under Babylonian rule. Merchants haggled, priests conducted rituals, children played in side streets. Ordinary life continued beneath changed authority. Near the central market, a freshly painted building caught his attention. The Persian administrative headquarters had replaced its Babylonian military predecessor, emblazoned with Cyrus's royal standard. "Does the famous stargazer approve of our renovations?" a familiar voice inquired. General Riat Adu, now Governor Riat Adu under the Persian administration, approached with a small retinue of mixed Babylonian and Persian guards. His transition from military commander to civilian administrator had proceeded seamlessly, his pragmatism rewarded with continued authority. "The building serves its purpose," Nabur replied neutrally. The general dismissed his entourage with a gesture, falling into step beside Nabur. Still disapproving of those who facilitated necessity? "I neither approve nor disapprove of political calculations, Governor. They exist outside my domain." "Yet your astronomical calculations made political outcomes possible," Riat Adu countered. "Your public reading convinced the populace that submission fulfilled divine will rather than betrayed patriotic duty." They walked in silence for several moments, the unspoken question hanging between them. Had Nabur manipulated celestial interpretation to serve political ends? Or had he simply recognized truth in its complex totality? "The stars revealed transition," Nabur finally said. "I offered an interpretation that minimized suffering. Whether that served Babylon, Cyrus, or your ambitions matters less than the blood not spilled." Riat Adu laughed softly. "We're not so different, astrologer. We both read patterns others miss and act accordingly." "With different motivations," Nabur noted, "but similar results." The governor paused as they reached a newly constructed Persian fire altar. "Cyrus returns next month for the autumn equinox ceremonies. He requests your presence. Apparently your reputation has reached imperial ears." "I've retired from court astronomy," Nabur demurred. "This isn't a request for professional services," Riat Adu clarified. "Rather recognition of historical significance. The man whose reading facilitated peaceful transition deserves acknowledgement." "The stars facilitated transition," Nabur corrected. "I merely reported their position." The general's weathered face creased with genuine amusement. "Maintain that fiction if it comforts you. We both know interpretation shapes reality as surely as facts themselves." As Riat Adu departed, Nabur remained troubled by the exchange. Had he simply recorded astronomical truth, or had he shaped narrative to achieve preferred outcomes? The boundary between observation and manipulation had blurred during that crucial night. Returning to the archive, Nabur found an unexpected visitor waiting. Belatu Shumu, no longer bedecked in the high priest's regalia, but still carrying himself with practiced dignity. "The archivist said I might find you here," the former priest said. "I've brought something that belongs in these collections." He unwrapped a small bundle containing a clay tablet, its surface covered with precise cuneiform. Nabur recognized it immediately. Astronomical calculations from the Royal Observatory, specifically those documenting the Blood Comet. "I removed this from the royal records before Persian administrators catalogued them," Belatu Shumu explained. "Insurance, initially. Now, historical completion." Nabur accepted the tablet with scholarly reverence. A surprising act of preservation from someone who once threatened me for these very observations. "Perspectives shift with circumstances," the former priest replied without apology. "Like you, I've found unexpected purpose under new governance. Cyrus values religious knowledge as much as astronomical wisdom." "As advisor on Babylonian rites?" "As comparative theologian," Belatu Shumu corrected. "The Persian Zoroastrian practices share interesting elements with our older traditions. Scholarly documentation of these connections serves the empire's multicultural integration." Former adversaries repurposed by historical currents, perhaps the most Babylonian outcome possible. Adaptation had always been their civilization's greatest strength. "Did you believe your own interpretation that night?" Nabur asked suddenly. "Or was it political expedience?" Belatu Shumu considered the question with unexpected candour. "Does it matter? The interpretation served its purpose. Babylon stands, its people live, its knowledge continues." He gestured to the archive surrounding them. Isn't that what truly matters? After the former priest departed, Nabur remained among the tablets, contemplating the complex interplay between truth, interpretation, and outcome. He retrieved a fresh clay tablet and began writing. Not astronomical calculations, but personal reflection. I, Nabur Ishtar, once royal astrologer to King Nabonidus, record these words in the 5th month of Cyrus's governance of Babylon, not as prediction or proclamation, but as testimony for those who come after. The stars speak truth, but human ears hear selectively. The Ninth Omen revealed transition inevitable as sunrise. Whether that transition came through blood or peaceful acceptance, that choice belonged to human wisdom, not celestial decree. Truth exists in multiple dimensions. The blood comet foretold Babylon's fall. This was accurate. It also heralded Babylon's continuation under changed governance. This too was accurate. Both readings existed simultaneously in the same celestial event, like light and shadow inseparably linked. Did I manipulate interpretation to achieve preferred outcome? Perhaps. Did I recognize deeper truth that transcended immediate political concern? Also perhaps. The boundary between prophet and pragmatist blurs under historical scrutiny. For future scholars who discover these words, question not just what was observed, but why certain observations were preserved while others vanished. Truth resides not merely in what is recorded, but in understanding who did the recording and for what purpose. The stars endure, interpretations evolve. Wisdom lies in recognizing both constants and variables across the cosmic equation. As Nabur inscribed the final words, twilight descended over Babylon. From his window he observed the first stars emerging, eternal, unchanging patterns against which human dramas briefly played. Kalani had been right. The Ninth Omen was never about prediction, but preparation. Not about foreseeing the inevitable, but framing how inevitability would be received. In a cedar box beneath his sleeping pallet lay the original blood comet calculations and his personal interpretations. Alongside them rested Kalani's secretly prepared record, and now Belatu Shumu's preserved tablet. Multiple perspectives on a single celestial event, each containing partial truth. Someday, perhaps centuries hence, scholars would discover these contradictory accounts and attempt to reconstruct what actually happened when Babylon fell without falling, when an empire transitioned without destruction. Would they understand that astronomical truth and human interpretation had become inseparable, that Nabur had become both observer and participant in the cosmic pattern? Outside, Babylon continued its eternal rhythms. Markets closed for evening. Temple fires illuminated ziggurats. Persian administrators and Babylonian citizens alike returned to their homes. The city breathed on, adapting as it had for centuries before and would for centuries after. The Ninth Omen had completed its arc through history. The blood comet had faded from view. But the pattern it revealed, the delicate interplay between cosmic forces and human choices, remained written in both stars and human hearts. Nabur sealed his reflection tablet and placed it carefully among older records, his contribution to the eternal conversation between those who observe the heavens and those who interpret their meaning. Truth, he had learned, was not singular, but multifaceted, a constellation of perspectives forming patterns visible only when viewed together across the vast skies of time. The end. The train station promise. Claire Bennett had always been good at disappearing, not the magic trick kind, though sometimes she wished she possessed that power, but the art of fading into backgrounds, of being present but unseen. At 16, she had mastered the ability to move through the halls of Riverside High like a ghost. clutching her worn leather journal to her chest like armour. It wasn't that she wanted to be invisible. Rather, invisibility had become a comfortable habit, like the way she tucked her feet under her when she wrote, or how she always chose the window seat on buses so she could press her forehead against the cool glass and pretend she was somewhere else, somewhere where quiet girls who filled notebooks with half-finished stories weren't overlooked. The morning of the field trip dawned grey and drizzly, perfect weather for disappearing. Claire sat alone on the bus, watching raindrops race down the window while her classmates chattered about the museum they were headed to in the city. She barely noticed when they pulled into the train station, too absorbed in sketching out a scene in her journal about a girl who could walk through walls. "Everyone stay together," Mrs. Patterson's voice cut through the humid air as they filed onto the platform. "The train arrives in 10 minutes. Claire hung back from the group, breathing in the peculiar mix of metal and moisture that seemed unique to train stations. The platform was nearly empty at this hour, save for a few hurried commuters and... Her breath caught. A boy sat on one of the wooden benches hunched over a sketchbook. His dark hair fell across his forehead as his pencil moved across the page with quick, sure strokes. He looked up suddenly, as if sensing her gaze, and Claire found herself unable to look away from eyes that seemed to hold every shade of autumn. He smiled, and something shifted in Claire's carefully constructed world of shadows and silence. The platform beneath her feet felt less solid, as if the ground itself was conspiring to push her toward him. She clutched her journal tighter. "You're holding your breath," he said, his voice carrying across the space between them with surprising warmth. "Artist's habit. I do it too when I'm drawing." Claire realised he was right and let out a shaky exhale. She hadn't even noticed she was doing it. Before she could retreat into her well-worn silence, he held up his sketchbook, turning it toward her. On the page, rendered in swift, elegant lines, was the station platform, and there, at the edge of the scene, a girl with her head bent over a journal. Her. He'd been drawing her. The train whistle pierced the morning air and Claire jumped. She could hear Mrs. Patterson calling for final boarding, could feel the moments slipping away like water through her fingers. The boy stood, shouldering his backpack, and Claire noticed he wore a uniform from St. Michael's, a private school across town. "I'm Jason," he said, and there was something in the way he said it, like he was sharing a secret rather than just his name, that made Claire's heart stutter. "Claire," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. The train doors hissed open behind them. In the chaos of her classmates' boarding, Jason stepped closer. "Do you believe in fate, Claire?" She didn't get to answer. Mrs. Patterson appeared at her elbow, ushering her toward the train. As Claire stepped through the doors, she looked back. Jason still stood on the platform, sketchbook in hand, that same quiet smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The last thing she saw before the doors closed was him tearing a page from his book and folding it carefully into his pocket. Claire found her window seat, pulse racing beneath her skin. As the train pulled away from the station, she opened her journal to a fresh page and began to write, her pencil moving with an urgency she'd never felt before. She didn't notice she was smiling until she caught her reflection in the window, and for the first time in years the girl looking back at her didn't seem quite so invisible anymore. The museum field trip passed in a blur of Renaissance paintings and marble sculptures, but Claire's mind kept drifting back to the boy from the train station. His sketch of her, the way he'd captured her in just a few swift lines, made her feel simultaneously exposed and understood. She found herself writing fragments of their brief encounter in her journal, trying to preserve every detail before it faded like a dream. She never expected to see him again on the return journey, but there he was, sitting on the same bench, as if the morning had rewound itself. This time, when their eyes met, Claire didn't look away. Instead, she did something that surprised even herself. She walked toward him. "You're back," he said, closing his sketchbook. "So are you." Claire's voice was steadier now, though her heart wasn't. Jason patted the space beside him on the bench. I have a confession to make. I might have memorized your school's field trip schedule from the station bulletin board last week. You planned this? He shrugged, but there was a hint of nervousness beneath his casual demeanour. I've seen you here before, you know, writing in your journal, lost in your own world. I wanted to know what stories you were creating. Claire clutched her journal tighter, but not from fear this time. They're not very good stories. I doubt that. He pulled the folded paper from his pocket, the sketch from this morning. Here, trade you? A drawing for a story? The platform around them bustled with afternoon commuters, but Claire felt suspended in a bubble of possibility. Slowly, she opened her journal to the story she'd been working on during the museum tour. It's about a girl who can see people's memories in photographs, she said, her voice barely audible above the station noise. But she can't remember her own past. Jason leaned closer to read, his shoulder brushing hers. The contact sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with the cool spring air. This is beautiful, he said after a moment. The way you describe memory like water slipping through her fingers. He looked up at her. You're really good, Claire. For once she believed it. They talked until the shadows lengthened across the platform. Jason shared his own creative struggles, how his mother worried about his focus on art, how he sketched in margins of his textbooks during class. Claire found herself telling him about the weight of her parents' expectations, the suffocating pressure to be practical, to be perfect. Sometimes I feel like I'm living someone else's life, she admitted, like the real me is still waiting to begin. Maybe this is the beginning, Jason said softly. He reached for her hand, his fingers brushing against her palm. The touch was electric, terrifying in its possibility. The station clock chimed 5, startling them both. Claire's heart sank. Her train would arrive in minutes, and she could see Mrs. Patterson gathering the group. I don't want this to be the end, Jason said, standing. There was an urgency in his voice that matched the pounding in Claire's chest. Meet me here again. 1 year from today, same time, same bench. Promise me. Claire's mind raced with all the reasons she shouldn't. Her parents' disapproval, the distance between their schools, the ridiculous romance of it all. But for once the practical voice in her head was drowned out by the thundering of her heart. I promise, she whispered. Jason pulled out his sketchbook, tore out a page and quickly wrote something. He folded the paper and pressed it into her hand. Don't read it until you're on the train. The arrival whistle pierced the air. In the chaos of boarding, Claire barely had time to look back. Jason stood watching, his expression a mix of hope and something else. Was it fear? She wanted to run back, to ask for his phone number, his email, anything more concrete than this ethereal promise. But the doors were closing and the moment slipped away. Only when the train lurched into motion did Claire unfold his note. Inside was a small sketch of their bench, and below it, in hurried handwriting, some people spend their whole lives waiting for magic, but magic isn't found, it's made. You make ordinary moments magical just by being you. 1 year from today, we'll make some more. -J. Claire pressed the note to her chest, feeling the weight of everything unspoken between them. Outside her window, the station receded into the gathering dusk, taking Jason with it. But his words echoed in her mind, a promise and a warning wrapped in one. Magic, like love, required a leap of faith. She opened her journal and began to write, pouring out all her hopes and fears about the year ahead. The last line gave her pause. What if this is the beginning of my real story? What she didn't write, couldn't bring herself to acknowledge, was the whisper of doubt that threaded through her excitement. In fairy tales, promises made at train stations always came true. But this wasn't a fairy tale, and Claire knew better than most how stories could take unexpected turns. 1 year could feel like forever or like no time at all. For Claire, it was both. She arrived at the station 30 minutes early, her heart drumming against her ribs. The wooden bench, their bench, stood empty. Spring sunlight filtered through the station's high windows, casting long shadows across the platform. Claire ran her fingers over Jason's note, now worn soft at the creases from countless readings. 4:45 p.m, the same bustling crowd of commuters, no Jason. 4:55 p.m. A train arrived, disgorging its passengers. None of them had autumn-coloured eyes. 5 p.m. The station clock chimed, each bell strike echoing in Claire's chest like an accusation. 5:15 p.m. She couldn't feel her fingers anymore. They'd been clutching her journal so tightly. 5:30 p.m. The sun had shifted, throwing different shadows. Still no Jason. By 6 p.m, Claire's hope had curdled into something bitter and sharp. She'd been so stupid, believing in train station promises and boys who drew girls in journals. She thought of all the stories she'd written over the past year, filling pages with fantasies of this moment. None of them ended with her sitting alone, fighting back tears while strangers hurried past. The next morning, Claire did what she'd spent a lifetime perfecting. She disappeared. She threw herself into AP classes and college applications, into being the daughter her parents always wanted. She packed away her journal, telling herself stories were for children who still believed in magic. But she couldn't stay away from the station. Every few months she found herself drawn back, sitting on their bench, watching faces in the crowd. Each time she told herself it would be the last. Each time she returned. Years passed. Claire went to college, graduated, started writing again. Not stories about magic anymore, but quiet, aching pieces about loss and time and the weight of unspoken words. Her first published story was about a girl who made a promise she couldn't keep. She never mentioned it was autobiographical. On a rainy spring afternoon, 7 years after that first promise, Claire sat in a cafe near the station, working on her latest piece. The cafe was new, one of many changes to the area, but the view of the platform remained the same. She wasn't waiting anymore. At least that's what she told herself. But her gaze still drifted to the bench whenever someone sat down. A familiar silhouette caught her eye. Dark hair, broad shoulders, a sketchbook in hand. Claire's coffee cup clattered against its saucer. It couldn't be, but it was. Jason looked older, his jawline sharper, hints of silver threading his temples. He sat on their bench, opened his sketchbook, and began to draw. The gesture was so achingly familiar that Claire forgot how to breathe. Before she could think, she was moving. The bell above the cafe door chimed as she stepped into the rain. Her feet carried her across the platform, drawn by the same gravity that had pulled her toward him 7 years ago. He looked up. Claire, he breathed, and her name in his voice was both a homecoming and a wound. You never came, she said. The words she'd held back for 7 years spilled out. I waited, and you never came. Jason's face crumpled. I did come. I was here at 5 p.m. exactly, just like we promised, but you weren't. What? No, I was here from 4:30 until after 6. On May 15th? Claire felt the world tilt. May 15th? The promise was for May 14th. I have your note. She fumbled in her bag for her wallet, where she still kept the worn piece of paper. Jason was already pulling out his own weathered notebook. He flipped it open to a page marked with a faded train ticket. There, in Claire's careful handwriting from 7 years ago, was a story about a girl who could see memories in photographs, and at the bottom, a hastily scrawled date, meet May 15th, 5 p.m. I wrote it down wrong, Claire whispered, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. We were here on consecutive days, missing each other by 24 hours. I came back too, Jason said softly, every few months, just hoping. They stared at each other across 7 years of missed connections and unspoken words. The rain fell harder, but neither of them moved. Around them, commuters rushed past with umbrellas and hurried steps, but Claire and Jason remained frozen in their own pocket of time, like a sketch caught between one stroke and the next. "I never stopped writing about you," Claire admitted, her voice barely audible above the rain. "I never stopped drawing you," Jason replied, and opened his sketchbook. Pages and pages of her, sitting on the bench through different seasons, her profile in winter light, her silhouette in summer dusk. 7 years of glimpses, each one a testament to a promise that refused to die. Claire felt tears mixing with the rain on her cheeks. All those years of believing he hadn't cared, when he'd been carrying her with him just as she'd carried him, in art, in words, in the spaces between heartbeats. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice shaking. Thunder rolled overhead, and Jason stood, closing the distance between them. He reached out, his fingers hovering just shy of touching her face, as if he wasn't sure she was real. "We start over," he said, "or we pick up where we left off. Or," his voice caught, "or you walk away, and this becomes another story in your journal." Claire looked up at him, at the boy who'd seen her when she was invisible, now a man who'd spent 7 years drawing a ghost. In his eyes she saw the same autumn colours that had haunted her dreams, and something else, a fear that mirrored her own, the fear of reaching for magic and finding only empty air. The next moment would change everything. Claire felt its weight pressing against her chest, demanding an answer to a question 7 years in the making. Was it braver to hold on to a beautiful dream, or to risk turning it into reality? Claire reached for Jason's sketchbook with trembling fingers. "Show me," she whispered. "Show me everything I missed." They found shelter from the rain in the cafe, claiming a corner table by the window that overlooked their bench. Steam rose from fresh coffee cups as Jason turned pages, sharing 7 years of sketches, not just of Claire, but of his life. His mother's proud smile at his art school graduation, the small design studio he'd started, the empty apartment that never quite felt like home. "I drew this the night I missed you," he said, pointing to a dark, chaotic piece. The bench stood alone in the rain, the platform around it dissolving into shadow. "I was so angry at myself for not double-checking the date, for not getting your number, for..." He broke off, running a hand through his rain-damp hair. "I kept thinking about all the ways I could have done it differently." Claire pulled out her own journal, its pages swollen with years of writing. "I did the same thing, wrote hundreds of versions where we got it right." She opened to a dog-eared page. "This one's about a girl who builds a time machine out of train tickets and station clocks just to fix one moment." Jason smiled, touching the words gently. "Read it to me?" So she did. As the afternoon light softened into evening, they traded stories for sketches, filling in the gaps of their lost years. Claire learned about Jason's struggle to convince his mother that art could be more than a hobby, how he'd work through college at a print shop to help support them both. Jason discovered how Claire had found her voice as a writer, turning her private journal stories into published pieces that spoke to others who knew what it meant to miss something, or someone, with their whole heart. "I used to think you hadn't shown up because I wasn't worth waiting for," Claire admitted, staring into her third cup of coffee. "That I'd imagined the connection between us." "Claire." Jason reached across the table, taking her hand. His fingers were stained with graphite, just as they had been 7 years ago. "You were never imaginary to me. Look." He flipped to a recent sketch, Claire at the bench last month, her head bent over her laptop, sunlight in her hair. The detail was extraordinary, down to the small frown she got when searching for the right word. "You saw me? All those times?" "Every time. I just couldn't make myself approach you. I was afraid you'd hate me for not being there that day, that you'd moved on, found someone else who didn't break their promises." "There wasn't anyone else," Claire said softly. "Not really. How could there be? They all felt like rough drafts of this story." Outside, the rain had stopped. The setting sun broke through the clouds, painting the station in shades of gold and rose. On the platform, their bench caught the light, glowing like a beacon. "I have a confession," Jason said. "Remember that first sketch I did of you? The one from the morning we met?" Claire nodded. "I still have it. Every time I thought about giving up art, about taking a real job like my mum wanted, I'd look at it. Something about the way you were lost in your writing, creating your own world. It reminded me why I started drawing in the first place, to capture moments that matter, to make the ordinary magical." He pulled out his wallet and carefully extracted a folded piece of paper, the original sketch, worn soft at the creases, just like Claire's note. "We've been carrying pieces of each other all this time," Claire realised, touching the aged paper with reverence. "Maybe that's what kept bringing us back here. Not just the promise, but the pieces of ourselves we left with each other." The cafe was nearly empty now, the evening commuter rush long past. Through the window they could see new passengers hurrying to catch their trains, each focused on their own destinations, their own stories. "So what now?" Claire asked, echoing her earlier question. But this time there was no fear in her voice, only possibility. Jason stood, offering his hand. "Now we write a new story. Together this time." He nodded toward their bench, starting right there, where it all began. Claire took his hand, feeling the years of longing and regret begin to dissolve like rain. As they stepped out into the golden evening light, she realised something. The magic hadn't been in the promise they'd made 7 years ago. It was in this moment, in choosing to begin again, in believing that some stories were worth waiting for, worth fighting for, worth rewriting until they got it right. They sat on their bench, shoulders touching, as the station lights flickered on one by one. Jason opened his sketchbook to a fresh page. Claire uncapped her pen. "Tell me a story," he said. "Draw me a memory," she replied. And together they began to fill the blank page with everything that waited ahead of them. No longer a promise of what might be, but the start of what already was. 1 year later, the wooden bench had finally been replaced. Claire ran her hand along the sleek metal surface, remembering all the hours she'd spent on its predecessor, waiting, writing, wondering. The new bench was part of the station's modernisation project, just like the digital departure boards and automated ticket machines that had replaced the old paper schedules and window kiosks. But some things hadn't changed. She opened her latest novel, running her fingers over the dedication page. For the boy who drew magic in ordinary moments, and the bench where our story began. Some promises are worth the wait. The book had started as a simple love story about missed connections, but it had grown into something more, a meditation on time, art, and the courage it takes to believe in second chances. The reviews had called it her breakthrough work. Claire knew it was simply the story she'd been trying to write all along. She checked her phone, 4:55 p.m, right on schedule. Jason arrived with his portfolio case slung over his shoulder, grinning when he spotted her. Even after a year of seeing him every day, that smile still made her heart skip. "Ready?" he asked, settling beside her. Claire nodded, pulling out 2 paper train tickets. Not the efficient digital passes most commuters use now, but proper cardboard tickets, like the ones they'd had 7 years ago. She'd specifically requested them from the ticket office, earning a puzzled look from the clerk. "It's today, isn't it?" Jason asked softly, taking his ticket. "The day we were supposed to meet. The actual date." "May 15th, Claire confirmed. "I thought we could finally keep that promise. Better late than never." They sat in comfortable silence as the 5 p.m. train pulled in. Around them, the station hummed with life. Students with backpacks, business people with briefcases, tourists with cameras. Claire wondered how many of them were starting their own stories right now, making promises they hoped to keep. "I have something for you," Jason said, opening his portfolio. He pulled out a large framed piece, a triptych of sketches. The first panel showed Claire at 16, writing in her journal on the old wooden bench. The middle panel captured her at 23, alone and waiting in the rain. The final panel was them together on the new bench, Claire reading from her novel while Jason sketched. Past, present and future, he explained, though I suppose they're all past now. Not all of them, Claire said. She reached into her bag and retrieved a small wrapped package. I have something for you too. Jason unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with an intricate design of train tracks and constellations. Open it, Claire urged. The first page held a handwritten note for the next chapter of our story. This time, we'll write it together. The rest of the pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I thought we could use it to plan the wedding, Claire said quietly. A proper story needs a proper ending, after all. Jason's smile widened as he pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. Funny you should mention that. Claire's breath caught. Jason, I was going to wait until dinner, but... He glanced around the station, his eyes soft with memory. This feels right. Where else would I ask you to spend the rest of your life with me, if not here? He slid off the bench and knelt before her, opening the box to reveal a ring. But it wasn't just any ring. The band was engraved with tiny train tracks that wrapped around to meet at a small, perfect diamond. Claire Bennett, he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Will you help me make ordinary moments magical for the rest of our lives? Through tears, Claire saw a small crowd gathering, commuters pausing their rush home to witness this moment. She thought about the girl she'd been, the one who tried so hard to disappear, who never imagined she'd be the centre of such a beautiful scene. Yes, she whispered, then louder, yes. The station erupted in applause as Jason slipped the ring onto her finger. When he kissed her, Claire heard the 5:15 train whistle in the background, the same whistle that had torn them apart 8 years ago, now heralding their new beginning. Later that evening, they sat at their bench one last time before heading home. Jason sketched the station at twilight while Claire wrote in their new journal, each of them doing what they'd always done, making art from love, and love from ordinary moments. On the first page, beneath her earlier note, Claire added, Some people spend their lives searching for magic in grand gestures and perfect timing, but real magic lives in the missed connections that find their way home, in wrong dates that lead to right moments, in love that waits as long as it takes to get the story right. And sometimes, magic is simply two artists on a bench, transforming an ordinary train station into the beginning of forever. She showed the words to Jason, who added a small sketch in the margin. 2 figures on a bench, surrounded by stars, their stories finally synchronized, their time finally right. Above them, the station clock struck 6, and neither of them needed to catch a train. They were already exactly where they were meant to be. Mop and Redemption. The mop slid across the linoleum in long practiced arcs, back and forth, the squeak of rubber soles against freshly cleaned floor, the scent of industrial cleaner hanging in the air. For Marcus Mac Delion, this rhythm had become a meditation, one that kept the other sounds at bay, the remembered screams, the gunshots, the begging. Mac arrived at Lincoln Heights High School each morning at 4:30 a.m., a full 3 hours before the first bleary-eyed teacher would stumble through the doors clutching coffee. These pre-dawn hours were sacred. Just him and the empty halls, the building settling and sighing around him like an old friend keeping secrets. Today marked 5 years since he'd taken this job, 5 years of invisibility, of penance. "You're just the janitor," Principal Simmons had told him during his hiring interview, not unkindly but matter-of-factly. "Keep the bathrooms clean, the floors mopped, and don't interact with the students more than necessary. We've had incidents before. Mac had nodded, grateful for any opportunity. When you've spent 8 years in prison for aggravated assault and conspiracy charges tied to the Eastside Diablos, employment options narrowed considerably. His parole officer had pulled strings to get him this interview. Mac wasn't about to squander it by mentioning that at 26, he'd been the youngest lieutenant in the Diablo's bloody history. The school bell rang, jarring him from his thoughts. First period. He wheeled his cart toward the East Wing bathrooms, always a disaster after homeroom. As he passed the bank of lockers near the art room, he noticed a student slumped against the wall, hood pulled low over his face. Truancy wasn't Mac's problem. He kept walking. Hey janitor man. Mac paused, considered ignoring the call, then turned slowly. The kid, 15, maybe 16, was watching him with narrowed eyes. Something in that gaze was unsettlingly familiar. Got a name? The boy asked, chin tilted in challenge. Mac, he answered, voice rusty from disuse. Shouldn't you be in class? The boy shrugged. Shouldn't you be emptying trash cans instead of asking questions? The disrespect didn't bother Mac. Nothing much did anymore. But something about this kid caught his attention. The defensive posture, the too cool facade hiding something vulnerable, the fresh bruise blooming on his right cheekbone. What happened to your face? Mac asked before he could stop himself. The boy's hand flew to his cheek, then dropped quickly. Nothing. That's one hell of a nothing. A beat of silence stretched between them. Then, Jordan Cruz, the boy finally offered. That's my name. Mac nodded once, then continued pushing his cart down the hallway. He could feel Jordan's eyes on his back. Later that afternoon, Mac was cleaning graffiti off the boy's bathroom wall when Jordan appeared in the doorway. The tag was fresh, still tacky under Mac's chemical-soaked rag. 3 interlinked diamonds with a crown above them. Mac recognised it immediately. The Royal Diamonds, rivals to his former gang. They'd been recruiting heavily in this neighbourhood. Nice technique, Jordan commented, watching Mac work. You're not scrubbing hard enough, though. I know what I'm doing, Mac replied, deliberately gentling his strokes. Hard scrubbing damages the paint underneath. Creates a shadow that's harder to clean next time. Jordan leaned against the sink. There's always a next time. Doesn't have to be, Jordan snorted. In this neighbourhood, please. Mac turned to look at the boy directly. You draw this? What if I did? I'd say you've got talent, but this. Mac gestured to the wall. This marks you. Makes you visible to people you don't want seeing you. Something flickered in Jordan's expression. Surprise, maybe respect. Before he could respond, shouting erupted in the hallway. 3 older boys appeared in the doorway, blocking the exit. Cruz, the tallest one called out. We've been looking for you, little man. Andre says you owe him for protection this week. Jordan's posture changed instantly. Shoulders hunched, eyes darting for escape routes. Mac recognised the look of cornered prey. I'll pay tomorrow, Jordan mumbled. Nah, today. Unless you want to end up like your buddy Miguel. The threat hung heavy in the air. Mac stood perfectly still, calculating. Every instinct told him to stay out of it. Keep his head down, stay invisible. That was the deal he'd made with himself. But then the tallest boy grabbed Jordan by the collar, slamming him against the bathroom stool, and something in Mac, something he thought long buried, snapped awake. His mop handle swept in a perfect arc, catching the bully behind the knees. The boy dropped with a surprised yelp. Before his friends could react, Mac had positioned himself between them and Jordan. School's property, Mac said calmly. Take your business elsewhere. The boys hesitated, suddenly unsure. There was something in Mac's stance, in his eyes, that didn't match the janitor uniform. Whatever, the fallen boy muttered, scrambling up. We'll catch you later, Cruz. When they'd gone, Jordan stared at Mac with new eyes. Where'd you learn to move like that? Mac didn't answer. Instead, he resumed cleaning the graffiti. his movements methodical again. After a moment he said, "That tag, it's not even right. The diamonds use 3 connected diamonds, not stacked, and the crown has 5 points, not 3. He realised his mistake immediately. Jordan's eyes widened. "How would you know that?" Mac's hand stilled on the wall. The silence stretched between them like a tightrope. "I notice things," he finally said. "Part of the job. Now get to class." As Jordan reluctantly left, Mac stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. The face looking back was lined with regret. Fatigue etched around eyes that had seen too much. He'd revealed too much. Broken his own rule of invisibility. Something about Jordan Cruz reminded him painfully of another boy, one who'd stood at a similar crossroads decades ago and chosen wrong. That afternoon, Mac received a summons to Principal Simmons' office. As he sat across from her desk, he already knew what was coming. "Mr. DeLeon," she began, peering at him over reading glasses, "we had an incident report today involving you and some students in the bathroom." "I was cleaning graffiti," he said. "Some boys came in to hassle another student. I suggested they leave." Principal Simmons studied him. "The report suggests you did more than suggest." "No one was hurt." "That's not the point." She removed her glasses. "You were hired with the understanding that you would have minimal interaction with students. Your background check raised concerns." Mac met her gaze steadily. "I've been here 5 years without incident. And I'd like to keep it that way." Her tone softened slightly. "Look, I understand you thought you were helping, but we have protocols for these situations. Next time, call security." Mac nodded, though they both knew security was a joke at Lincoln Heights. 2 aging rent-a-cops who spent most of their time in the parking lot smoking. As he left her office, he glimpsed Jordan waiting in a chair outside. Their eyes met briefly before Mac looked away. He'd made a mistake getting involved. He wouldn't make it again. But as he pushed his mop down the empty hallway after final bell, he knew it was already too late. For the first time in 5 years, someone at Lincoln Heights had really seen him, and Mac had seen something worth saving. Dawn broke grey and sullen over Lincoln Heights as Mac unlocked the service entrance. 3 weeks had passed since the bathroom incident. 3 weeks of deliberate avoidance, of taking different halls when he spotted Jordan, of ignoring the boy's occasional attempts to engage him. Better this way. Safer. But the graffiti had been getting worse. More diamonds tags. More territorial markings. Something was building in the neighbourhood. Mac recognised the signs from his former life. Rival gangs establishing boundaries. Recruiting drives. The pressure cooker of the streets heating up. He was buffing the main hallway floor when Jordan appeared, seemingly from nowhere. "You've been dodging me," the boy said, hands stuffed in his pockets. Mac kept the buffer moving. "Not my job to talk to students." "But it is your job to step in when someone's getting beat down in the bathroom," Jordan challenged. Mac shut off the machine. The sudden silence amplified his sigh. "What do you want, Jordan?" "I want to know how you knew about the diamonds tag. How you moved like that with the mop. You're not just some janitor, are you?" "Yes, I am," Mac's voice hardened. "And you need to focus on being a student instead of tagging walls and getting into trouble." Jordan's laugh was bitter. "Yeah, because a diploma's going to change everything, right? Make the diamonds leave me alone, pay my mum's medical bills, get us out of the projects." Mac studied the boy. The bruise on his cheek had faded, but new tension lined his young face. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. "You're not sleeping," Mac observed. Jordan shrugged. "Diamonds have been coming around our building, recruiting hard. My cousin joined up last year. They expect me to follow." "And what do you want?" The question seemed to catch Jordan off guard. He looked away. "Doesn't matter what I want." "Always matters," Mac said quietly, "even when it seems like it doesn't." The first bell rang, saving Jordan from having to respond. But as he turned to go, he paused. "I've been watching you. The way you move. The way you're always aware of exits, of who's coming in a room. The way you never turn your back to an open door, a beat. My dad moved the same way, before he went to prison. Mac's expression remained neutral, but his heart hammered against his ribs. Jordan was too observant for his own good. Your father teach you how to use those? Mac nodded toward Jordan's hands, knuckles scabbed and split from fighting. Jordan flexed his fingers. Nah, that I learned on my own. He hesitated. Could use some pointers, though. Go to class, Jordan. For the rest of the day, Mac felt unsettled. The boy had seen too much, was asking dangerous questions. Getting involved would violate his probation, could cost him his job, could drag him back into a world he'd barely escaped. As he gathered trash from the art room after school, Ms. Reyes, the guidance counsellor, was erasing the whiteboard. Jordan Cruz turned in a project today, she remarked without turning round. First assignment he's completed all semester. Mac grunted noncommittally. It was a self-portrait, she continued. Interesting piece. He drew himself holding a mop like a staff, like some kind of urban warrior monk. Now she did turn, fixing Mac with a knowing look. Any idea why? No. Ms. Reyes smiled slightly. He's a good kid, you know. Smart. Sees things others miss. Just needs someone to believe in him. She gathered her things. Have a good evening, Mr. de Leon. Outside, the November air bit through Mac's worn jacket as he headed for the bus stop. 3 blocks from school, he noticed a black SUV crawling alongside him. The window rolled down. Yo, Killer Mac. Long time. Mac's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. Hector Bones Delgado, former leader of the Eastside Diablos, his old boss. Don't call me that, Mac said without stopping. That's not who I am anymore. Bones chuckled. Once a Diablo, always a Diablo, homie. Get in. Let's talk. Nothing to talk about. The SUV accelerated, cutting him off. Bones stepped out. Older now, heavier, but still radiating menace. Gold gleamed on his fingers and around his neck. That how you treat family after all these years? Bones spread his arms. I heard you were working at that school. Couldn't believe it. My boy, mopping up after these children. It's honest work, Mac said tightly. Is it now? Bones circled him slowly. Thing is, people been talking, saying you broke up something between some diamonds and a kid at the school, saying you might be taking an interest in local business again. I'm clean, just doing my job. Bones nodded thoughtfully. See, that's good, because the diamonds have been pushing into our territory again, getting bold, and if they thought they had someone like the legendary killer Mac on their side. He let the implication hang. I'm not on anyone's side, Mac insisted, and I'm not that person anymore. We'll see. Bones clapped him on the shoulder. Just remember who you really are, Mac. Who your real family is. You start forgetting. I might have to remind the authorities about certain cases that never got solved. The threat was clear. Stay away from me, Mac said, and stay away from the school. Bones laughed. Still giving orders like a lieutenant. I like that. He climbed back into the SUV. I'll be seeing you, Mac. That night, Mac couldn't sleep. The encounter with Bones had awakened old fears, old instincts. He thought he'd buried that life. Now he realised he'd only been hiding from it. The next morning, Mac found Jordan waiting by the service entrance. Teach me, Jordan said without preamble. Teach you what? How to defend myself, for real. Not just street fighting. I know you know how. Mac shook his head. Not happening. Why not? Jordan stepped closer, desperate. The diamonds came to my apartment last night. Said I have until the end of the week to join up. His voice cracked slightly. They said they'd hurt my mom if I don't. Mac closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, decision crystallized. Meet me in the gym after last bell. Don't tell anyone. Later, as Mac showed Jordan how to hold his hands, protect your face, your center line, how to stand, balanced, knees soft, ready to move. He felt something he hadn't in years. Purpose. Fighting's the last resort, Mac explained, demonstrating a simple block. First is awareness. Second is avoidance. You only fight when you have no other choice. Is that what you did? Jordan asked, mimicking the movement. When you were whatever you were before? Mac's jaw tightened. Number. And that's why I ended up in prison. He adjusted Jordan's stance. I'm teaching you so you don't make my mistakes. For the first time, a genuine smile crossed Jordan's face. So you admit it. You were somebody. I was nobody, Mac corrected. Just another fool who thought violence made him a man. He handed Jordan a mop. Now show me that block again, with this. As Jordan practiced, Mac watched the boy's reflections in the gym's wall of mirrors. So much anger in that small frame. So much potential. But also, something Mac recognised from his own youth. A desperate hunger to be seen. To matter. Why are you helping me now? Jordan asked later as they put away the equipment. Mac considered the question carefully. Because someone should have helped me when I was your age. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was enough for now. The winter rain hammered against the gymnasium skylight as Mac demonstrated another technique with the mop handle. 2 months of these after-school sessions had transformed Jordan, not just physically, but in his bearing. The boy stood straighter, met people's eyes. His grades had improved enough that Ms. Reyes had taken notice, cornering Mac in the hallway. Whatever you're doing, she'd said quietly, it's working, but be careful. Principal Simmons is watching. The warning had sent a chill through Mac. He'd been discreet, but he knew he was violating her explicit instructions about student interaction. If she reported him, his parole officer would be notified. Best case, he'd lose his job. Worst case, back to prison. But every time he considered ending these sessions, he remembered the look in Jordan's eyes that first day. And he remembered another boy, himself, who'd been throwing away his life by 15 because no one had ever shown him another way. Your footwork's improving, Mac noted as Jordan perfectly executed a sidestep maneuver. Jordan grinned, breathless. Been practicing at home. With the mop I gave you? Yeah. My mum thinks I've gone crazy. Suddenly volunteering to clean the apartment. They shared a laugh, a sound Mac realised had been absent from his life for far too long. Hey, Jordan said, suddenly serious. There's something I need to tell you. The diamonds. They came around again last night. Mac's hand stilled on his own mop. What happened? Nothing big, just talking trash. But their leader, Andre, he mentioned you. What did he say? Jordan looked uncomfortable. He asked if I knew who you really were, said you used to run with the Diablos, called you Killer Mac. The old nickname hung in the air between them. Mac turned away, focusing on the rain streaming down the skylight. Is it true? Jordan's voice was quiet. A long silence stretched. Finally Mac nodded once. You killed people? Mac faced the boy. I did a lot of things I can't take back. So you were in prison? That's why you're a janitor now. 8 years, Mac confirmed. Got out 5 years ago. This job was part of my parole. Jordan absorbed this. That's why you know all this stuff. Why you move the way you do. I learned to fight in prison, to survive. Before that, I was just a thug with a gun. Thought it made me powerful. Mac's voice hardened. Nothing heroic about it, Jordan. Nothing to admire. What did you do to get locked up? Aggravated assault, conspiracy, racketeering. Mac looked directly at Jordan. I hurt people, for money, for respect, for a family that forgot about me the minute I went inside. Jordan was silent for a moment. But you changed. I try to. Every day. Jordan picked up his mop again, twirled it absently. My dad got 10 years. Armed robbery. Mum says he'll be out next year, but... He shrugged. He stopped writing 3 years ago. Mac understood. Prison changed you, hollowed you out. Some men never found their way back. That why you're teaching me this stuff? Jordan asked. So I don't end up like him, like you were? Partly. What's the other part? Mac considered the question. Redemption, maybe, he finally said. Trying to put some good back in the world to balance the bad I've done. The gym door banged open, startling them both. Principal Simmons stood in the doorway, her expression thunderous. "Mr. de Leon, my office, now." Her gaze shifted to Jordan. "Mr. Cruz, go home." Jordan started to protest, but Mac shook his head slightly. The boy gathered his things and left, shooting Mac a worried glance. In her office, Principal Simmons didn't mince words. "I explicitly told you to minimize contact with students," she paced behind her desk. "Now I find you've been conducting some kind of martial arts class with a student with disciplinary issues." "I've been helping him," Mac said quietly. "You've been overstepping." She stopped pacing. "Do I need to remind you of the conditions of your employment here? Of your background?" "No." Jordan Cruz has a file 3 inches thick. Fighting, truancy, suspected gang affiliations, and you think teaching him combat skills is helping? "They're defensive skills," Mac corrected. "And yes, it is helping. His grades are up. He's staying out of trouble." Principal Simmons sat down heavily. "Mr. de Leon, I took a chance hiring you, against better judgment, against policy, because your parole officer convinced me everyone deserves a second chance." She sighed. "Don't make me regret it." "Jordan's a good kid," Mac insisted. "He just needs someone to believe in him." "That's not your job," she shot back. "You're the janitor." The words stung more than Mac wanted to admit. "I'm also the only adult male in his life who gives a damn what happens to him." Principal Simmons studied him for a long moment. "This stops. Now, or I'll have to let you go, and report the violation to your parole officer." Her expression softened slightly. "I'm sorry, Mr. de Leon, but I'm responsible for the safety of every student in this building." Mac nodded stiffly and left. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the world washed and gleaming under streetlights. Mac pulled his collar up against the chill and headed for the bus stop. His mind raced with the implications of Principal Simmons' ultimatum. Losing this job meant likely returning to prison for parole violation. But abandoning Jordan now... He was so lost in thought he didn't notice the black SUV until it cut across his path. 4 men emerged, surrounding him. Bones stepped out last. "We need to talk, Mac," Bones said, gesturing toward the vehicle. "Get in." "Not interested." One of the men moved closer. Mac recognized him. Andre, leader of the local diamond set. "What is this?" Mac demanded. "Since when do Diablos roll with diamonds?" Bones smiled coldly. "Times change. Territories merge. The diamonds have agreed to come under my organization. One big happy family now." "Still not interested." "Thing is," Bones continued as if Mac hadn't spoken, "we've been watching you, getting cozy with that Cruz kid, teaching him things." His smile vanished. "After I specifically told you to stay in your lane." "Jordan's got nothing to do with any of this." Andre stepped forward. "Kid's got everything to do with it. His cousin's one of my best soldiers. Family business." "He doesn't want any part of it," Mac said. "Not his choice," Andre sneered. "Besides, we already got plans for him. Special first assignment all picked out." Something in Andre's tone made Mac's blood run cold. "What assignment?" Bones and Andre exchanged glances. "Let's just say there's a certain school janitor who's been causing problems. Needs to be dealt with." Bones spread his hands. "Poetic, right? The kid takes out the man trying to save him. He won't do it." "He will when his mama's life depends on it," Andre said casually. Rage, an emotion Mac thought he'd buried years ago, surged through him. His hands curled into fists. Bones noticed. "There he is. Killer Mac. I knew he was still in there somewhere." He signalled to his men. "Take him for a ride. Remind him what happens to people who don't know their place." The first punch caught Mac in the stomach. He doubled over, years of prison-honed instincts taking over. He blocked the second blow, countered with an elbow strike that sent one attacker sprawling, but there were too many. A blow to the kidney brought him to his knees. Another split his lip. As consciousness faded, his last thought was of Jordan. The fluorescent lights of the emergency room buzzed overhead as Mac winced through the physician's examination. 3 cracked ribs, facial contusions, possible concussion. The doctor's voice seemed to come from very far away. "You're lucky someone found you," she was saying. "Exposure could have been as dangerous as the beating in this weather." Mac nodded absently. The someone had been Ms. Reyes, driving home late after a parent-teacher conference. She'd spotted him in the gutter 2 blocks from school and called 911. "I've notified the police," the doctor continued. "They'll want to take a statement." "No police," Mac said immediately. She frowned. "Sir, you were assaulted." "I fell," Mac insisted, "slipped on the ice." The doctor's scepticism was clear, but she didn't push. "You should stay overnight for observation." "Can't, need to get home." Truth was, he needed to find Jordan, warn him. But as he struggled to sit up, the room spun violently. Maybe a few hours rest first. When he woke, daylight was streaming through the hospital window. He'd slept through the night. Panic gripped him as he checked the clock. 11:43 a.m. Jordan would be at school. Vulnerable. Mac signed himself out against medical advice, ignoring the protests of the nursing staff. Every breath sent sharp pain through his ribcage as he caught a bus to Lincoln Heights. The school was ominously quiet when he arrived. No Jordan in his usual spots. Mac tried the cafeteria, the library, even risked a quick check of the boys' locker. Nothing. In desperation, he knocked on Ms. Reyes' office door. "Mr. de Leon," she stood quickly, shock registering at his battered appearance. "You should be in the hospital." "Jordan Cruz," Mac rasped. "Need to find him." Her expression changed. "He's not here. Didn't show up today. I called his mother, but there was no answer." Fear seized Mac's chest. "I need his address." "I can't give you that information," she said gently. "You know that." "Please." Mac rarely begged for anything. "He is in danger." Ms. Reyes studied him for a long moment. Then she turned to her computer and wrote something on a slip of paper. "If anyone asks, you never got this from me." The projects were 15 blocks from school, a maze of identical brick buildings with broken elevators and graffiti-covered hallways. Mac found Jordan's building and climbed 6 flights of stairs, each step an agony for his injured ribs. Apartment 613. He knocked, then pounded when there was no answer. Finally the door cracked open. Jordan's mother, thin, exhausted, with the same wary eyes as her son, peered out. "Mrs. Cruz? I'm Mac de Leon from Lincoln Heights. Jordan's ... What was he? Teacher? Mentor? Friend? I work at Jordan's school." "He's not here," she said flatly. "Left last night, didn't come home." Mac's heart sank. Did he say where he was going? She shook her head. His cousin came by, Andre. They argued, then Jordan took off. Her eyes filled with tears. "I'm scared for him. Andre's bad news, into all kinds of things." Mac hesitated, then made a decision. "Mrs. Cruz, Jordan's been spending time with me after school, learning self-defense, talking about his future." He swallowed hard. "I think he might be in trouble. Real trouble." Her expression hardened. "Why should I trust you, looking like that?" She gestured to his battered face. "Because I know what the gangs want from Jordan. I know because..." Mac took a deep breath. "Because I used to be in one. Before prison. Before I changed my life." To his surprise, she nodded slowly. "Jordan told me. Said you were teaching him to be better than that life." Her voice broke slightly. "Said you were the only one who believed he could be." Mac blinked back unexpected tears. "I need to find him. Before he does something he can't take back." Mrs. Cruz disappeared deeper into the apartment, returning with a piece of paper. "He left this. Wouldn't tell me what it meant." It was a crude map. Mac recognised the area immediately. An abandoned warehouse near the river. Former Diablo's territory. The perfect place for an initiation, or an execution. "I'll bring him home," Mac promised. The warehouse loomed against the twilight sky, its broken windows like empty eye sockets staring down at Mac. Pain radiated through his body with each careful step. He wasn't ready for this, not physically, but time wasn't on his side. From inside, faint voices echoed. Mac found a side entrance, easing through rusted doors into the cavernous space. Hiding behind a stack of rotting pallets, he assessed the situation. In the centre of the warehouse, illuminated by portable floodlights, stood Jordan. Surrounding him in a loose circle were 8 gang members, a mix of diamonds and diablos. Andre stood directly before the boy, holding out what appeared to be a gun. "Time to prove yourself," Andre was saying. "One shot, that's all it takes." "And if I don't?" Jordan's voice was steady, but Mac could hear the fear underneath. Bones stepped forward. "Then we visit your mama. Simple choice." Mac's mind raced. Even at full strength, he couldn't take on 8 armed gang members, but he couldn't let Jordan make this choice either. Time slowed as Jordan reached for the gun. Mac saw the boy's hand trembling, saw his eyes wide with terror and indecision. "Jordan," Mac called, stepping out from his hiding place. "Don't do this." All heads whipped toward him. Jordan's face registered shock, then relief, then terror again. "Mac, what are you doing here?" "Looking for you." Mac moved forward slowly, hands raised. "You don't have to do this, Jordan." Andre's laugh was ugly. "Look who dragged himself off the pavement. Killer Mac himself coming to save the day." "This isn't his fight," Mac said, eyes locked on Jordan. "Let him go. I'm the one you want." Bone stepped forward. "Actually, this is exactly his fight. His initiation. Kill or be killed. That's gang life." He gestured expansively. "You taught him all those fancy moves. Let's see if they pay off." Jordan looked from the gun to Mac, conflict raging across his young face. "Whatever they're threatening," Mac said quietly, "it's not worth your soul, kid." "Shut up!" Andre shoved the gun closer to Jordan. "Take it. Do it now or we go to your mum's place next." In that moment, Mac saw something change in Jordan's eyes. A decision. A hardening. The boy took the gun. "That's it," Andre coaxed. "One shot, right between the eyes, just like we practiced." Jordan raised the weapon, pointing it at Mac. His hand shook violently. "It's okay," Mac said softly. "I understand." Jordan's finger moved to the trigger. Mac closed his eyes. The shot never came. Instead, there was a clatter as the gun hit the concrete floor. "No," Jordan said, his voice stronger than Mac had ever heard it. "I won't." Silence fell over the warehouse. Then Andre lunged for the dropped weapon. Before he could reach it, Jordan executed a perfect sidekick, just as Mac had taught him, catching Andre in the chest. The gangbanger stumbled back, wheezing. Chaos erupted. 2 diamonds rushed Jordan while Bones and the others turned on Mac. Despite his injuries, prison-honed instincts took over. Mac blocked a wild swing, countered with an elbow strike to the throat, dodged another attacker, used his momentum to send him crashing into a stack of crates. Through the melee, he glimpsed Jordan holding his own against Andre, blocking, countering, just as they'd practiced in the gym. Pride surged through Mac, followed immediately by terror as he saw Bones pull a knife. "Jordan, look out!" The warning came too late. Bones lunged, blade flashing in the floodlights. Jordan twisted, avoiding a fatal blow, but the knife still caught him across the shoulder. He cried out, falling to one knee. Bones raised the knife for a killing strike. Something primal exploded in Mac's chest. He roared, a sound more animal than human, and charged, ignoring the pain screaming through his injured body. He slammed into Bones with all his remaining strength, driving them both to the ground. The knife clattered away. Bones writhed beneath him, cursing. Mac pinned him, fist raised. One punch, then another. Years of bottled rage finding release. Every blow felt like vindication, like justice. "Mac, stop!" Jordan's voice penetrated the haze of violence. "You'll kill him!" The words cut through Mac's fury like ice water. He froze, fist still raised, breathing hard. Bones lay beneath him, bloodied and semi-conscious. Kill him. The words echoed. Killer Mac. The monster he'd been. The monster he'd sworn never to be again. Slowly, Mac lowered his fist and stood on shaky legs. Around them, the fight had stopped. The other gang members stared, uncertain, many already backing toward exits. "It's over," Mac said, voice raw. "Jordan's out, we both are." Andre laughed weakly from where he'd fallen. "Nobody gets out. You know that better than anyone, killer. Watch us." Mac helped Jordan to his feet, examining the knife wound. Not too deep, but bleeding steadily. "We need to get you to a hospital." As they limped toward the exit, Bones' voice, slurred but venomous, followed them. "This isn't finished, Mac. You're dead. The kid's dead. His mother too." Mac paused, turned. "You come near either of them again, and I'll go back to prison for something worth doing." The cold certainty in his voice silenced even Bones. Outside, the night air was sharp with coming snow. Jordan leaned heavily against Mac, both supporting each other. "Why'd you come?" Jordan asked, wincing as they navigated the uneven pavement. "Couldn't let you throw your life away," Mac answered simply. "Not when mine's already wasted." "It's not wasted," Jordan said fiercely. "You saved me." Mac didn't respond. His mind was racing ahead. The threats weren't idle. Bones would retaliate. And now, because of Mac, both Jordan and his mother had targets on their backs. As they waited in the ER for Jordan's wound to be stitched, Mac made a call he'd hoped never to make again. His parole officer answered on the third ring. "Jenkins, it's Mac de Leon." A pause. "Mac? It's almost midnight. What's wrong?" "I need help. Not for me, for a kid and his mother." Briefly, Mac outlined the situation, leaving out his own involvement in the warehouse fight. Jenkins sighed heavily. "Jesus, Mac, you know I can't." "Please," Mac interrupted. "I'm begging you. This kid deserves a chance." Another long pause. There might be something. A witness protection program for juveniles involved in gang activity. But it would mean relocating, new city, new identities. Would his mother be included? Yes. But Mac, this is serious. There's an extensive vetting process, and the kid would need to testify against the gangs, names, operations, everything. Mac looked across the waiting room where Jordan sat, shoulder freshly bandaged, eyes hollow with exhaustion. "He'll do it. I'll make sure of it." The next morning they picked up Mrs. Cruz and drove to the police station in Jenkins' car. Jordan was quiet, working through the implications of what lay ahead. His mother alternated between tears and stoic determination. Detective Ramirez, a veteran of the gang unit, listened impassively as Jordan detailed everything he knew about the Diamonds and Diablos. Names, drug houses, territory, the merger between the gangs, the attempted forced initiation. "And you're willing to testify to all this?" Ramirez asked when Jordan finished. The boy glanced at Mac, who nodded encouragingly. "Yes," Jordan said firmly. "I'll do whatever it takes to get my mum somewhere safe." "It won't be easy," Ramirez warned. "New city, new names, no contact with anyone from your past." "I understand." Mrs. Cruz gripped her son's hand. "We'll be together. That's what matters." After hours of statements and paperwork, Jenkins drove them to a hotel where they would stay until the formal arrangements were made. As Mac prepared to leave, Jordan pulled him aside. "What about you?" the boy asked. "Bones will come after you too," Mac shrugged. "I can handle myself." "Come with us," Jordan urged. "Start fresh somewhere too." The offer touched something deep in Mac's soul, but he shook his head. "Can't. Parole terms. Besides," he managed a small smile, "someone's got to keep those school hallways clean." Jordan's eyes filled with tears. "I won't even get to say goodbye." "This isn't goodbye," Mac said firmly. "It's just the beginning of your real life." He pulled the boy into a careful hug, mindful of his injured shoulder. "Remember what I taught you," Mac whispered. "Not just the fighting, the living, head up, eyes forward, one good choice at a time." As he walked away, Mac felt lighter than he had in years. For the first time since prison, he had a purpose beyond mere survival. He had made a difference. Just one life. But maybe that was enough. Lincoln Heights felt empty without Jordan. 3 months had passed since he and his mother had entered the witness protection program. 3 months of Mac jumping at shadows, waiting for Bones' retaliation. But nothing had come. The silence was almost worse than an attack. Mac continued his routine. Arrive before dawn, clean the halls, avoid unnecessary interaction. But now there was a hollow space in his chest where purpose had briefly resided. Ms. Reyes caught him in the east hallway one afternoon. "You miss him," she observed. "Not a question." Mac grunted non-committally. "He left something for you." She handed over a folded piece of paper. Found it in his locker after he transferred. Mac waited until his lunch break to read it in the privacy of the boiler room. "Mac, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. Mum and I are getting a fresh start somewhere thanks to you. Detective Ramirez says I can't tell you where, but it's far from here. Somewhere I can finish school without looking over my shoulder. I wanted to say thank you, not just for saving my life that night, but for showing me I had one worth saving. Before you, all I saw was dead ends. Now I see possibilities. I'm going to do something good with this second chance. Maybe become a counsellor or something. Help kids like me, like you helped me. Stay safe. I wish you could come with us. You deserve a fresh start too. Minus JPS. I left something in the gym equipment room. Bottom locker, combination 18723. That evening, Mac found a small wooden box in the locker. Inside was a handmade bracelet, simple cord with wooden beads, and another note. Made this in art class. Ms. Reyes showed me how. Something to remember me by. Stay strong, killer. Just kidding about the killer part. Mac slipped the bracelet on, throat tight with emotion. 2 days later, Principal Simmons called him to her office. Her expression was grave. "Mr. DeLeon, I've received some concerning information." She shuffled papers on her desk uncomfortably. A detective came by, asking questions about you and Jordan Cruz. Mac's heart sank. He mentioned gang activity, a warehouse incident, said you were involved. "I was helping Jordan," Mac said quietly. "He was in trouble." Principal Simmons sighed heavily. "You put yourself at risk. You put the school at risk." She looked genuinely regretful. "I'm sorry, but I have to let you go. Effective immediately." Mac nodded. He'd been expecting this. "For what it's worth," she added, "the detective also said Jordan and his mother are safe now because of you, that you likely saved his life." A pause. "I've spoken with your parole officer, explained the circumstances. He's agreed not to report this as a violation." "Thank you," Mac said, surprised. Jordan was doing better. His grades, his attendance, his attitude. She met Mac's eyes directly. "You were good for him. I just wish you'd done it differently." As Mac cleaned out his small locker in the maintenance room, Ms. Reyes appeared. "I heard," she said simply. "It's not right." Mac shrugged. "It's fair enough. I broke the rules. To save a life." She leaned against the doorframe. "What will you do now?" "Find another job, I guess. Something quiet." Ms. Reyes studied him thoughtfully. "Have you ever considered working with at-risk youth? Officially, I mean." Mac laughed bitterly. "Ex-con with gang ties. Not exactly who parents want around their kids." "Maybe not," she acknowledged. "But there's a community centre in Westdale. They run a program for teens from the projects. Boxing, mentorship, tutoring. The director is unconventional. Believes in second chances." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because what you did for Jordan wasn't a mistake," she said firmly. "It was a calling." She pressed a business card into his hand before leaving. Mac stared at it for a long moment. Second Chance Youth Centre. Marcus Freeman, Director. He pocketed the card. Something to think about, at least. That night, walking home from the bus stop, Mac sensed he was being followed. He ducked down an alleyway, pressing himself against the wall, waiting. Sure enough, footsteps approached. Bones appeared at the alley entrance, alone. "Been looking for you, Mac." "Here I am," Mac replied calmly, though his heart hammered against his ribs. "Let's get this over with." To Mac's surprise, Bones laughed. Always ready for a fight. Some things never change. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Mac, who declined. "Heard you got fired." "News travels fast. I got eyes everywhere." Bones lit his cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his scarred face. "The cruise kid. He's gone. Witness protection, I hear." Mac said nothing. "Gave up a lot of information," Bones continued. "Enough to cause me serious problems. Raids, arrests, had to shut down 3 operations." "Sounds like a personal problem." Bones chuckled. "You know what's funny? I respect it. Kid had balls, standing up like that." He blew out a stream of smoke. "Reminds me of you back in the day." Mac tensed, waiting for the attack he was sure would come. "Relax," Bones said. "I'm not here to settle scores." "Then why are you here?" Bones took another long drag. "To tell you we're even." The kid's testimony hurt, but most of what he knew was low-level stuff. Andre's crew, not my main operations. He flicked ash onto the pavement. "Besides, I'm getting out." "Out? Of the life?" Mac couldn't hide his skepticism. "Getting too old for this shit. Too many young wolves nipping at my heels." Bones shrugged. "Got family in Arizona. Legitimate business opportunities. It's time." "Why tell me this?" "Because I want you to know you don't need to keep looking over your shoulder." Bones studied Mac thoughtfully. "You know, I always wondered why you changed. In prison. What made Killer Mac turn into—" He gestured vaguely. "Whatever you are now." Mac considered the question. "I got tired," he finally said. "Tired of the fear, the anger, tired of hating myself for the things I'd done." He met Bones's gaze directly. "Aren't you tired, Hector?" Something flashed across Bones's face. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding. "Yeah," he admitted quietly. "I am." They stood in silence for a moment. 2 men who had walked similar paths, now finding themselves at different crossroads. "One more thing," Bones said, reaching into his jacket. Mac tensed, but Bones merely pulled out an envelope. "From the cruise kid's mother. Found its way to me. Thought you should have it." Mac took the envelope cautiously. "We're done, Mac," Bones said, dropping his cigarette and crushing it under his heel. "Live your life. I'll live mine. Far away from each other." After Bones left, Mac opened the envelope with trembling fingers. Inside was a photograph and a short note in unfamiliar handwriting. "Mr. De Leon, I know I shouldn't be sending this, but I had to thank you. Jordan is doing well. We both are. He's on the honour roll at his new school. Talks about becoming a counsellor someday. He still practices those moves you taught him. Says they help him focus. Remind him of what matters. I don't know if anyone's ever thanked you for turning your life around, for becoming the man you are now instead of the man you were. So I'm thanking you. Not just for saving my son's life, but for showing him how to live it with dignity. Maria Cruz." The photograph showed Jordan in what looked like a school gymnasium, proudly holding up a certificate of some kind. His smile was wide, genuine, free of the shadows that had haunted him in Lincoln Heights. Mac traced the image with his fingertip, then carefully folded the note and photo, tucking them into his wallet. The next morning, Mac called the number on Ms. Reyes's card. Marcus Freeman agreed to meet him that afternoon at the Second Chance Youth Centre. The building was nothing special, a converted warehouse with fresh paint and a small basketball court out front. Inside, teenagers practiced boxing in a makeshift ring. Others worked at computers along one wall. In a corner, a group sat in a circle, talking quietly with a counsellor. Marcus Freeman was not what Mac expected. Mid-50s with greying dreadlocks and glasses, he had the build of a former athlete gone slightly soft with age. His handshake was firm. Ms. Reyes told me about you, Freeman said, leading Mac on a tour. Said you helped a kid get out of the game, at considerable personal cost. I just did what needed doing, Mac replied. Freeman studied him thoughtfully. You know what we do here? Work with at-risk kids, keep them out of gangs. That's part of it. Freeman stopped, gesturing around the centre. But our real work is redemption, theirs and ours. Yours? Freeman rolled up his sleeve, revealing a faded prison tattoo. 10 years for armed robbery. Got out, got educated, got purpose. He smiled slightly. Most of our staff have similar stories. We believe those who've walked through the fire are best equipped to lead others away from it. For the first time in months, Mac felt something stir in his chest. Possibility, purpose, a way forward. I'm not a counsellor, he warned, not educated. But you know the streets, know the life, know how to leave it behind. Freeman handed Mac an application. Start as a volunteer, 3 months probation. If it works out, we'll talk about a permanent position. What would I be doing? Teaching kids to defend themselves for starters. I hear you're good with a mop handle. Freeman winked, and Mac realised Ms. Reyes had told him everything. But mostly, you'd be showing them there's another way, by example. Mac filled out the application on the spot. 6 months later, Mac stood in the centre's boxing ring, demonstrating a defensive stance to a group of teenagers. His movements were confident, his voice clear as he explained the principles behind the technique. It's not about winning fights, he told them. It's about having the discipline not to get into them in the first place. After class, he checked his office mailbox. Inside was a small package with no return address. He opened it carefully. A handmade wooden plaque. Carved into its surface were the words, dedicated to those who sweep away the darkness to reveal the light, and below that simply, thank you, Mac. -J. Mac hung the plaque in his small office. Every morning when he arrived, he touched it briefly, a reminder of the boy who had helped save him just as much as he had saved the boy. Sometimes redemption comes not in grand gestures but in simple acts of faith, in believing someone can be more than their worst mistakes, in clearing a path for them to walk towards something better, in showing them how to sweep away the darkness to reveal the light. Mac had been given a second chance. Now he was paying it forward, one kid at a time, and somewhere in another city, under another name, Jordan Cruz was doing the same. Endgame revival, a chess odyssey. Rafael Velez squinted through his loupe at the intricate gears of the vintage Patek Philippe, his fingers steady despite the phantom tremor that sometimes haunted his left hand on anniversary days. 20 years since Moscow, 20 years since the match that had dismantled not just his chess career, but the architecture of his identity. Outside his small repair shop in San Antonio, rain pelted the windows in erratic patterns. Not unlike the unconventional opening he'd pioneered, the Velez counterattack, now relegated to dusty chess journals and obscure online forums. He'd chosen horology as his second act with deliberate irony. Controlling time in miniature after time control had been his undoing. The bell above the door jangled and Raphael didn't look up. "Shop's closed," he muttered, adjusting a hairspring with microscopic precision. "Even for an old friend," the voice carried the unmistakable cadence of the South Side. Raphael removed his loupe, blinking away the magnified world of wheels and balances. Damon Watts stood before him, greyer, heavier, but with the same calculating eyes that had once made him the terror of Washington Square Park's chess tables. "We were never friends, Damon," Raphael said, returning to the watch. "Fair enough. Respected adversaries, then." Damon pulled out a phone and placed it on the counter. "You've gone viral, old man." Raphael frowned at the device as if it might bite. On screen, a compilation video played, "The Forgotten Genius of Rafael Velez." His younger self moved pieces with liquid confidence, dismantling grandmasters with bewildering combinations that had commentators stammering. The video had 3 million views. Internet nostalgia, Raphael dismissed. Next month they'll resurrect some other relic. My kids at the centre won't shut up about you. They analyse your games like religious texts. Damon pocketed the phone. I run a chess program at Southside Community Centre now. These kids, they've got talent but no direction. No real mentor. Raphael snorted. I repair watches, Damon. I don't repair people. Just one session. The district championship is next month. They're good, but they're raw. Find another grandmaster. There are plenty in Texas. None with your particular experience of falling from grace and surviving it. Damon's words cut through Raphael's practiced indifference. These kids come from nothing. They need someone who understands that sometimes the board takes everything. After Damon left, Raphael returned to the Patek Philippe, but his focus was fractured. The video had awakened something, not ambition or regret, but a cognitive itch. The tactile memory of ivory beneath his fingers, the gravitational pull of 32 pieces waiting for animation. He'd vowed never to return to chess after Viktor Karpov and Raphael's own manager, Alessandro, had orchestrated his unravelling, feeding his opponent information about Raphael's preparation, exploiting his insomnia, arranging accidental disturbances before crucial games. The betrayal had been so complete, so precisely targeted at his psychological vulnerabilities, that when Raphael finally understood the depth of their collusion during Game 7, something fundamental had broken inside him. 2 days later, Raphael found himself standing outside the community centre, watching through a window as a girl with tight braids and intense concentration demolished her opponent with ruthless efficiency. Her technique was undisciplined but fearless. She sacrificed material with the confidence of someone who'd already calculated 10 moves ahead. Inside, Damon introduced him. This is Isabella Ruiz. Izzy, meet Rafael Velez. The girl's eyes narrowed. The one who quit. Raphael felt a surprising sting. The one who moved on. Is there a difference? She gestured to the board. Show me something worth learning or don't waste my time. The other teens, Marcus with his nervous energy, Deshawn with his sceptical eyebrow, Lucia with her careful notebook, watched as Raphael sat. He hadn't touched a chess piece in public for 2 decades, but his fingers found the familiar contours of the knight without hesitation. Reset the board, he said quietly. I'll show you how to see 3 moves deeper than you currently do. After the session, Damon walked him out. You're rusty, but still brilliant. They're underprepared for the district championship, Raphael replied. Izzy especially. All intuition, no discipline. She telegraphs her attacks. So you'll come back Thursday? Raphael hesitated. I'll bring some books on endgame theory. That night, for the first time in years, Raphael dreamed not of his defeat, but of the Velez counterattack. The opening he'd created but never fully explored, abandoned when he'd abandoned everything else. In the dream, the pieces moved with newfound patterns, revealing variations he'd never considered. He woke at 3 a.m. and did something he'd sworn never to do again. He set up a chessboard. By morning, his apartment floor was littered with papers covered in notation. The Velez counterattack had evolved, adapted to modern theory. It was no longer just a surprise weapon, but a viable, sophisticated opening system. That Thursday, he brought no books to the community centre. Instead, he showed Izzy and the others the evolved counterattack. This isn't in any book, Izzy said, studying the position. Because I created it yesterday, Raphael replied, and now I'm giving it to you. Something changed in Izzy's expression, skepticism giving way to wary respect. Why would you give away your secret weapon? Raphael moved a pawn, creating an asymmetrical structure that violated conventional wisdom, yet contained hidden harmonies. Because the board gives back what you put into it, he said, surprising himself with the answer. 20 years ago, I forgot that. Over the following weeks, Raphael found himself drawn deeper into the team's preparation. He arrived earlier, stayed later. He created personalised training regimens for each student, identifying their unique strengths: Marcus's defensive brilliance, Deshawn's tactical vision, Lucia's positional instinct, and Izzy's raw, untamed genius. The district championship approached, and Raphael realised with alarm that he'd begun to care about the outcome. He'd begun to care about these kids. When had the protective numbness started to recede? The night before the tournament, Raphael received an email from an address he didn't recognise. The subject line, "Long time, old friend." The message was from Viktor Karpov, still world champion after all these years. "I've seen the videos of your protégé," Karpov wrote. "Reminds me of you before Moscow. Raw, undisciplined, but touched by fire. I'll be in San Antonio next month for an exhibition. Perhaps we could provide these young players some inspiration with a friendly game, for old time's sake." Raphael's hands trembled as they hadn't in years. The last time he'd seen Karpov was across the board in Moscow, the moment he'd realised the depth of the betrayal. Karpov's eyes had held not triumph but pity, somehow worse than gloating. The district championship arrived, and Raphael watched his team perform beyond expectations. Izzy blazed through her matches, the evolved counterattack bewildering her opponents. When they took the championship, Raphael felt something crack open inside him. Not the breaking of 20 years prior, but a fissure letting light into long dark places. After the celebration, he showed Izzy the email. "You have to do it," she said immediately. "You don't understand what he took from me." Izzy's eyes hardened. "I understand that as long as you're afraid to face him, he still has it." The truth of her words resonated in chambers of himself Raphael had long sealed off. That night he replied to Karpov with a single word: "Yes." The community centre buzzed with nervous energy as Raphael arranged pieces on the demonstration board. Marcus fidgeted with a knight, repeatedly setting it down and picking it back up, while Lucia transcribed openings into her notebook with such force that her pencil tip broke twice. Only Izzy maintained outward calm, though Raphael recognised the tightness around her eyes, the same tension he'd carried before important matches. "The Millennial Championship starts in 3 weeks, Raphael reminded them. District was just the beginning. Now you'll face teams with actual coaches, structured training programs. And wealthy parents who hire personal grandmasters," Deshawn added bitterly. Raphael moved a bishop across the board. "Which is precisely why we'll focus on unorthodox positions, force them out of book preparation into actual thinking." This had become Raphael's coaching philosophy, avoiding mainstream theory in favour of complex double-edged positions, where intuition and calculation mattered more than memorization. It wasn't just strategic, it was practical. His students couldn't compete with the resources of private school teams, but they could disrupt expectations. After practice, Damon lingered. "The kids are transforming under your guidance," he said, "especially Izzy." Raphael nodded, distracted by the notification that had just appeared on his phone. Another email from Karpov confirming the exhibition match details. "You're afraid?" Damon observed. "I'd be a fool not to be," Raphael replied quietly. "Karpov hasn't lost a classical match in 6 years. I'm not talking about losing. I'm talking about what happens if you win." Damon's insight cut too close to the bone. Victory means possibilities. It means choices. That's more terrifying than defeat. That night, Raphael visited his sister Imogen for the first time in months. Her suburban home stood in stark contrast to his Spartan apartment. Walls covered with family photos, children's artwork, evidence of a life fully inhabited. Imogen had built this while Raphael had been busy dismantling himself. "The prodigal returns," she said when she opened the door, but her smile was warm. Over dinner, Raphael explained the exhibition match. Imogen listened, twisting her wedding ring, a habit from childhood when she was thinking deeply. "When you left chess," she said finally, You left everything. Not just the game, but family, friends. You disappeared so completely into your grief that we stopped being able to reach you. I couldn't separate it, Raphael admitted. Chess wasn't something I did. It was who I was. And now, he considered the question. Now I'm a clockmaker who plays chess sometimes, with teenagers who don't remember my fall from grace. Who are helping you remember there's more to life than a single catastrophic loss. Imogen reached across the table to squeeze his hand. Do you know what Izzy told me when she called? Raphael blinked in surprise. She called you? She found my number. Resourceful girl. Imogen smiled. She said you taught her that a board position is never truly dead until resignation, that there are always resources to be found, complications to create. Standard chess philosophy. But you believe it about chess while denying it about life. Imogen's eyes, so like their mother's, held his gaze firmly. The exhibition with Karpov isn't about proving anything to the world. It's about proving to yourself that 20 years in exile was a choice you can unmake. The weeks before the exhibition match blurred together. By day, Raphael drilled the team on endgame techniques and calculation exercises. By night, he analysed Karpov's recent games, identifying subtle weaknesses in the aging champion's play, a slight preference for simplified positions, an occasional over-reliance on structural advantages rather than tactical complications. 3 days before the match, disaster struck. During a practice session, Izzy clutched her abdomen in pain. Hours later, Raphael paced the hospital waiting room as surgeons removed her inflamed appendix. Tournament's in 2 weeks, she said groggily after surgery. I'll be ready. Focus on healing, Raphael instructed, but he recognised the determination in her eyes, the same intensity he'd once brought to chess. The night before the exhibition, Raphael couldn't sleep. He found himself driving to the community centre at 2 a.m, where the lights were surprisingly on. Inside, he found Damon setting up the demonstration board in the main hall. Couldn't sleep either, huh? Damon arranged the pieces for tomorrow's spectacle. What if I embarrass myself? Raphael admitted his deepest fear. What if I confirm for everyone, especially those kids, that I'm nothing but a has-been? Damon straightened. Those kids don't see a has-been. They see someone who survived losing everything and built something new. Win or lose tomorrow, that narrative doesn't change. Chess requires precision. There's no partial credit for almost winning. Life isn't chess, Damon countered. In life, sometimes showing up is the victory. The exhibition day arrived with unexpected pageantry. Local news covered the return of the chess legend, and the community centre's main hall was transformed with proper tournament boards, electronic timers, and seating for spectators. Raphael was surprised to find the hall packed. Chess enthusiasts, curious locals, and most importantly, his students seated in the front row. Izzy had checked herself out of the hospital against medical advice, pale but present. When Viktor Karpov entered, the crowd hushed. Raphael had prepared himself for this moment, but the reality still jarred him. Karpov had aged gracefully, silver temples adding distinguished gravitas to his already imposing presence. His smile revealed nothing as he approached Raphael with extended hand. "The years have been kind to you," Karpov said in his distinctive accent. Raphael accepted the handshake, keeping his expression neutral. "I'd say they've been interesting rather than kind." As they took their seats at the board, Karpov leaned forward. "I never properly apologised for Moscow," he said quietly, away from the microphones. "What Alessandro and I did, it was unconscionable." Raphael felt a surge of anger. "You choose now for this conversation? 20 years later. When else? You disappeared." Karpov's expression held genuine regret. "I've carried it with me through every title defence." The chief arbiter approached before Raphael could respond. The exhibition would be a single game with classical time controls, 90 minutes each with 30-second increments. Raphael drew white. His hand hovered over the e-pawn, the standard opening move expected by all. Then, with deliberate calm, he moved his knight instead. The first move of the evolved Velez counterattack, typically a black defence but adaptable as white with transposition. Across the board, Karpov's eyebrow raised fractionally, the chess equivalent of open astonishment. The game unfolded like a conversation between two master sculptors, each move adding meaning and complexity. Karpov played with the technical precision that had kept him champion for 2 decades, but Raphael noticed subtle changes in his style, more conservative, less willing to enter tactical complications. In the middle game, Raphael sacrificed a knight for positional compensation, creating imbalance and forcing Karpov into time-consuming calculations. The spectators murmured as the position grew increasingly double-edged. Raphael glanced at his students. Lucia was taking notes furiously. Marcus watched with wide-eyed concentration. Deshawn nodded slightly at Raphael's sacrifice, seeing the purpose behind it. And Izzy leaned forward in her chair, eyes bright with understanding. 4 hours into the game, Raphael found himself in a complex endgame, down material but with dynamic possibilities. His hand hovered between 2 moves, the solid, safe continuation or a speculative sacrifice that could either win brilliantly or lose spectacularly. 20 years ago, he would have chosen safety. Today, with the eyes of his students upon him, Raphael chose fire. The sacrifice sent ripples through the audience. Karpov spent 15 minutes calculating before accepting the material. 3 moves later, the champion's expression shifted as he recognized the trap he'd walked into. Raphael's sacrifice had created unstoppable passed pawns, while his remaining pieces coordinated perfectly. Karpov studied the position, then extended his hand in resignation. The hall erupted. Raphael sat motionless, the magnitude of what had just occurred washing over him in waves. He had defeated the world champion in front of his students, his community, and most importantly in front of the ghosts of his past. When he finally stood to acknowledge the applause, his eyes found Izzy's. Her expression held no surprise, only vindication, as if she had known all along what he was capable of, waiting patiently for him to rediscover it himself. The morning after the exhibition, Raphael's phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Chess blogs, news outlets, even international media requested interviews about his victory over Karpov. He silenced the notifications and walked to his repair shop, seeking refuge in the familiar precision of gears and springs. He hadn't expected Izzy to be waiting outside, perched on the steps despite her recent surgery. "You should be resting," he said, unlocking the door. "I've been offered a scholarship," she announced, following him inside, "to the Wagner Chess Academy in New York. Full ride, including living expenses." Raphael set down his tools. The Wagner Academy was elite, a pipeline to international competition and grandmaster norms. "When do you start?" "I haven't accepted." Izzy's voice was unusually hesitant. "They want an answer by the end of the week, but the Millennial Championship is in 10 days. If I go to Wagner, I abandon our team." Raphael recognized the conflict in her eyes, the same one he'd faced in his youth between personal ambition and loyalty. "You've worked too hard to pass this up," he said firmly. "The team will understand." "That's not why I'm hesitating." Izzy met his gaze directly. "Wagner has another condition. They've invited you to be a resident master, to teach." The offer stunned him. "Why would they want me?" "Because you just defeated the world champion? Because your counterattack is being analysed on every chess forum worldwide?" Izzy's exasperation broke through her usual composure. "Because you're Raphael Velez, and apparently everyone but you remembers what that means." Before Raphael could respond, his phone rang, Damon calling about an emergency team meeting. When they arrived at the community centre, they found not just their team but reporters clustered outside. Inside, the building supervisor was arguing with Damon. "What's happening?" Raphael asked. Damon's expression was grim. "Building's been sold to developers. We have 30 days to vacate. They're tearing it down for luxury condos. The news hit like a physical blow. This centre wasn't just their training ground. For many of these kids, it was sanctuary. "The Millennial Championship," Raphael began. "We're still cleared to compete," Damon assured him, "but afterward, we're homeless." The team meeting that followed was subdued. Raphael announced Izzy's scholarship, trying to frame it as a victory, but the timing felt cruel, one door opening as another closed. After everyone left, Raphael remained staring at the demonstration board where yesterday's triumph had briefly made anything seem possible. "I can't accept Wagner," Izzy declared, still lingering. "You must." "Not without you," she insisted, "and not with our team facing extinction." Raphael started to argue but stopped himself. Izzy's loyalty wasn't naivete, it was character. He respected her enough not to undermine it. That evening, another email arrived from Karpov. "Your victory was no fluke. The chess world needs Raphael Veles again. The Hamburg Invitational has an opening next month. Elite competition, significant prize money. Consider this a formal invitation." Raphael forwarded the invitation to Imogen with a simple question. "What would you do?" Her response came within minutes. "I'd remember that 20 years ago you let them take more than a championship from you. Don't make the same mistake twice." The Millennial Championship arrived with the team in disarray, their training disrupted by the impending community centre closure, Izzy struggling between commitment to the team and her Wagner opportunity, Raphael distracted by Karpov's invitation. The tournament venue humbled them immediately. A vast convention centre filled with teams in matching blazers, professional coaches reviewing preparation on laptops, parents who had invested thousands in their children's chess education. "We don't belong here," Marcus whispered. "Precisely why we need to be here," Raphael countered. "Chess is the great equalizer. The pieces don't know who's moving them." Their first matches confirmed Raphael's coaching philosophy. The team's unorthodox openings threw opponents off balance, forcing them out of memorized variations into actual thinking. By the end of day one, they had won 6 matches and lost only 2, far better than anyone expected. On day 2, they faced Jefferson Academy, the defending champions. During Izzy's board, one match against their top player, a junior already with an international master title, Raphael noticed something disturbing. Izzy's opponent would leave the board after her moves, ostensibly for water, but Raphael spotted him checking a phone in the hallway. Outside coaching during games was strictly forbidden. Raphael approached the tournament director with his suspicions. "That's a serious accusation," the director warned, "especially coming from you, given your history." The implication was clear. Raphael's own past made him suspicious of others. He almost backed down, then thought of what such cheating would teach these kids about fairness and integrity. "Check the bathroom," Raphael insisted. "You'll find his coach texting him engine moves." The director's investigation confirmed Raphael's suspicions. Jefferson Academy was disqualified, sending shockwaves through the tournament. Some participants whispered that Raphael had orchestrated the accusation to clear his team's path, the same paranoia that had followed him after Moscow. That night the team gathered in Raphael's hotel room. The accusations had rattled them. "People are saying you made it up," Deshawn reported, "that you're just bitter about your own career." "Let them talk," Raphael replied. "We know the truth." "Does it ever stop hurting?" Lucia asked quietly. "Being misunderstood like that?" Raphael considered her question with the seriousness it deserved. The hurt changes shape. Eventually it becomes part of your strength, knowing you acted with integrity regardless of perception. On the final day, against all expectations, they reached the championship round against Brighton Prep, a team with 3 titled players. The main hall filled with spectators, the significance of the underdog story attracting attention. Before the matches began, Izzy pulled Raphael aside. "I've decided about Wagner," she said. "I'm going, but I'm asking them to defer for 1 year. "Why?" "Because there's unfinished business here." Her determination reminded Raphael of his younger self. We're going to find a new home for our team, together. The championship matches were brutal. Marcus fought his opponent to a draw in a marathon endgame. Lucia lost a heartbreaker after 5 hours of play. Deshawn secured a crucial win with brilliant tactical play. Everything came down to Izzy's match against Brighton's top board. The position was dynamically balanced, both players down to their final minutes. Raphael watched, unable to help, as Izzy navigated complications that would challenge grandmasters. In the critical moment, she found a stunning queen sacrifice that forced checkmate in 5 moves. The hall erupted as Brighton's captain tipped his king in resignation. Against all odds, they were champions. The celebration was bittersweet. Triumph shadowed by the knowledge that their chess home was still facing demolition. As reporters gathered for interviews, Raphael found himself approached by an elegant woman in her 60s. "Remarkable coaching," she said, extending her hand. "Helen Blackwood, Wagner Chess Academy Director. I understand you're considering our offer." "I haven't decided," Raphael admitted. "Perhaps this will help your decision." She handed him a business card. "My husband is on the city's Historical Preservation Board. That community centre, it's a 1930s building with architectural significance. A case could be made for landmark status." Raphael stared at the card, possibilities unfolding like a promising chess position. "I believe in what you're building here," Helen continued. "Wagner would be honoured to have you, but perhaps we could arrange a different kind of partnership. Masterclasses, joint tournaments, scholarships for your most promising students." For the first time in 20 years, Raphael allowed himself to envision a future not defined by past losses, a future where the community centre survived, where Izzy attended Wagner with his occasional guidance, where he himself returned to professional chess through Karpov's invitation. A future where the pieces were once again his to move. 3 months after their championship victory, Raphael stood in the renovated community centre, watching workers install professional-grade chess tables donated by the Wagner Academy. The landmark preservation effort had succeeded, transforming crisis into opportunity. Not only had the centre been saved, but it had received grant funding for expansion. The phone in his pocket vibrated. His sister, Imogen. "Have you seen the latest chess informant?" she asked without preamble. "Your counterattack has its own chapter. They're calling it the Renaissance of Hypermodern Theory." Raphael smiled. "Academic interest doesn't win tournaments." "No, but winning Hamburg did." Imogen's pride radiated through the connection. "The footage of your final combination against Petrosian has over 2 million views. You're trending, big brother." The Hamburg Invitational had indeed been a watershed. Raphael's return to elite competition after 2 decades. He'd finished clear first, ahead of players half his age, his revitalised counterattack proving devastatingly effective. The chess world had responded with fascination to this unprecedented comeback. "How's the preparation for Weekend coming?" Imogen pressed. "It's not," Raphael admitted. "I'm still not certain I'll accept the invitation." His sister's exasperation was palpable. "You finished first at Hamburg. You've qualified for the Grand Prix series. What are you waiting for?" Before he could answer, Damon entered with a group of new students, elementary schoolers drawn by the publicity of their championship win. "We'll finish this conversation later," Raphael promised, ending the call. As Raphael began the introductory lesson, Izzy arrived, dropping her travel bag by the door. She'd been in New York for a month-long intensive at Wagner, returning on weekends to help coach. After the lesson, she confronted him. "Imogen texted me. You're hesitating about Weikensee." Raphael sighed. "It's complicated." "It's fear," Izzy countered, her directness unchanged by her recent exposure to elite training. "You're afraid of fully committing to your comeback because that means accepting the possibility of another fall." Her assessment cut too close to truth. The Hamburg victory had been exhilarating but terrifying. Opening doors Raphael wasn't sure he wanted to walk through. Professional chess meant returning to a world of ranking anxiety, political manoeuvring, and financial instability. His watch repair business provided modest but reliable income. Chess offered only the gambler's promise of feast or famine. "There's more at stake now," he explained. "The centre, the team, your development. Don't use us as an excuse." Izzy's eyes flashed with the fierce clarity that made her such a formidable player. "You showed me that chess is about embracing risk, seeing opportunities others miss. Now you're the one playing it safe." That evening, Raphael visited the public library, seeking quiet to consider his path forward. In the reference section, he found himself drawn to chess biographies, accounts of players who had walked away and those who had fought back from setbacks. A particular passage in Emanuel Lasker's biography resonated. "The beauty of chess is not in the result but in the continuous becoming. The player, like the pieces, transformed through struggle." Raphael had experienced this transformation twice now, first in his original rise, then in his recent resurrection. But Izzy was right. He was hesitating at the threshold of full commitment, one foot still anchored to his safe harbour. His phone chimed with an email notification. Wagner Academy again, this time offering a hybrid arrangement, resident master with flexible scheduling to accommodate tournament play. Helen Blackwood had crafted a proposal allowing him to coach at Wagner when not competing, with provisions for remote instruction during tournaments. The offer solved his practical concerns but not his deeper hesitation. Raphael closed his eyes, finally confronting the truth. He was afraid not of losing, but of caring too much again, of returning to a state where his identity was so entwined with chess that defeat could shatter him. At home, he found Karpov waiting outside his apartment building. "You're avoiding my calls," the champion said without preamble. "I've been busy." "You've been hiding." Karpov fell into step beside him. "The candidates tournament is in 6 months. Your Hamburg victory qualifies you for the wildcard position." Raphael stopped walking. The candidates determined who would challenge the world champion, Karpov himself. The implication was staggering. "You're lobbying for me to be your challenger." "I'm lobbying for the strongest field possible for my final defence." Karpov's expression was unreadable. "I'm retiring after this cycle, win or lose." Inside Raphael's apartment, they talked not as rivals but as colleagues, perhaps finally as friends. Karpov explained that the chess world had changed during Raphael's absence. New talents emerging, computer preparation dominating, corporate sponsorship transforming the economics of elite play. "Why now?" Raphael finally asked. "Why champion my return after what happened in Moscow?" Karpov sighed, suddenly looking older. "Because Moscow has haunted me longer than it's haunted you. 20 years of titles built on a foundation of dishonour. You've defended legitimately since then, yet always knowing how the first victory came." Karpov met his gaze. "I want my final championship to be beyond reproach, defended against the strongest possible challenger. If that's you, so be it." After Karpov left, Raphael called Imogen. "If I commit to this comeback," he said without preamble, "I need you to promise something. Don't let me disappear again, even if it all falls apart. Don't let me retreat from everything that matters." "I promise," she replied simply, "but it won't fall apart this time." "How can you be so certain?" "Because this time you're playing for the right reasons." The next day, Raphael accepted the Wikanzi invitation, the Wagner position, and most significantly, the wildcard nomination for the candidates tournament. The chess world buzzed with the official confirmation of Raphael Velez's full-scale return to elite competition. That evening he gathered the team to explain his decision and its implications for their training schedule. To his surprise, they had prepared a celebration, a cake decorated with chess pieces, cards expressing support, and a gift. a custom-designed tournament clock engraved with "Time is on your side." "We took a vote," Damon announced, "unanimously in favour of your comeback, even knowing we'll see less of you." "I don't understand," Raphael admitted. "This will disrupt everything we've built." "What you've built," Lucia corrected gently, "is not just a chess program, but a mindset. You've shown us that setbacks are temporary, that reinvention is always possible. Besides," Izzy added with characteristic directness, "we expect compensation for our sacrifice, specifically Grandmaster-level coaching via video when you're winning tournaments abroad." For the first time in years, Raphael felt the future not as a threat, but as an unfolding opportunity, a complex position rich with possibilities. The pieces were moving again, and this time he was moving with them, not against them. 10 months later, Raphael adjusted his tie in the mirror of his Oslo hotel room, the Norwegian winter pressing against the windows. Outside, snow fell in thick curtains, muffling the city sounds. Inside, the candidates' tournament final round awaited. Raphael tied for first with Dmitry Sokolov, the young Russian prodigy who many considered Karpov's natural successor. A knock at the door revealed Imogen, who had flown in for the final games. "You look like you're facing execution, not victory," she observed, straightening his already straight tie. "Have you prepared sufficiently?" Raphael nodded. His preparation had been exhaustive. 16-hour analysis sessions with computer assistance, physical training to maintain stamina, even work with a sports psychologist to manage competitive anxiety. The comeback trail had been grueling but exhilarating. 5th place at Vicq, clear first at Dortmund, shared second at Paris. "Izzy called," Imogen reported. "She's organising a viewing party at the centre. Local news is covering it." The thought of his students watching the decisive game added both pressure and purpose. This wasn't just his comeback, but a vindication of everything he'd taught them about resilience and reinvention. At the playing hall, Raphael found Sokolov already seated, a lanky 25-year-old with penetrating eyes and preternatural calm. They had played to a draw in their previous encounter, a 6-hour marathon that had tested Raphael's endurance. "The old lion still has teeth," Sokolov had commented afterward with genuine respect. Today, with championship implications, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Raphael had black, typically a disadvantage, but the tournament director had allowed him to choose his starting time, a small concession to his age and experience. When Sokolov played his first move, a 4, Raphael felt the familiar focus descend, the world narrowing to 64 squares. He responded not with his signature counterattack, but with the Sicilian defence, c5, a fighting choice that signalled his willingness to play for a win despite having the black pieces. The game developed along classical lines, both players moving with controlled urgency. By move 15, they had reached a complex middle game with asymmetrical pawn structures and provocative piece placements. Raphael could sense Sokolov's surprise at his aggressive approach. The young Russian had clearly expected more conservative play from an older opponent in a decisive game. At move 23, Raphael initiated a speculative exchange sacrifice, giving up a rook for a bishop and pawn, creating imbalance that would force calculation rather than technique. The commentators called it vintage Velez, the swashbuckling style of his youth reclaimed in his Renaissance. 6 moves later, Sokolov committed the first significant error, overextending his queen in pursuit of material advantage. Raphael pounced with a move so unexpected that audible gasps rippled through the spectator gallery, sacrificing a second piece to expose the white king. What followed was a forced sequence culminating in perpetual check, a draw that guaranteed Raphael first place in the candidates tournament on tie-break points. When Sokolov extended his hand in resignation to the inevitable repetition, Raphael felt not triumph, but profound gratitude, for the game, for his opponent's respect, for the journey that had brought him back to this moment. "You will give Karpov much trouble," Sokolov said as they signed their score sheets. "I will study your games closely." Outside the playing hall, journalists mobbed Raphael, the comeback story irresistible to chess media and mainstream outlets alike. Amid the cameras and questions, he caught sight of Karpov watching from a distance, their gazes connecting briefly across the crowded space. The champion offered a single nod of acknowledgement, respect between warriors who would soon face each other for the ultimate prize. Later that evening, as Oslo celebrated beneath the northern lights, Raphael video-called the community centre. On screen, he found not just his team but dozens of supporters crowded around Damon's laptop, their cheers almost overwhelming the speakers. Izzy pushed to the front. "Your queen's sacrifice was unnecessary," she critiqued immediately, her highest form of affection. Knight to d4 would have accomplished the same with less risk. Raphael laughed. "Perhaps, but less poetry." "Poetry doesn't win championships," she countered. "No," he agreed, "but it makes them worth winning." 2 months later, Raphael found himself in a familiar yet utterly changed position, seated across from Viktor Karpov in the first game of their World Championship match, 20 years after Moscow. The venue was Singapore, neutral ground selected by mutual agreement. The terms, 14 classical games, rapid tiebreaks if necessary. During the technical meeting before Game 1, Karpov had approached with unexpected vulnerability. "Full circle," the champion had observed quietly, though not quite the same. "Nothing ever is," Raphael had replied. The first 6 games yielded 5 draws and a single victory for Karpov, a technical masterpiece where he'd ground down Raphael's defence over 7 hours. Down a point at the halfway mark, Raphael faced mounting pressure, his supporters beginning to wonder if the comeback might end honourably, but short of the ultimate goal. Before Game 7, Raphael received an unexpected delivery, a small package from Izzy, who was watching from the Wagner Academy, where she was now in residency. Inside, he found a vintage watch part, a balance wheel, with a note: "Equilibrium isn't static. It's achieved through constant adjustment." The message crystallized something in Raphael's approach. He had been playing too cautiously, too respectfully against Karpov. The remainder of the match, he decided, would be played on his terms, dynamic, complex, even uncomfortable. Games 7 through 10 transformed the match. Raphael unleashed preparation so deep and original that Karpov found himself repeatedly surprised out of opening theory. 2 victories for Raphael against 1 for Karpov brought the match to a deadlock with 4 games remaining. Game 11 became an instant classic, a double-edged Sicilian where both players sacrificed material for initiative, creating positions so complex that commentators struggled to evaluate them. After 78 moves and nearly 7 hours, they reached a drawn endgame, both men exhausted but exhilarated. "We're too old for such complications," Karpov joked during the press conference. "Speak for yourself," Raphael countered, earning laughter from the journalists. Games 12 and 13 were cautious draws, both players conserving energy for the potential decisive final encounter. Tied at 6.5 points each, everything would come down to the 14th game. Raphael with the white pieces, the advantage of first move in the final battle. The night before the deciding game, Raphael couldn't sleep. He found himself on his hotel balcony at 3 a.m, watching Singapore's skyline pulse with electric life. His phone buzzed with messages of support from around the world. Imogen, Damon, his students, fellow players, even fans who had followed his original career and now celebrated his return. One message stood out, from Alessandro, his former manager whose collusion with Karpov had precipitated Raphael's fall 20 years earlier. "Whatever happens tomorrow, your comeback has already rewritten the ending. Chess needed Raphael Velez again." Raphael stared at the message for a long time before finally responding. "Thank you." 2 decades of bitterness couldn't be erased with a text, but acknowledgement was its own form of closure. When morning came, Raphael felt unusual calm. He had prepared his opening choice, not the expected Ruy Lopez or Queen's Gambit, but the Vienna game, an aggressive opening rarely seen at championship level. It would signal his intentions immediately. This final game would be decisive one way or another. The playing hall was packed beyond capacity, the match having captured global attention far beyond the chess community. Raphael spotted Imogen in the front row, having arrived overnight for the final game. Beside her sat Damon, and to his surprise Izzy, somehow managing a brief absence from Wagner. When the arbiter started the clock, Raphael played 1e4 followed by 2 nc3, the Vienna game as planned. Across the board, Karpov's expression remained impassive, but a slight tension in his shoulders betrayed recognition of the gambit. The champion responded with solid but uninspired moves, seeking to neutralize White's initiative rather than embrace complications. By move 15, Raphael had established a spatial advantage, his pieces controlling key central squares, while Karpov's position, though solid, lacked counterplay. The critical moment came at move 22, when Raphael launched a speculative knight sacrifice that computer analysis would later pronounce equal but human intuition found deeply challenging to navigate. Karpov spent nearly 40 minutes on his next move, the pressure visible in the tightness around his eyes. When he finally captured the offered knight, he entered a forced variation that simplified the position but left his king slightly exposed. What followed was an endgame masterclass from Raphael. Patient, precise, exploiting microscopic weaknesses until Karpov's position began to crumble. At move 56, facing inevitable defeat, the champion extended his hand in resignation. Viktor Karpov, after 20 years as world champion, had been dethroned by the very man whose career he had once derailed. The moment of victory felt surreal. Applause thundering through the hall, cameras flashing, Imogen rushing the stage despite security. Raphael stood somewhat dazed as the tournament director placed the championship trophy in his hands. Across the table, Karpov offered a genuine smile of congratulation. "The better player won today," the former champion said simply. Later, after the press conferences and celebrations, Raphael found a quiet moment with Izzy, Damon and Imogen in his hotel suite. "What happens now?" Izzy asked, uncharacteristically uncertain. "You've reached the pinnacle. Where does the story go from here?" Raphael considered the question. The championship brought financial security, invitations to elite tournaments, exhibition opportunities, a completely transformed landscape from his watchmaker's existence of just 18 months prior. "The story goes wherever we choose," he replied finally. "For me, that means defending the title, certainly, but also returning to what started this journey. The community centre, Wagner, developing young talent. Including preparing your successor," Izzy said with familiar ambition. "I'm coming for your title in 5 years. Consider yourself warned." Raphael laughed. "I would expect nothing less." Later that night, alone with his thoughts, Raphael opened his laptop and began analysing the championship games, not for publicity or posterity, but for the pure beauty of the ideas they contained. The Veles counter-attack had evolved again through the crucible of championship play, developing variations he was eager to share with his students. As Singapore's dawn broke outside his window, Raphael realised he had come full circle, not to where he had been 20 years ago, but to a new integration of all he had become since: competitor and mentor, champion and teacher, master of the board and student of its endless possibilities. The pieces were set up before him, waiting as they always had for the next move. Where the maples turn gold, Claire Delaney gripped her steering wheel as the Boston skyline receded in her rearview mirror. 3 hours of driving stretched ahead, each mile bringing her closer to a place she'd spent 15 years trying to outrun. The call from her father's lawyer had been brief but consequential. The farmhouse was now legally hers, along with all its creaking memories and decaying foundations. "Take as long as you need," her business partner had said when she requested the week off. "You've earned it." What he meant was that she hadn't taken a proper vacation in 3 years, not since the divorce. When Claire had built her architecture firm from nothing, vacation days felt like luxury she couldn't afford. Now they felt like empty spaces she didn't know how to fill. The landscape gradually shifted from urban sprawl to rolling countryside. By the time she crossed the Vermont state line, the maples had transformed the world into a canvas of crimson and gold. Claire reluctantly lowered her window, allowing the scent of wood smoke and apple orchards to filter through, the perfume of a season she had once loved. "You're just here to sell it," she reminded herself as she turned onto the familiar dirt road. Clean it up, list it, leave. Simple, efficient, the Claire Delaney approach. But as the farmhouse came into view, more weathered than she remembered, paint peeling in long strips like skin after a sunburn, her practiced detachment wavered. The porch swing where her father had taught her constellation still hung by one chain. The gardens her mother had tended with religious devotion now sprouted only wild chicory and Queen Anne's lace. It looked abandoned, which it was. It looked forgotten, which it wasn't. Claire stepped from her car, designer boots immediately sinking into the soft earth. The key felt unnaturally heavy in her hand as she approached the front door. Its familiar red faded to the colour of dried blood. The lock protested with a screech, but eventually yielded. The interior smelled of dust and stillness, that peculiar scent of spaces where life has departed but memory remains. Shafts of amber light cut through windows clouded with grime, illuminating dancing dust motes. Claire ran a finger along the mantelpiece, leaving a clean trail through years of settled time. "Well, Dad," she whispered to the empty room, "what am I supposed to do with all this?" The house offered no answers, just the soft settling of old timber. Later that afternoon, armed with a list of supplies, Claire drove into town. Riverford hadn't changed much. The same general store with its wooden Indian statue out front. The same diner where teenagers still gathered after school. Claire kept her sunglasses on, a thin barrier between herself and potential recognition. She was examining different grades of sandpaper when a voice like warm bourbon spilled over her shoulder. "Claire? Claire Delaney?" Her body recognized him before her mind did. A peculiar tightening beneath her ribs, a warmth that had nothing to do with the store's heating system. She turned slowly. Evan Hartwell stood before her, more man than memory now. His dark hair was cropped shorter than the teenage mop she remembered, threaded with the occasional silver at the temples. Fine lines, framed eyes still the colour of Vermont slate after rain. His hands, always his most beautiful feature, were now marked with small scars and calluses, the hands of someone who built things that lasted. "Evan," she managed, surprised at how easily his name still rolled off her tongue, as if she'd been saying it all these years. "I heard about your dad," he said, genuine sorrow in his eyes. Claire's father had passed 6 months ago, a stroke while tending his beloved vegetable garden. Claire had flown in for the funeral, spoken the necessary words and left the same day, citing work commitments. He was a good man. He was, Claire agreed, unsure what else to say. Mr. Hudson, the store owner, saved her from further response by approaching, his face lighting with recognition. "Claire Delaney, look at you, all city polished now. Your daddy would be proud." Claire doubted that. Her father had never understood her hunger to escape Riverford, to build grand structures in concrete jungles rather than tend to the land that had sustained their family for generations. "Just picking up a few things," she explained, holding up her basket of cleaning supplies. "The house needs work before I can list it." Something flickered across Evan's face. Disappointment, maybe, or resignation. "You're selling." "That's the plan," she confirmed, keeping her voice neutral. "I don't belong here anymore." "Never did convince you otherwise, did we?" Evan's smile held no judgment, just a wistfulness that mirrored the season outside. "Well, if you need help with repairs, I'm pretty handy these days. Built myself a little business making furniture." Claire had heard something about that. Evan Hartwell abandoning his promising music career to return to Riverford. Local boy sacrifices Boston Conservatory scholarship to care for his ailing mother. It had seemed inconceivable to 18-year-old Claire, who had left for MIT without a backward glance. "I appreciate the offer," she said, meaning to decline politely. "The porch railing was looking pretty rough when I drove by last month," Evan continued. "That's a 2-person job at least. I could swing by tomorrow, take a look." Claire found herself nodding before she could formulate a reason to refuse. "That would be helpful. Thank you." As she paid for her supplies, Claire felt oddly untethered, as if something long dormant had begun to stir beneath the carefully constructed architecture of her life. Outside, the maples blazed against an impossibly blue October sky, their beauty almost painful in its intensity. It won't last, she reminded herself as she started her car. The fall never did. Neither did anything else. But as she drove back toward the farmhouse, Claire couldn't help but notice how the maple leaves clung to their branches despite the wind, not yet ready to surrender to the coming frost. Evan arrived exactly when he promised, 9 the next morning, his battered green truck crunching over fallen leaves in the driveway. Claire watched from the kitchen window as he examined the porch railing, running his hands along the wood grain with a craftsman's deliberation. Something about the gesture made her throat tighten. She'd spent the night in her childhood bedroom, surrounded by the ghosts of her teenage ambitions, national merit certificates, architectural sketches, a Boston cityscape poster her mother had frowned at. Such an ugly place to dream about, Claire Bear. "Coffee," she offered, stepping onto the porch with 2 steaming mugs. She dressed casually but carefully, dark jeans, a cream sweater that complemented her auburn hair. "Thanks." Evan's smile creased the corners of his eyes. "Black still?" "You remember," Claire said, surprised. "Some things stick." He accepted the mug, careful not to let their fingers touch. "Junior year, Mrs. Branford's English class. You brought coffee every morning, black as midnight." "Poetry section," Claire recalled. "Frost and Dickinson. You were the only boy who didn't groan when we had to recite." Evan laughed, the sound melting into the crisp morning air. "I had an image to maintain as a sensitive musician type." They worked side by side through the morning, stripping rotted wood from the railing, measuring twice before cutting replacement pieces. Claire was surprised by how quickly her body remembered physical labour, the satisfying resistance of hammer against nail, the subtle calculations of level and plumb. "You're good at this," Evan observed as she precisely fitted a spindle into place. "It's not so different from what I do now," Claire answered. "Just different materials, different scale." "I've seen your buildings," his admission caught her off guard. "That performing arts centre in Providence. Beautiful work." Claire felt a flush of pleasure. "You keep tabs on me, Hartwell." "Riverford Weekly does a local makes good feature whenever you win an award." His eyes held hers for a moment too long before he returned to sanding. "Your dad kept every clipping." The revelation settled between them, weighted with implications Claire wasn't ready to examine. By afternoon the railing was restored, strong and true against the backdrop of fiery foliage. Claire insisted on paying Evan for his time, but he refused with a shake of his head. "Consider it a neighbourly gesture," he said. "Besides, I promised your dad I'd look out for the place." "You spoke with my father." The thought of these 2 important figures from different chapters of her life connecting without her knowledge felt strangely intrusive. "Ran into him at Mason's Diner most mornings," Evan explained. "We'd have coffee, talk about the weather, local politics." He hesitated. "You? Sometimes." Claire didn't know how to respond to that, so she changed the subject. "Would you like to stay for dinner? It's just pasta, but—" "I'd like that," Evan said, perhaps too quickly. They ate on the porch as twilight descended, the air growing sharp with the promise of frost. Claire found herself speaking about her divorce, a topic she'd discussed with precisely no one in Riverford until now. "Michael and I wanted different things," she explained, twirling pasta around her fork. "He wanted children, a brownstone in Cambridge. I wanted—" She trailed off, realising she'd never fully articulated what she wanted, only what she didn't. "To keep building," Evan supplied quietly. "Yes," Claire acknowledged, "to keep moving forward." "Nothing wrong with that," Evan said, his voice free of judgment. "Some people are rivers, not lakes." Claire studied him in the fading light. "And you?" "What are you?" "Me?" Evan's smile was self-deprecating. "I'm a tree, I suppose. Rooted." Later, as Evan was leaving, he pointed to a photo she'd unearthed while cleaning. Claire at 17, standing proudly beside her science fair project on sustainable architecture. "You were extraordinary even then," he said. "Riverford was never going to be big enough for you." Something in his tone made Claire want to explain herself, to defend choices made by a younger, more desperate version of herself. But Evan was already heading down the steps, keys jingling in his hand. "Tomorrow's the Harvest Festival," he called over his shoulder. "You should come, for old time's sake." Claire watched his truck disappear down the long driveway, taillights glowing like embers in the gathering darkness. She hadn't planned on staying through the weekend. She hadn't planned on any of this. Inside, the farmhouse seemed to breathe around her, its familiar creaks and sighs a language she had forgotten she understood. Claire moved from room to room, touching her father's books, her mother's china, the worn banister where generations of Delaney hands had left their invisible imprint. She found herself in her father's study, a space that smelled of pipe tobacco and old leather. His desk calendar still displayed March, the month he died, as if time had stopped with his heart. Claire opened the top drawer, finding it meticulously organised. Pens lined up by colour, paper clips in a small ceramic dish she'd made in 4th grade. Beneath a stack of bills was a manila folder labelled simply Claire. Inside she found not only the newspaper clippings Evan had mentioned, but photographs she'd never seen. Claire receiving her master's degree, Claire at her firm's opening, Claire shaking hands with the mayor of Boston after winning a design competition. Her father, who had rarely travelled more than 50 miles from Riverford, had somehow witnessed the milestones of her adult life from afar. Among the clippings was a handwritten letter she'd sent years ago, the paper soft from repeated handling. "Dad, Boston is everything I hoped. The city never sleeps, never stops offering new angles and perspectives. Yesterday I watched the sunrise from the harbour, not as many colours as Vermont autumn, but beautiful in its own way. I miss you sometimes. Claire." Claire closed her eyes, feeling the weight of all she'd left unspoken, all the casual cruelties of youth, the way she'd reduced her childhood home to a footnote in her personal narrative of escape and achievement. Outside, a maple leaf detached from its branch and drifted past the window, a small flame against the night sky. Tomorrow was the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she would make some calls about listing the property. One thing at a time, she told herself, one foot in front of the other, the Claire Delaney way. But as she climbed the stairs to bed, Claire found herself wondering what it might feel like to stand still for once, to be a tree instead of a river, rooted instead of restless. The Riverford Harvest Festival transformed the town square into a patchwork of canvas tents, hay bales, and strings of golden lights that swayed gently in the October breeze. Claire had forgotten how the entire town turned out for this annual celebration. Farmers in freshly pressed shirts, children with faces sticky from caramel apples, teenagers eyeing each other from opposite sides of the bandstand. She almost turned around 3 times on the drive over. What was she doing here? She had calls to make, realtors to contact, a life waiting in Boston. But something stronger than logic had propelled her forward, dressed in a burnt orange sweater and boots that weren't quite practical enough for a rural festival. Claire Delaney, as I live and breathe. Mrs. Patterson, her former English teacher, enveloped her in a lavender-scented hug. It's been years, dear. How's city life treating you? Before Claire could answer, others appeared. Her father's poker buddies, her mother's garden club friends, classmates who had stayed and built lives in the spaces between Riverford's maple-lined streets. They greeted her with genuine warmth, asking about her work, expressing condolences about her father, never once making her feel like the prodigal who had abandoned them. Your daddy was so proud, Mr. Jenkins told her, his weathered face earnest beneath his cap. Showed everyone that article about your firm winning that green building award. Sustainability award, Claire corrected automatically, then felt foolish for the precision. I didn't realise he followed my career so closely. Oh, honey, Mrs. Patterson said gently, you were his North Star. Claire excused herself, suddenly needing space. She wandered through the festival, past apple bobbing stations and pumpkin carving contests, her mind a tangle of contradictions. Had she misunderstood her father's silence as disapproval? Had her own ambition blinded her to the quiet ways he'd expressed his pride? Cider? Evan stood beside a copper kettle, steam rising from its spiced contents. He wore a flannel shirt the colour of forest moss, his hair slightly tousled as if he'd run his hands through it. Thanks, Claire accepted the warm cup, grateful for its weight between her palms. It's exactly as I remember. Some traditions are worth preserving. Evan's voice carried a weight she couldn't quite decipher. Walk with me. They strolled away from the festival's hub, following a path that wound toward the old covered bridge. Silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable but laden with potential energy, like the pause before a symphony begins. I'm surprised you came, Evan finally said. So am I, Claire admitted. I was supposed to be making calls about listing the house today. And instead you're drinking cider with a guy who never left town. There was no bitterness in his tone, just a statement of fact. The guy who builds beautiful things with his hands, Claire corrected. I saw your work in town. The new library circulation desk, the mayor's podium. They're stunning, Evan. He looked pleased but embarrassed by her praise. Different kind of creation than I planned on, but it satisfies something in me. They reached the bridge, its weathered red timbers framing the river beyond. Claire remembered summer afternoons spent dangling feet from its edge, watching water flow endlessly towards some distant, imagined ocean. You never told me why you didn't go, Claire said softly, to the conservatory. Evan leaned against the railing, looking out at the ribbon of water below. Mum's MS diagnosis came 3 weeks before orientation. Dad had been gone 2 years by then. He shrugged, a gesture that carried the weight of a life redirected. There wasn't really a choice to make. But your music still happens, Evan said. Just in a room above my workshop instead of concert halls. I play at the nursing home on Sundays. His smile was genuine. Not every dream needs applause to be worthwhile. Claire felt something shift inside her chest. Admiration mixed with an emotion dangerously close to envy. How had Evan found peace in limitation while she still hungered, still reached, still measured herself against impossible yardsticks? I didn't know about your divorce, Evan said after a moment. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was... Claire searched for the right word. Necessary. Still hurts though, doesn't it? When necessary things break. Claire nodded, unexpectedly moved by his perception. From the festival grounds, music drifted toward them, a local band playing something slow and sweet. Without discussion, they turned back toward the celebration. The town square was transformed in their absence, strung lights now glowing against the darkening sky. Couples swayed on the makeshift dance floor, from silver-haired pairs who moved with the synchronicity of decades to awkward teenagers finding their way into adulthood through tentative touches. Dance with me? Evan asked, extending his hand, for old time's sake. We never danced before, Claire pointed out, even as her hand found his. Another tradition worth starting, then. As Evan drew her into the circle of his arms, Claire realised with a start that they fit together perfectly, as if their bodies remembered a connection their minds had forgotten. His hand at the small of her back was both anchor and invitation. They moved together with surprising grace, two people finding common rhythm despite years spent dancing to different songs. "You know what I remember most about you in high school?" Evan asked, his voice close to her ear. "My terrible fashion choices? That unfortunate perm junior year?" "Your laugh," he said. "You didn't do it often, but when you did, it was like watching someone set themselves free just for a moment." Claire looked up at him, struck by the accuracy of his memory, by the way he'd seen parts of her she thought she'd kept hidden. "I haven't laughed like that in a long time," she confessed. "That's a shame," Evan said simply. "You were magnificent when you did." Later, as the festival wound down, they found themselves beside the enormous bonfire that traditionally closed the celebration. Children roasted marshmallows while their parents chatted in hushed tones, everyone's faces gilded by the dancing flames. "I got offered a partnership," Claire said abruptly. "Back in Boston. It would mean bigger projects, international clients." "Congratulations," Evan said, and she could tell he meant it. "When do you start?" "Next month, if I accept." Claire poked at the fire with a stick, watching sparks rise toward the star-scattered sky. "I should be excited." "But you're not?" "I don't know what I am anymore," Claire admitted, the confession burning her throat like strong whiskey. "I've spent so long becoming this version of myself that I'm not sure I remember the original blueprint." Evan didn't offer platitudes or solutions, just the steady presence of someone who understood that some questions weren't meant to be answered immediately. They watched the fire together, shoulders almost touching, as embers rose and faded like abbreviated lives against the darkness. "Marshmallow?" A small girl approached, offering them skewers with puffy white confections. "Thank you," Claire said, accepting one with a smile. As she bit into the sticky sweetness, a laugh escaped her. Unbidden, unfettered, free. Evan watched her, his expression soft with something that might have been recognition. "There she is," he murmured. Under the canopy of stars surrounded by the community she'd once been so desperate to escape, Claire felt something long dormant flicker to life inside her, small and tentative, but undeniably warm, like the first spark of a fire destined to grow. The following days acquired their own peculiar rhythm. Mornings Claire would work on the house, sorting through her father's belongings, making minor repairs, preparing the property for eventual sale. Afternoons, Evan would appear, sometimes with tools, sometimes with food from the diner, always with stories that connected Claire back to the town she'd tried so hard to forget. "Remember old Mr. Winters?" Evan asked one day as they cleared leaves from the gutters. He finally retired from teaching last year. His farewell speech consisted of exactly 7 words. "Physics doesn't change. People do. Goodbye." Claire laughed, balancing carefully on the ladder. "He gave me detention once for correcting his pronunciation of Euclidean." "You always were fearless about being right," Evan said, steadying the ladder with strong hands. They unearthed treasures as they worked. Her mother's handwritten recipe cards, her father's collection of river stones, photographs that filled gaps in Claire's carefully curated memories of childhood. In one dusty album, she found a photo of herself and Evan at 16, standing awkwardly together after a school concert, where he'd performed a hauntingly beautiful violin solo. "Look at us," Claire marvelled, showing him the picture. "You were so serious about your music." "And you were so serious about everything else," Evan replied with a gentle smile. As October deepened, frost warnings appeared in the local forecast. Claire found herself checking real estate listings with decreasing frequency, making excuses to extend her stay, just until the gutters are fixed, just until the attic is cleared, Just until I figure out what to do with Dad's books. Just until. One evening, Claire invited Evan to dinner, a proper meal this time. Her mother's pot roast recipe retrieved from index cards written in fading script. They ate by candlelight at the old oak table, drinking wine from her father's special occasion glasses. "I went by your workshop yesterday," Claire admitted between bites. "Town office said you were out on a delivery." Evan looked surprised. "You could have called." "I wanted to see where you work," Claire said, then added more hesitantly, "where you create." "Next time then," Evan offered. After a moment's pause, "Why did you want to see it?" Claire considered the question. "I think I wanted to understand how you did it, how you built a life here that satisfies you, one that matters." "You think what I do matters more than what you do?" Evan sounded genuinely perplexed. "Your work stays here," Claire explained, struggling to articulate feelings she'd only just begun to recognise. "It becomes part of people's daily lives. The chair the mayor sits in during town meetings, the desk where children check out their first books. There's an intimacy to it. And your buildings don't provide that." "They're statements," Claire said. "Beautiful ones, I hope. But I don't know the people who live and work in them. I don't see how they interact with what I've created." She traced the rim of her wineglass. "Sometimes I feel like I've spent my career speaking a language no one around me actually understands." Evan considered her words carefully. Maybe it's not about understanding. Maybe it's about belonging. The word hung between them, weighted with implication. Belonging. The very thing Claire had spent years convincing herself she didn't need. Later, as they washed dishes side by side, their hands occasionally brushing in the soapy water, Claire felt a dangerous contentment settling over her. This simple domesticity, this quiet togetherness, stirred something profound in her chest. "Play for me," she said suddenly. "You brought your violin the other day. I saw it in your truck." Evan hesitated, then nodded. "Let me get it." He returned with a case more scuffed than she remembered from their school days. The instrument inside, however, gleamed with the patina of regular use and loving care. Evan positioned it under his chin with practised ease, and as the bow touched strings, Claire felt the air around them transform. He played something she didn't recognise. Not classical, not quite folk either. It contained elements of both, but transcended easy categorisation. The music filled the old farmhouse, seeping into cracks and corners, bringing warmth to spaces long gone cold. Claire closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. There was longing in the melody, but also acceptance, sorrow, but also profound joy. When the final note faded, she opened her eyes to find Evan watching her, vulnerability etched across his features. "That was beautiful," she whispered. "What was it?" "Something I wrote." Evan carefully returned the violin to its case. "A long time ago." "What's it called?" "Where the river meets the shore." His gaze held hers. "It's about places of intersection, transition, choice." Claire felt the weight of unspoken words between them, heavy as autumn fruit ready to fall. They stood in silence, the distance between them charged with possibility. Her phone shattered the moment, its clinical ring intrusive in the warm quiet they'd created. Claire glanced at the screen, her business partner's name flashing insistently. "I should take this," she said apologetically. Evan nodded, already gathering his things. "I'll head out. Early delivery tomorrow." Claire answered the call as Evan slipped through the door with a quiet wave. "James, hi." "Claire, finally." Her partner's voice was brittle with tension. "Where have you been?" "The Westbrook presentation is in 2 days and the rendering team needs your sign-off on the final changes." Reality crashed back like a cold wave. "I thought we weren't presenting until next week." "They moved it up. Didn't you get my emails?" James sounded exasperated. "Claire, this is the biggest project we've bid on this year. We need you back in Boston. Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Claire repeated. the word feeling foreign on her tongue. Through the window, she watched Evan's truck disappear down the driveway, taillights glowing against the gathering darkness. "I'll book you on the first flight," James was saying. "Just wrap up whatever you're doing there and come home." Home? The word caught in Claire's throat. Where exactly was that now? After hanging up, Claire stepped onto the porch, the night air sharp with the promise of frost. The maples stood sentinel around the property, their leaves trembling on the edge of surrender. Soon they would fall, leaving branches bare against winter skies. Inside her chest, something similar was happening, a letting go, a recognition of seasons changing. Boston waited with its concrete and glass, its projects and deadlines, its familiar rhythms of ambition and achievement. But here in Riverford, something else waited too, something both old and new, forgotten and remembered, something with Evan's steady hands and quiet wisdom at its centre. Tomorrow she would have to choose. Dawn broke over the farmhouse in shards of amber and rose, illuminating frost that had settled overnight like diamond dust across the lawn. Claire stood at the kitchen window, coffee cooling in her hands, watching the sun reclaim the world from darkness. Her suitcase waited by the door, packed with the essentials for her return to Boston. The partnership offer sat heavily in her thoughts. It represented everything she'd worked toward: recognition, security, the professional pinnacle she'd oriented her entire adult life around achieving. 6 months ago she would have signed without hesitation. Now uncertainty clouded what had once seemed crystal clear. Claire's phone buzzed with a text from James. "Car confirmed. We'll pick you up at 11:30. She had 3 hours before she needed to leave. Bundling into her jacket, Claire stepped outside. The morning air burned her lungs with its crispness, the kind of cold that clarified rather than numbed. She began walking without conscious destination, following the old path through the orchard behind the house. The apple trees stood in orderly rows, their harvest already collected, branches now empty against the brightening sky. Beyond them lay a gentle slope leading down to a small pond her father had built decades ago, its surface now misted with early frost. Claire found herself at the pond's edge, watching her breath form clouds in the still air. This had been her thinking place as a child, where she'd come after arguments with her mother, where she'd sketched her first building designs, where she'd sat alone the night before leaving for college, wondering if she was making the right choice. "I thought I might find you here." Claire didn't turn at Evan's voice, unsurprised somehow by his appearance. "How did you know?" "Your dad mentioned it once," Evan said, coming to stand beside her. "Said you always came here when you had big decisions to make." They stood in silence, watching the sun's rays begin to dance across the pond's surface, melting the thin crust of ice at its edges. "You're leaving," Evan said finally, not a question. "My firm needs me back," Claire replied. "Important presentation tomorrow." "I see." Another pause. "And after that?" Claire closed her eyes briefly. "There's a partnership offer waiting for me. International projects. Everything I thought I wanted." "Thought?" Evan caught the nuance in her phrasing. "The past week has complicated things." Claire turned to face him directly. "You've complicated things, Evan." His expression remained carefully neutral. "I didn't mean to." "Yes, you did," Claire said, but without accusation. "You wanted me to see what I left behind, what might still be here." "Is that so terrible?" A muscle worked in Evan's jaw. "To want you to make a fully informed choice this time?" "No," Claire admitted softly. "It's not terrible at all. It's actually incredibly kind." The tension in Evan's posture eased slightly. He reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a small wooden box, offering it to her without explanation. Claire accepted it, running her fingers over the smooth maple surface. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Dovetail joints so precise they were nearly invisible, the wood polished to a warm glow. When she opened it, Music began to play, the same haunting melody Evan had performed for her the previous evening. "How did you—" "I recorded it years ago," Evan explained. "Built the music box last night." Inside, on a bed of velvet, lay a silver pendant shaped like a maple leaf, its veins traced in gold. Claire lifted it with trembling fingers. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "I made it from one of your father's cufflinks," Evan said, "and some scrap silver I had. Something old, something new, something that belongs in both worlds." Claire felt tears threatening. "Evan—" "I'm not asking you to stay," he interrupted gently. "I would never ask that of you. Your dreams matter, Claire. Your ambitions aren't something to apologize for or abandon." "Then what are you saying?" Evan took a deep breath. "I'm saying that whatever you decide, part of me goes with you, and if you want, part of you can stay here." "That's not a solution," Claire pointed out, still holding the pendant. "That's just geography." "Maybe," Evan acknowledged. "Or maybe it's a beginning. Different from what either of us planned, but real all the same." In the orchard beyond, a flock of geese rose suddenly from among the trees, their wings catching the morning light as they formed a perfect V against the sky. Claire watched them until they disappeared, envying their certainty of direction, their instinctive knowledge of when to leave and where to go. "I have to be on a plane in 3 hours," she said. "I know." Evan's hand found hers, warm against the morning chill. "Go give your presentation. Consider your partnership. I'll be here, working on commission orders, playing at the nursing home on Sundays." His smile held both sadness and hope. "Living my life, just as you should live yours." "And then what?" Claire asked, needing more than beautiful gestures and open-ended promises. "And then we see," Evan said simply. "We take the time we didn't take before. We write letters, make calls. I visit Boston, you visit here. We figure out if what we're feeling is real enough to build something on." "That's a lot of uncertainty," Claire observed. "All the best designs start that way," Evan countered. "Possibility before precision. Isn't that what you always say to your clients?" Claire smiled despite herself. "Using my own professional philosophy against me? That's playing dirty, Hartwell." "Whatever works." He stepped closer, one hand rising to brush a strand of hair from her face. "I'm not above fighting for what matters." In that moment, with the rising sun turning the maples to gold around them, Claire felt something settle within her. Not certainty exactly, but a kind of clarity. The kind that comes not from absence of doubt, but from the courage to move forward despite it. "I have to go," she said softly. "I know." Evan's fingers lingered against her cheek. "But this time, you know the way back." They walked together to her car in silence, the frosted grass crunching beneath their feet. When Claire opened the driver's door, Evan gently took the pendant from her hand and fastened it around her neck. "For luck," he said, "or remembering, or whatever you need it to be." Claire touched the maple leaf where it rested against her collarbone. "Thank you." "Safe travels, Claire Delaney," Evan said, stepping back. "Go build beautiful things." As she drove away, Claire watched him in the rearview mirror, a solitary figure standing amid the golden maples, growing smaller with distance but never quite disappearing. The Westbrook presentation went flawlessly. Claire's designs were praised for their innovation, their seamless integration of form and function. The partnership offer was formally extended, complete with corner office and substantial salary increase. Claire accepted graciously, but asked for a month before starting her new role. "Personal matters to attend to," she explained to a surprised James. That night in her sleek Boston apartment, Claire stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out at the city lights. The maple leaf pendant caught the reflection of skyscrapers and street lamps as it dangled between her fingers. She'd spent 15 years building this life. Concrete and steel, deadlines and achievements. It was real. It mattered. It was, in many ways, the fulfillment of everything her younger self had dreamed of creating. And yet, Claire opened her laptop and navigated to a real estate listing site. Not to sell the farmhouse, not yet, but to look at commercial properties in Riverford and the surrounding area. A small workspace, perhaps. Something that could accommodate architectural drafting tables and client meetings. Something with good light. Something that might, with time and care, grow roots. 3 days later, she called Evan. "I've been thinking," she said when he answered. No preamble necessary. About trees and rivers. And his voice was carefully neutral, but she could hear the hope beneath. "And I think they meet sometimes," Claire replied. "Not always, not everywhere, but in the right places, at the right times." "Sounds like the beginning of an interesting design concept," Evan said softly. "It might be." Claire took a deep breath. "I have some sketches I'd like to show you. I'd like to see them." "I'll be there next weekend," Claire said. "If that works for you." "It works for me." The smile was evident in his voice now. "The maples are still holding their colour. It's been an unusual autumn." "The best ones often are," Claire replied. After they hung up, Claire returned to the draft email on her screen, a proposal to her partners for a satellite office in Vermont, focusing on sustainable rural architecture. Not a complete relocation, but a bridge between worlds, a beginning. Outside her window, the Boston skyline glittered with possibility. Across 200 miles of darkness, the Riverford maples stood gold against the night sky. Both were beautiful. Both were real. Claire touched the pendant at her throat and smiled. For the first time in years, she wasn't running towards something or away from something else. She was simply standing at the intersection, eyes wide open, heart finally unafraid of what might come next. 1 year later. Claire leaned against the railing of the newly restored farmhouse porch, watching as Evan loaded the last of his woodworking tools into his truck. The November air carried a sharper chill than October had, but the late afternoon sun bathed everything in honey gold light. "That's the last of it," Evan said, climbing the steps to join her. His workshop, once housed in a rented space in town, now occupied the barn Claire had renovated over the summer. "Are you sure you won't miss having your own place?" Claire asked, not for the first time. Evan's arms encircled her waist as he stood behind her, chin resting on her shoulder. "I've never been more sure of anything." Beyond the porch, the maples had already shed most of their leaves, preparing for winter's dormancy. Next spring they would begin again, new growth, new colour, the eternal cycle of becoming. In the distance, Claire could see the lights of Riverford beginning to twinkle as dusk approached. Her satellite office there had flourished over the past year, attracting clients interested in sustainable rural development. 3 days a week in Vermont, 4 in Boston, a rhythm that had proven surprisingly sustainable. "I've been thinking," Evan said, his voice vibrating against her back. "Dangerous," Claire teased. "About the upstairs bedroom," he continued, "the one with the eastern exposure." Claire turned in his arms, curious. What about it? It would make a good nursery someday. His expression was tentative but hopeful. All that morning light. Claire felt her breath catch. "Someday," she agreed softly. That evening they sat together on the porch swing, sharing a blanket against the growing chill. Evan's violin case rested nearby, ready for their nightly ritual of music under the stars. "Play me the river song," Claire requested. As the melody rose into the darkening sky, Claire closed her eyes, letting the notes wash over her. When Evan had first played it for her, she'd heard only the beauty of its longing. Now she recognized something else beneath the surface, a current of joy, of certainty, of belonging. The music spoke of places where rivers met shores, where roots met soil, where hearts finally found their way home, not through compromise or surrender, but through the courage to imagine a life large enough to hold all that they were and all they might become. Where the maples turned gold, Claire had found not just Evan, but herself. The self she'd always been beneath ambition and achievement. the self that could build beautiful things while standing firmly on solid ground. Later, as moonlight spilled across their bed, Claire whispered into the quiet darkness, "I love you." Evan's fingers traced the silver maple leaf that still hung around her neck. "I know," he said simply. "I've been waiting for you to catch up." Claire laughed, the free, unburdened laugh that had once been so rare. "Waiting suits you, Hartwell. You're good at it." "Some things," Evan said, drawing her closer, "are worth the wait." Outside their window, the last of the maple leaves surrendered to the November wind, falling not in defeat but in perfect timing, making way for whatever would come next. Gold harvest. The Nebraska sunrise bled orange and purple across the infinite horizon, a painter's stroke on a canvas of corn stubble and sky. For Logan Sawyer, 18 years old and already etched with the weariness of a man twice his age, it was just the 5 a.m. alarm clock. He swung his legs out of bed, the worn floorboards cool beneath his bare feet. The air in the small farmhouse was thick with the smell of dust, old wood, and the lingering scent of yesterday's fried potatoes. Downstairs, he could hear the familiar clatter of his father already preparing for the day, a man whose silence spoke volumes more than his infrequent words ever did. Logan pulled on faded jeans and a threadbare t-shirt, his muscles protesting the early hour. His hands, rough and calloused from years of mending fences, hauling feed, and wrestling stubborn machinery, flexed instinctively. Out in the yard, the rhythmic creak of the windmill joined the lowing of the few cattle they still kept. The Sawyer farm wasn't thriving. It was surviving, clinging on like a stubborn weed in cracked earth. The railroad that once gave their small town of Oakhaven its pulse had pulled out years ago, taking jobs and hope with it, leaving behind boarded-up storefronts and a quiet desperation that settled over everything like the ever-present dust. Chores were Logan's constant companion. Feeding the chickens, slopping the 2 hogs they kept for butchering, checking the water troughs, patching the perpetually leaky irrigation pipe that snaked through the parched south field. Each task was performed with a methodical focus, a quiet intensity that bordered on ritual. It was work that built a different kind of strength, not the sculpted muscle of a gym, but the dense, functional power forged by leverage and endurance. Lifting 100-pound grain sacks wasn't exercise, it was Tuesday. Wrestling a stuck tractor tire free wasn't training, it was keeping the farm from grinding to a halt. School was a necessary interruption, a place where Logan felt largely invisible. He sat in the back, answered when called upon, and faded into the background noise. He wasn't unpopular, just unnoticed. His world was the farm, the endless fields stretching out under an indifferent sky. Until wrestling. The high school gym smelled of stale sweat, disinfectant, and teenage apathy. The mats were worn thin, taped together in places. Coach Miller, a history teacher pulling double duty, mostly blew his whistle and let the boys sort themselves out. But for Logan, stepping onto that mat was like stepping into a different dimension. Here, the silent endurance demanded by the farm translated into something else. Leverage, balance, the explosive power needed to drive through an opponent. He had no private coach, no access to elite training camps. His practice partners were often the shadows in the barn late at night, throwing themselves against stacked hay bales, his form guided by grainy YouTube videos of Olympic legends like Dan Gable and Alexander Karolin, watched on a cracked iPad mini propped against a feed bucket. His true mentor, his only real confidant, was his grandfather, Thomas Sawyer. Thomas lived in a small room off the kitchen, his lungs increasingly fragile, his body betraying the strength that had once made him a Nebraska state wrestling champion back in the 50s. He'd never made it further, a knee injury and the demands of the farm cutting his own dream short. But his eyes, though clouded with age, still held the fire. Sometimes, after Logan's barn sessions, Thomas would sit on an overturned bucket, offering quiet critiques, demonstrating a grip with surprising strength still lingering in his gnarled hands, or sharing stories of legendary matches wrestled on dirt floors in county fairs. "It ain't always the strongest bull that wins, Logan," Thomas rasped one evening, watching Logan practice escapes against the barn wall. "It's the one that knows where to push, finds the weak spot, doesn't quit pushing." He coughed, a rattling sound that worried Logan more each day. After a moment, he looked Logan square in the eye. "Greatness doesn't care where you come from, boy. Doesn't care if you got fancy mats or just dirt under your feet. Just cares whether you fight like hell when it matters." That phrase echoed in Logan's mind, a counterpoint to the drudgery of his days. Fight like hell. He won local tournaments, small affairs and dusty gyms across the county. No scouts were present, no headlines were written. He'd shake hands, accept a cheap medal, and drive home in the rattling farm truck. This silence beside his father thick with unspoken things. His father saw wrestling as a distraction, another chore Logan wasn't doing. But these small victories were fuel. Then came Cleo Briggs. Briggs was a whirlwind, a fiery, fast-talking coach recently fired from a bigger school program over disagreements about coddling athletes. She'd seen Logan wrestle at a district meet, saw something raw and untamed in his style. She tracked him down, showing up at the farm unannounced, talking a mile a minute about potential and leverage and untapped power. She offered him off-the-books training in a dilapidated barn she rented cheap 20 miles away, 3 evenings a week. No facilities, no funding, just her yelling instructions while he drilled takedowns on mouldy old mats she'd salvaged. It was unorthodox, almost desperate, but it was something more. It was belief. Then came the state championships. Logan wasn't expected to place, let alone contend. He was an unseeded wildcard from a forgotten corner of the state. His opponent in the quarterfinals was Marcus Thorne, the reigning state champion, a polished powerhouse already committed to a Division I program, trailed by recruiters and whispers of future stardom. The match was a blur of Thorne's technical superiority. Logan was defensive, outmaneuvered, trailing significantly on points. In the final 30 seconds, desperation kicked in. Thorne shot for a takedown, confident, almost arrogant. Logan reacted purely on instinct, the kind honed by years of wrestling stubborn livestock and immovable objects. He didn't block or sprawl in the conventional way. He twisted, hooked Thorne's attacking arm with a grip forged by hauling feed sacks, used Thorne's own momentum against him, and drove forward with a low, powerful lift, more akin to rolling a fallen calf than a textbook wrestling move. Thorne hit the mat with a surprised grunt, Logan immediately clamping down, pinning him with ferocious, unrefined pressure. The referee slapped the mat. Silence, then an explosion of stunned noise. Someone had filmed it on their phone. Within hours, the clip was rocketing across social media. Farm boy annihilates state champ. Nebraska nightmare, unknown, pins #1 recruit. Logan Sawyer, the quiet kid from the cornfields, was suddenly, terrifyingly visible. The aftermath of the state championship pin was a disorienting storm. Logan's phone, usually silent save for texts from Cleo or reminders about chores, buzzed incessantly with notifications from platforms he barely used. People from school who'd never spoken to him slapped him on the back. Local news reporters showed up at the farm, trampling the edge of the winter wheat field to get a shot of him, standing awkwardly by the barn, microphones thrust towards his face. They called him the Farmhand Flash, a nickname that felt absurd, like a costume someone else had forced him into. He hated it. The attention felt like sandpaper on raw nerves. He wasn't a flash. He was slow, methodical work personified. He wasn't a farmhand in some romanticized storybook sense. He was just a kid trying to keep his family's legacy from crumbling into dust. The viral video didn't show the years of solitary practice, the aching muscles, the quiet desperation that fueled him. It just showed a fluke, a lucky move, a giant killing moment stripped of context. His father's reaction was predictably muted, a grunt that could have meant anything, though Logan suspected it leaned towards disapproval. Time wasted, chores neglected. Cleo Briggs, however, was ecstatic, fielding calls, fanning the flames, seeing an opportunity she hadn't dared to dream of. Then the biggest call came, USA Wrestling. Due to the sheer viral impact and the unexpected nature of his win against a top recruit, they were offering Logan Sawyer a last-minute wildcard spot in the upcoming Olympic Trials training camp and qualifying tournament. Not in the main bracket, of course, but in the preliminary wildcard round, a long shot's long shot, a pool of underdogs and hopefuls fighting for a chance to even compete against the seeded athletes. The offer hung in the air like summer heat lightning. The Olympic trials? It was ludicrous. It was a world away, populated by athletes who had trained for this moment their entire lives, supported by sophisticated programs, nutritionists, sports psychologists. Logan ate canned beans and leftover casserole. His training facility was a drafty barn, and his main coach argued with him about borrowing gas money. The town of Oakhaven buzzed with the news, but mostly with disbelief. That Sawyer boy? Olympics? Must be a slow news day, mumbled old Mr. Henderson at the feed store. Others saw it as a quaint novelty, a local boy getting his 15 minutes of fame before reality set in. His father was blunt. Olympics don't pay the bills, Logan. That tractor needs a new clutch, and harvest ain't gonna wait. The weight of the farm, of duty, pressed down on him. Was he delusional? Was it just luck? Could a kid who learned wrestling from YouTube and grain sacks possibly compete on that stage? Doubt gnawed at him, a cold counterpoint to the unwanted heat of the spotlight. He retreated to the barn, hitting the hay bales harder than ever, the rhythmic thud a physical manifestation of his internal turmoil. Cleo pushed him, relentless, drilling technique, trying to smooth his rough edges without sacrificing the raw, unpredictable power that made him unique. But the decision felt impossibly heavy. It was his grandfather who tipped the scale. Thomas Sawyer, frail but resolute in his armchair, summoned Logan one evening. His breathing was shallow, each word an effort, but his eyes held their old intensity. He'd seen the video, heard the talk. He didn't speak of luck or flukes. "They see a farm boy," Thomas rasped, gripping Logan's wrist with surprising strength. "They see dirt under the fingernails. They don't see the fight it takes to make something grow out of this ground year after year. They don't see the strength it takes just to hold on." He paused, gathering breath. "That pin, that wasn't luck, Logan. That was instinct. That was years of hard work finding its moment. This trials thing." He coughed, a deep racking sound. "It's a long shot, maybe the longest. But you earned it. Not just with that one match, but with every damn feed sack you hauled, every fence post you dug." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Don't let 'em define you by a nickname or a viral clip. You know who you are. You're a Sawyer. We wrestle, we fight, we harvest what we sow, even when the yield looks thin." He tapped Logan's chest lightly. "This isn't just your shot, grandson. It's ours. It's for every time I fell short, for every dream this town forgot it had. Go on now. Go reap what you've sown." The words settled something deep inside Logan. It wasn't about proving the doubters wrong or chasing the fleeting glare of the media. It was about honouring the legacy, the quiet strength passed down through generations, the fight his grandfather embodied. It was about finishing something that had started long before him. He looked at his calloused hands. Maybe his father was right. Maybe the Olympics didn't pay the bills. But maybe, just maybe, they paid a different kind of debt. 2 days later, Logan Sawyer stood at the Greyhound station in Grand Island, a worn duffel bag at his feet. Inside were 2 pairs of wrestling shoes, one nearly falling apart, the other Cleo had bought him, a few changes of clothes, and a crumpled, handwritten letter from his grandfather, slipped into his bag just before he left. He climbed the steps onto the bus, the door hissing shut behind him, leaving the familiar flatness of Nebraska behind. Ahead lay Colorado Springs, the Olympic Training Center, and a world filled with sharks circling waters he couldn't yet fathom. He was terrified. He was determined. He was on his way. The Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs was less a facility and more a self-contained universe dedicated to the pursuit of physical perfection. Gleaming buildings housed state-of-the-art gyms, nutrition centers, recovery suites, and dormitories filled with athletes whose bodies looked like they were sculpted from granite. Logan, stepping off the dusty Greyhound with his single duffel bag and the lingering scent of diesel fumes clinging to his clothes, felt like he'd landed on an alien planet. He was assigned a small, sterile room shared with another wildcard hopeful, a chatterbox wrestler from Florida who seemed unfazed by the surroundings. Logan barely spoke, overwhelmed by the scale of it all. The cafeteria offered scientifically balanced meals charted by nutritionists. Logan stared blankly at the array of lean proteins, complex carbohydrates, and vitamin-optimized vegetable medleys, longing for his mum's meatloaf and the simple predictability of canned beans. The wrestling room itself was intimidating. Acres of pristine mats lay under bright lights, surrounded by banners of past champions. Dozens of wrestlers drilled with ferocious intensity, their movements sharp, efficient, honed by years of elite coaching. Logan watched, feeling clumsy, raw, out of place. The coaches, experienced and discerning, observed the wildcard arrivals with critical eyes, looking for sparks of potential amidst the unpolished hopefuls. His first few practices were brutal. The pace was relentless, the technique clinics filled with terminology he'd only vaguely heard on YouTube. He was strong, undeniably so. His farm-forged power surprised sparring partners, his grip strength like a vice, his endurance seemingly bottomless. But his technique was unorthodox, filled with habits born of necessity and isolation rather than formal instruction. He relied on instinct, leverage learned from wrestling machinery, and explosive bursts of power that often caught opponents off guard, but left him vulnerable in other ways. The coaches were initially dismissive. "Raw power, zero finesse," one muttered after Logan used sheer brute force to escape a hold. "He telegraphs everything." But Cleo, who had somehow scraped together enough money to follow him out, renting a room in a cheap motel off base, was his constant advocate, arguing with the assistant coaches, reminding them of the thorn pin, pushing Logan relentlessly in extra sessions held discreetly in a corner of the vast wrestling room late at night. Then came the wild card mini-tournament, a grueling round-robin designed to weed out the hopefuls. Logan wrestled like a cornered animal. He lost his first match on points, out-techniqued by a slick wrestler from Pennsylvania. Doubt surged, but in the second match, facing a bigger, stronger opponent, something clicked. He weathered the initial storm, felt his opponent's rhythm, and then, in a flash of instinct, executed a modified version of the move he'd used on Thorn. A powerful, unexpected lift and throw that drew gasps from the few coaches watching. He won by fall. He won his next match too, grinding down his opponent with relentless pressure. He didn't win the wildcard tournament outright, but he won enough matches, showed enough raw potential and sheer grit to secure one of the final coveted spots in the main Olympic trials bracket. He hadn't just survived, he'd earned his place among the nation's best. And that's when the Farm and Flash narrative exploded. Regional reporters who had picked up the story after the state championships were now joined by national sports media outlets. Logan Sawyer, the Nebraska farm boy who trained by lifting hay bales and learned wrestling from YouTube, was the ultimate underdog story. Cameras followed him. Reporters shouted questions about life on the farm, about his grandfather, about his impossible journey. He became a viral sensation, his matches drawing unexpected crowds and online viewership. Sponsors, sensing a marketable folk hero, started calling Cleo, offering deals for shoes, supplements, even pickup trucks. Logan ignored them all, uncomfortable with the commodification of his life. Interviews were excruciating. He mumbled short answers, shifted awkwardly, his quiet nature clashing painfully with the myth being constructed around him. Amidst this whirlwind, he found an unlikely ally. Maria Reyes was a young sports therapist assigned to the wrestling team, a former Greco-Roman wrestler herself whose own Olympic dreams had been cut short by injury, leaving her with a silver medal and a deep understanding of the physical and mental toll of the sport. She saw past the farmhand Flash hype. She saw the exhaustion in Logan's eyes, the tension in his shoulders, the way he isolated himself. She wasn't starstruck, she was pragmatic. She started working with him on injury prevention, flexibility and recovery, her approach grounded in her own experience. But more than that, she started talking to him, not as a media sensation, but as an athlete under immense pressure. She challenged his self-doubt, questioned his tendency to rely solely on brute strength, and pushed him to think tactically. "Power is good, Logan," she said one afternoon, stretching his tight hamstring. "But power without purpose is just noise. Why are you really here?" Her quiet intensity pierced through his defences in a way the shouting coaches couldn't. She was becoming his anchor in the storm, someone who saw him, not the caricature. Training became a relentless cycle. Grueling practices, physiotherapy with Maria, awkward media sessions, late-night calls home where he tried to sound upbeat for his grandfather, whose health seemed increasingly fragile. He advanced through the early rounds of the trials, each match a war. He wasn't winning elegantly. He was winning ugly, through sheer willpower, conditioning, and those unpredictable bursts of farm-honed instinct. He took down a seasoned college champion with a desperate scramble in the final seconds. He outlasted a technical wizard by simply refusing to break, his relentless forward pressure wearing the other man down. With each victory, the pressure mounted, the spotlight grew brighter, and the weight of expectation heavier. He was no longer just a novelty, he was a contender. The crescendo of the Olympic trials arrived with the force of a summer thunderstorm. Logan found himself in the final match, wrestling for a spot on Team USA, a scenario that had seemed utterly fantastical just weeks before. His opponent was Ryan Davison, a technically brilliant wrestler from a powerhouse program, the kind of athlete Logan had only watched on grainy videos in the barn. The arena buzzed with anticipation, the media narrative reaching a fever pitch, the farmhand Flash versus the technician. The match was a brutal 6-minute chess game played out with muscle and sweat. Davison scored early, his movements precise, clinical. Logan defended doggedly, looking for an opening, relying on his strength and conditioning to weather the storm. He was down on points entering the final minute. The crowd roared, a chaotic wave of noise. Logan felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with exhaustion. He saw Cleo ringside yelling encouragement. He thought of Maria's words, power with purpose. He thought of his grandfather listening back home in Nebraska. He exploded forward, faking a shot, then transitioning into a powerful clinch. Davison fought it off, but Logan persisted, driving relentless pressure. In the final seconds, he secured a takedown, tying the score but winning on criteria, the last point scored. The buzzer sounded, disbelief, then jubilation. Logan Sawyer, the kid from the cornfields, had won the Olympic trials. He was going to Paris. He collapsed onto the mat, chest heaving, the roar of the crowd washing over him. Cleo engulfed him in a hug, screaming. He found his borrowed phone, hands shaking, dialing the familiar number back home. He needed to tell his grandfather. Thomas had been his rock, his inspiration. This victory was as much his as Logan's. The phone rang once, twice. A woman answered, her voice unfamiliar, hesitant. Sawyer residence? Yeah, can I speak to Thomas Sawyer? It's Logan. There was a pause. Logan, oh, honey, this is Nurse Evans from Home Care. Your grandfather, he collapsed during the match. We had to take him to the hospital in Kearney. He's stable, but... The world tilted. The cheering crowd faded into a dull roar. The victory, so monumental seconds before, felt hollow, distant. He mumbled thanks, hung up, and stumbled away from the celebration, the bright lights suddenly feeling harsh and cruel. Cleo found him slumped against a wall in the corridor, the colour drained from his face. She arranged the flight immediately. Back in Nebraska, the contrast was jarring. He traded the sterile, high-tech environment of the training centre for the hushed quiet of a small regional hospital room. His grandfather lay pale and still against the white sheets, hooked up to monitors that beeped softly. He was breathing, but unresponsive. The doctors called it a stress-induced event, likely a minor stroke, exacerbated by his underlying lung condition. He'd slipped into a coma. Logan sat by the bedside for days, the silence thick with unspoken words. He held his grandfather's frail hand, the same hand that had taught him grips, that had steadied him on the tractor, that had represented unwavering strength his entire life. He felt a crushing weight of guilt. Had the stress of watching his match done this? Was his dream costing the person who inspired it most? His father visited, awkward and uncomfortable in the hospital setting. They spoke little, the old silences stretching between them. But Logan saw a flicker of something new in his father's eyes. Concern, maybe even a grudging respect. The farm work waited, but his father didn't push him to come home immediately. The Olympic training committee called, wanting him back in Colorado Springs for final preparations. He felt adrift, disconnected from the whirlwind he'd been swept up in. Training felt meaningless with his grandfather lying silent. Self-doubt, a familiar shadow, crept back in, colder and more pervasive than before. He wasn't the farmhand Flash, he was just a scared kid who felt responsible for hurting the person he loved most. He felt like a fraud, his victories tainted. He trained distractedly back at the facility, his movements sluggish, his mind elsewhere. The elite coaches, focused on refining Team USA for Paris, grew frustrated. They wanted him to change his style, to become more orthodox, less reliant on those hay-bale throws, as one coach dismissively called them. They worried his unpredictable approach wouldn't hold up against international competition, especially the Eastern European powerhouses. Logan resisted, stubbornly clinging to the style that had gotten him here, the style rooted in his identity. Maria Reyes became his lifeline. She didn't offer platitudes. She listened. She pushed him physically in therapy, helping him work through the tension knotting his shoulders and back. More importantly, she helped him reconnect emotionally. "Your grandfather wouldn't want you to carry this guilt, Logan," she said quietly during a stretching session. "He believed in your fight. Collapsing wasn't your fault. It was his body giving out. But quitting now, that would be wasting the fight he instilled in you. You fight for legacy, remember? His legacy. Your legacy. Not for the medals, not for the media. For the harvest." Her words resonated. He started training with renewed, albeit somber, focus. He visualized his grandfather's face, heard his raspy voice. Fight like hell. Then the Olympic brackets were announced. His path in Paris was a minefield. To even reach the medal rounds, he'd have to go through wrestlers with multiple world and European championships to their names. And looming in the potential final, Magomed Ibragimov, the undefeated Dagestani titan, a silent, relentless wrestling machine who hadn't lost a match in 3 years. The odds felt insurmountable. Just days before the team was scheduled to fly to Paris, the call Logan had been dreading finally came. His father's voice was heavy, strained. Thomas Sawyer had passed away peacefully in his sleep, never regaining consciousness. Logan felt a profound, shattering emptiness. The anchor was gone. The reason he fought, the person he wanted to make proud, was gone. He packed his bags, numb. He told Cleo he couldn't go. He was done. Wrestling felt insignificant, painful. Cleo didn't argue. She just sat with him, silent. Later that evening, as he was emptying his training bag, intending to leave it behind, his fingers brushed against a worn, folded envelope tucked deep in a side pocket. It was the letter his grandfather had slipped into his bag before he'd left for the trials, the one Logan had forgotten about in the chaos. His hands trembling, he opened it. The handwriting was shaky but clear. "Logan, if you're reading this, things are probably tough. Maybe you lost. Maybe you won and feel lost anyway. Doesn't matter. Remember Oakhaven? Remember that stubborn patch of ground behind the barn where nothing wanted to grow? We worked it, didn't we? Broke up the clay, hauled manure, kept the weeds out. Took years. Most folks said give it up, but we kept at it. And then one year, best damn tomatoes you ever tasted. Life's like that patch, son. Wrestling's like that. You work, you bleed, you doubt. But you don't stop fighting for the harvest. Winning medals? That's gravy. Getting in the fight, giving it everything you got when the world tells you to quit. That's the real prize. You already made it, Logan, just by getting in the ring. You made an old man proud. But if you still have fight left in you, go finish the harvest. Love, Grandpa Thomas." Tears blurred the words. He clutched the letter, the thin paper a tangible link to the man who had shaped him. Go finish the harvest. It wasn't about winning gold anymore. It wasn't about proving anyone wrong or living up to a nickname. It was about honouring a legacy of quiet persistence, of fighting through hardship, of reaping what you sow, even through grief. He wiped his eyes, took a deep breath, and zipped up his bag. He had a flight to catch. Paris was a sensory overload. The cacophony of languages, the grandeur of the architecture, the electric buzz of the Olympic Games. Logan moved through it like a ghost, insulated by his grief but anchored by a quiet resolve forged in loss. He wasn't here for the spectacle or the glory. He was here to finish the harvest. The crushing weight of expectation had lifted, replaced by a simpler, more profound purpose, to fight with everything he had left, for himself, for his grandfather. He kept to himself in the Olympic Village, skipping the social events, focusing on training, therapy with Maria, who was there with the team, and rereading his grandfather's letter. The media still clamoured for the farmhand flash, but Logan gave them little, his terse responses and sombre demeanour, confusing those expecting a triumphant underdog narrative. Cleo ran interference, shielding him as much as possible. The preliminary rounds began. Logan wrestled with a cold, brutal efficiency he hadn't possessed before. The grief hadn't broken him. It had focused him. Gone was the nervous energy, the desperate need to prove himself. He stepped onto the mat each time with the grim determination of a man with nothing left to lose. Round 1, his opponent, a skilled Iranian, tried to control the pace with technical setups. Logan absorbed the pressure, then exploded with a devastating body lock, driving the Iranian straight to his back for a quick pin. No wasted energy, just raw, focused power. Quarterfinals. He faced a seasoned veteran from Turkey, known for his suffocating defense and grinding style. The match was a war of attrition. Logan suffered a bloody nose early on, then felt a sharp pain in his shoulder after an awkward scramble. Blood streamed down his face, mat officials cleaning him up during injury time. He ignored the pain, ignored the blood dripping onto the mat. He dug deep, pulling strength from memories of endless farm chores, of pushing through exhaustion when quitting wasn't an option. In the final period, sensing an opening, he executed a wild, high-amplitude suplex, a move Cleo had drilled with him, harnessing his raw lifting power. It wasn't textbook, it was pure instinct. He scored big, securing the victory on points, walking off the mat, battered but advancing. Semi-final. The opponent was Jackson the Hammer Cole, a cocky, heavily favoured American teammate from the main bracket, who had openly dismissed Logan's chances throughout the trials process. The tension was thick. Cole tried to intimidate Logan, pushing the boundaries of the rules, talking trash under his breath. Logan remained impassive, his face a stony mask. It wasn't about Cole, it was about the fight itself. The match was a grueling back-and-forth battle of wills. Cole was technically superior, but Logan's relentless pressure, his sheer refusal to yield ground, began to wear Cole down. In the final 30 seconds, tied on points, Logan saw his opening, a split-second hesitation from Cole. He shot in, low and powerful, securing the winning takedown just before the buzzer. Pure grit. He had silenced the doubter, not with words, but with action. He was in the Olympic gold medal match. His opponent was the man whispered about in hushed tones throughout the tournament, Magomed Ibragimov, the undefeated Dagestani champion. Ibragimov wrestled with the chilling efficiency of a predator, technically flawless, incredibly strong, seemingly impervious to pressure or pain. He hadn't surrendered a single point in the entire Olympics. The final was billed as David versus Goliath, the farmhand Flash versus the Dagestani machine. Logan walked out into the blinding lights of the finals arena, the roar of the crowd a physical force. He felt strangely calm. He saw Cleo pacing nervously. He saw Maria in the stands, giving him a small, encouraging nod. He thought of the barn, the scent of hay and dust, the feel of grain sacks heavy in his arms. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Fight like hell." The first period was a tense, scoreless stalemate. Ibragimov controlled the centre of the mat, probing Logan's defences with surgical precision. Logan met force with force, his strength surprising the champion, refusing to give ground, blocking every takedown attempt. The intensity was palpable. In the second period, Ibragimov shifted gears. He secured a quick takedown, then transitioned immediately to a gut wrench, turning Logan twice for exposure points. 4-0, Ibragimov. The Dagestani seemed impenetrable, his technique suffocating. Doubt flickered, cold and sharp. Logan felt the energy draining from his limbs, the shoulder injury screaming in protest. The clock ticked down. Less than 30 seconds remained. He looked up, catching a glimpse of the clock. He saw the score, 4-0, insurmountable against a wrestler like Ibragimov. He felt the familiar weight, not of grain sacks this time, but of exhaustion, of impossibility. Then, another image flashed. His grandfather, sitting on the overturned bucket in the barn, demonstrating a leverage technique using a fence post. Find the weak spot. Keep pushing. Ibragimov engaged again, looking to control to run out the clock. Logan felt the pressure, the position. It was almost checkmate. But in that clinch, Logan felt something. A subtle shift in Ibragimov's weight. A slight overcommitment. An opening. Not one a classically trained wrestler might recognise, but one instinct, honed over years of wrestling inanimate, stubborn objects on the farm, screamed at him to take. He didn't think, he reacted. With a surge of adrenaline fueled by desperation and memory, Logan exploded upwards. It wasn't a standard wrestling lift. He dropped his hips, dug his hands deep around Ibragimov's waist in a grip perfected by hauling 100-pound sacks, and lifted, a raw, powerful upward drive, using leverage learned from prying rocks out of fields. He twisted, arching his back, putting every ounce of his farm-forged strength into it. He launched the seemingly immovable Ibragimov through the air in a high arcing throw, a modified farm lift born of Nebraska soil. The Dagestani crashed onto the mat, landing flat on his back. 5 points. The referee signalled the score, the arena erupted. The buzzer sounded seconds later. Logan Sawyer, 5. Magomed Ibragimov, 4. Silence. Shock. Then pandemonium. Logan stood stunned, chest heaving as the referee raised his hand. He had done it. The impossible. Gold. Cleo vaulted the barrier, tackling him in a hug, her shouts lost in the roar of the arena. He staggered back, trying to process the wave of noise, the flashing lights, the sheer unreality of the moment. Maria met his eyes from the stands, tears streaming down her face, a wide smile breaking through her own disbelief. A smile that mirrored the tentative, dawning realization spreading across Logan's face. He was an Olympic champion. The moments that followed were a blur of flashing cameras, shouted questions he couldn't comprehend, and handshakes from officials. He was guided gently, almost floated towards the holding area, then back out onto the mats where a podium awaited. The silver medalist, Ibragimov, stood stoic, disbelief etched subtly on his features. The bronze medalist beamed, waving to the crowd. Logan, still feeling detached, was helped onto the top step. It felt unnaturally high. An Olympic official approached, holding the gold medal. It gleamed under the intense lights, heavier than he could have imagined. As the official looped the ribbon around his neck, the weight settled against his chest, a tangible, solid confirmation of the impossible feat. It wasn't just metal. It felt like the culmination of every drop of sweat shed in the barn, every ache endured, every doubt overcome. It felt like the weight of his grandfather's dreams finally realized. Then, the first notes of the Star-Spangled Banner echoed through the arena. The massive American flag began its slow ascent towards the rafters. Logan automatically placed his hand over his heart, his eyes fixed on the rising colours. The anthem, a song he'd heard countless times, resonated differently now. Each note seemed to vibrate deep within him, loosening the knot of shock and grief, allowing a profound sense of pride to well up. He thought of his father back in Nebraska, likely watching on the grainy television in the living room. He pictured him leaning forward in his worn armchair, the usual stoic mask cracking, perhaps a rare tear tracing a path through the ingrained farm dust on his cheek. Would he finally understand? Would he see the value in this fight, so far removed from the tangible demands of the land? Logan hoped so. He felt a surge of love and longing for that quiet, complicated man. And then, overwhelmingly, he thought of Grandpa Thomas. Not the frail man in the hospital bed, but the vibrant storyteller, the wrestler demonstrating holds with surprising agility, the steady presence offering quiet wisdom. He remembered Thomas showing him how to use leverage to move a stubborn rock, saying, "It ain't about being the strongest, Logan. It's about being smarter than the problem." He remembered the glint in his grandfather's eye when Logan won his first local tournament, a silent acknowledgement that the fire had been passed on. He remembered the words from the letter. "You already made it, Logan. Go finish the harvest." This gold medal wasn't just his. It belonged to the lineage, to the hard Nebraska soil, to the enduring spirit of his grandfather. Standing there, bathed in the anthem's crescendo and the crowd's adoration, Logan felt an ache of loss mingle with a fierce pride. His grandfather wasn't here to see it, but somehow Logan knew he was aware. This victory was their shared harvest, finally brought home. The music ended. The crowd roared again. Logan blinked, bringing himself back to the present, the weight of the gold medal a solid anchor. He managed a genuine, albeit small, smile for the flashing cameras, a silent promise echoing in his heart. A promise to honour the journey, the sacrifice, and the man who inspired it all. Weeks later. The Nebraska sun beat down on the Sawyer farm. Dust motes danced in the afternoon light filtering through the barn slats. Logan Sawyer, dressed in worn jeans and boots, stood on the front porch, the Olympic gold medal heavy in his hand. It felt unreal, disconnected from the familiar creak of the windmill and the smell of the earth. A group of kids rode past on their bikes, skidding to a stop at the end of the drive. "Look, that's him," one shouted, pointing. "That's the Olympic guy." Logan offered a small, tired smile, a gesture that didn't quite reach his eyes. He watched them pedal away, their excited shouts fading down the dusty road. He turned, the medal cool against his palm. He didn't hang it around his neck. Instead, he walked towards the barn, the place where it all began. The door groaned open. Inside, the familiar scent of hay, old wood and hard work greeted him. He placed the gold medal carefully on a dusty workbench next to a rusty wrench and a coil of baling wire. Then he picked up a feed sack, hoisted it onto his shoulder and began his chores. The harvest wasn't truly finished. It was just beginning. The Courtesan's Waltz. The Venetian fog had a way of transforming truth into doubt. It slipped between stone bridges and clung to iron railings, softening every edge until certainty itself seemed like a child's tale. On nights like these, Serafina Bellini, La Rosa di Notte they called her, preferred the company of shadows to the glittering salons that exhausted her. She had dismissed her usual gondolier that evening with a handful of soldi and a veiled smile. Instead, she had sought a recommendation from Nonna Bianchi, the ancient laundress who seemed to know every proper secret in Venice. "Marcello Fontana," the old woman had said, folding linens with arthritic hands. "He'll take you where you need without seeing where you're going." Now, as Serafina approached the quiet dock near Campo Santo Stefano, she saw him, broad-shouldered, watchful, standing beside a gondola that looked freshly painted but bore the unmistakable patina of honest work. Not the gilded showboats her usual clients hired, but something humbler, truer. "Signora?" His voice was low, respectful, but not fawning. "Just through the smaller canals, anywhere but the Grand Canal tonight." She stepped carefully into the gondola, noting how he didn't offer his hand unless she reached for it. The men of her world always reached first, assuming. The night wrapped around them as they glided beneath moss-covered bridges. Serafina drew her cloak tighter, watching the reflection of lantern light dance on black water. She had expected silence, paid for it, even, but found herself startled by its quality. This wasn't the calculated quiet of servants waiting to gossip, but something else entirely. "Do you ever wonder," she found herself asking, "if the fish beneath us tire of carrying our reflections?" The gondolier paused in his rowing just slightly. "Perhaps they collect them," he answered, "like we collect memories." She turned, studying his profile in the dim light. His face was weathered, kind, marked by sun rather than excess. That's quite poetic for a boatman. And that's quite philosophical for... He stopped, clearly reconsidering his words. "For a courtesan?" She smiled, not unkindly. "You may say it. I've been called worse in better company. I was going to say, for a passenger who requested silence." The laugh that escaped her was genuine, surprising them both. It echoed off stone walls, returning to them transformed. For the next 3 nights she requested him specifically. Their conversations remained sparse but gained substance. She learned his name, Marcello, and that he was raising a daughter alone. He learned nothing of her clients or conquests, only that she had once studied music at the conservatory before life rewrote her plans. On the 4th night, as autumn rain pattered against the Velsa canopy, she noticed a small book tucked beneath his seat. "Petrarch?" she asked, recognizing the binding. "My Lucetta practices her reading with it, though she prefers fairy tales." "How old is she?" 7, with the curiosity of 70 scholars and the wisdom of 7 bishops. And her mother? Fever took her 3 summers ago. He said it simply, without the dramatics she was accustomed to from men seeking sympathy. The rain intensified, drumming rhythms on the arched covering above them. Serafina watched droplets race down the curved wood, merging and parting like dancers. "I played the pianoforte once," she offered suddenly, "before I learned that music doesn't pay a woman's debts." "Do you still play?" "For myself. Sometimes. When no one's listening." "That sounds like the only time worth playing." She looked at him sharply, but his eyes remained on the water ahead. There was nothing flirtatious in his tone, no hidden invitation, just truth, plainly stated. As they approached her usual stopping point near San Marco, she hesitated. "Tomorrow, could we perhaps go somewhere different? Somewhere with music?" "There's a small square near San Giacomo dell'Orio. An old man plays the accordion there some evenings. His fingers are gnarled, but the notes still dance." "That sounds perfect." The next evening found them in that hidden square, listening to melodies that spoke of simpler times. The old musician nodded to them, his wheezy accordion painting stories in the air. Without thinking, Serafina began to sway slightly. Her professional grace fell away, replaced by something more honest, more vulnerable. "You dance differently here," Marcello observed quietly. "Here, I'm not performing." The admission cost her something, though she couldn't say what. "My Lucetta loves to dance," he said after a pause. "She practices waltzes with her shadow, talking to imaginary princes." "Every girl should have her princes," Serafina replied, "real or imagined." "She has no one to teach her properly. I have 2 left feet, and her aunts think dancing leads to ruin." Before she could consider the implications, before her carefully constructed walls could warn her back, Serafina heard herself saying, "I could teach her." Marcello's hand stilled on the oar. "Signora, I couldn't impose. It wouldn't be an imposition. It would be," she searched for the word, "real." In the lamplight, his face revealed a struggle between protection and possibility. "She would love it," he admitted finally. "But I must think of her reputation." "Of course." Serafina straightened, the familiar mask sliding back into place. "I understand. Forget I offered." "No, I meant—" He sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. "Perhaps, if you came when the neighbours are at Mass, Sunday mornings." The accordion wheezed its final note. Around them, Venice continued its eternal performance. Lovers meeting in shadows, merchants counting coins, nobles playing their games of power and prestige. But in this small square, something genuine had taken root. "Sunday morning," she agreed, "after the bells of San Giacomo." As they glided back through narrow waterways, neither spoke of what they'd agreed to. But the silence between them had changed, filled now with possibility rather than mere absence. That night, alone in her ornate rooms, Serafina opened her jewellery box and withdrew a single pressed camellia, the last remnant of her conservatory days. She placed it between the pages of her journal, marking the date. For the first time in years, she had something to look forward to that required no costume, no performance, no mask, just herself. And perhaps, if she dared to hope, that might be enough. The Sunday bells of San Giacomo dell'Orio had barely finished their bronze conversation when Serafina approached the modest door on Rio Marin. She had dressed carefully, a simple wool dress, hair-bound practically, her famous pearls left behind. Still, she felt exposed, like an actress who'd forgotten her lines. The door opened before she could knock. A small face peered out, framed by unruly dark curls. "Are you the dancing lady?" "I suppose I am. You must be Lucetta." The girl's eyes widened, taking in every detail with that unnerving honesty of children. "Papa said you'd be pretty, but he didn't say you'd look like moonlight." "Lucetta!" Marcello appeared behind his daughter, colour rising in his cheeks. "Forgive her, Signora. She reads too many romantic novels." I like honest critics, Serafina replied, stepping inside. The house smelled of beeswax and fresh bread, worlds away from the perfume chambers she knew. The parlour was small but immaculate, with a worn Turkish rug and windows overlooking a tiny courtyard. Lucetta bounced on her toes, barely containing her excitement. Papa moved all the furniture, and I practiced my curtsy. Watch! The girl demonstrated with endearing clumsiness. Beautiful form, Serafina said. Now let's see your waltz position. For the next hour she guided Lucetta through basic steps, humming melodies when needed. Marcello watched from the doorway, ostensibly repairing fishing nets but clearly observing every movement. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Serafina counted. Think of it like waves lapping the shore. I keep stepping on my own feet. That's because you're thinking too hard. Close your eyes. Feel the music. When Lucetta stumbled for the 5th time, frustration crumpled her small face. I'll never be graceful like you. Serafina knelt, taking the girl's hands. I have a secret. Want to hear it? Lucetta nodded. When I was your age, I fell so often my teacher called me Little Earthquake. But do you know what made me improve? Practice. Joy. I stopped worrying about perfection and remembered why I loved dancing. She glanced at Marcello. Your father was right. I do dance differently when I'm not performing. Marcello cleared his throat. Perhaps some refreshment? I have lemon water. They sat in the courtyard where late roses climbed a trellis and pigeons cooed from neighbouring roofs. Lucetta chattered about her friends, her cat, her dreams of attending a real ball someday. Will you teach me every Sunday? She asked suddenly. Serafina hesitated. If your father agrees. Please, Papa. I promise I'll finish my chores early. Marcello studied Serafina's face, seeming to look past the careful neutrality she'd cultivated. If the Signora has time for us. I'll make time. The lessons became their secret ritual. Each Sunday, Serafina shed her nocturnal identity and became simply a dance teacher. She learned that Lucetta loved strawberries, feared thunderstorms, and believed fairies lived in the abandoned palazzo across the canal. She discovered that Marcello carved wooden toys in winter, knew every bird by its song, and had once dreamed of being a map maker. Why didn't you? She asked one morning as they watched Lucetta practice alone in the courtyard. Maps require patrons. Patrons require connections. I had a pregnant wife and honest work. He shrugged. Dreams change. Or we lock them away until we forget where we hid the key. Their eyes met. In daylight, without the veil of dusk, his gaze was startlingly direct. Some keys find us when we least expect it. The moment stretched, delicate as blown glass. Lucetta's laughter broke it, sending pigeons scattering. Papa, Signora, watch me spin! As autumn deepened, their Sundays evolved. Sometimes they walked along the Zattere, Lucetta skipping ahead while Serafina and Marcello followed at a careful distance. She began bringing small gifts, hair ribbons for Lucetta, a book of maps for Marcello. He reciprocated with fresh figs from his cousin's garden, small repairs to her hidden jewellery box. But the world beyond their Sunday haven was less forgiving. Whispers reached Serafina's ears, servants gossiping about her mysterious absences, clients speculating about a secret lover. And Marcello faced his own scrutiny. Signora Rossi saw you walking with her, his sister-in-law hissed one evening, cornering him at the fish market. Have you lost your mind? Think of Lucetta. I am thinking of her. She's learning grace, manners. From a courtesan. What's next? Sending her to brothel for arithmetic? He walked away, but the words lingered like smoke. The crisis came on a November Sunday. Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door closed, a note tucked beneath. The neighbours talk. I must think of Lucetta's future. Forgive me. She stood there, rain beginning to fall, the note blurring in her hands. Through the window she glimpsed Lucetta's face, tear-streaked, pressed against the glass. Pride urged her to leave, to armour herself in indifference. Instead, she knocked. Marcello opened the door, his expression torn between relief and anguish. "You shouldn't have come." "Probably not, but I did." She stepped inside, shaking rain from her cloak. "Now, are we going to let gossip dictate our lives, or shall we give Lucetta her lesson?" "The neighbours? We'll talk regardless, they always do." She met his gaze. "The question is, what do you want to teach your daughter about courage?" Lucetta appeared, clutching her father's leg. "Please, Papa, I miss our Sundays." Marcello looked between them, his daughter's pleading eyes, Serafina's quiet determination. Finally he sighed. "One condition. We do this openly. No more hiding." "Agreed," Serafina smiled, "though I warn you that might scandalise them more." That afternoon they opened every window. Music and laughter spilled into the street as Lucetta twirled, her joy defiant against whispered judgments. When curious faces appeared at neighbouring windows, Marcello simply waved. Later, as Serafina prepared to leave, he caught her arm gently. "Thank you for not letting me be a coward." "We're all cowards sometimes. The brave ones are those who open the door anyway." Walking home through sunset-painted streets, Serafina realised something had shifted. She wasn't just teaching Lucetta to dance, she was learning to live without masks, one Sunday at a time. December brought news that shattered Serafina's carefully balanced world. Count Alvise Morosini, a merchant prince with ships in every port and spies in every salon, requested her exclusive companionship. The offer came wrapped in silk and promises, a palazzo in Padua, a generous annuity, freedom from the exhausting rotation of clients. The catch? She would leave Venice immediately. "Consider carefully, Cara," her mentor Madame Loretta advised over morning chocolate. Morosini's last mistress retired with enough gold to buy a vineyard. And where is she now? Tuscany, I believe. Or was it Umbria? These arrangements rarely permit correspondence. Serafina stirred her chocolate, watching patterns form and dissolve. "He wants an answer by Christmas." "He wants you isolated, dependent." Loretta lit her pipe, eyes shrewd. "The question is, what do you want?" That Sunday, distraction made her clumsy. She missed steps, forgot counts, and finally stopped mid-lesson when Lucetta burst into tears. "I'm ruining everything," the girl wailed. "No, darling, I'm the one who's distracted today." Serafina hugged her. "Shall we try again?" But Marcello intervened. "Perhaps we should rest. Lucetta, go feed the cats in the courtyard." Alone with him, Serafina felt exposed. He had developed an unsettling ability to see through her performances. "What troubles you?" he asked simply. She nearly deflected with a pretty lie, but his steady gaze deserved better. "I've received an offer. Exclusive patronage. It would mean leaving Venice." Something flickered across his face. Pain, fear, before he mastered it. "A good offer?" "Financially, yes. Otherwise," she shrugged. "I'd become a caged nightingale. Beautiful songs, golden bars. And these Sundays would end." The words tasted like ashes. He turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back. "Lucetta will miss you." Only Lucetta? The question hung between them, dangerous as naked flame near gunpowder. When he faced her again, his composure had cracked. "You know it's not only Lucetta." Her heart stuttered. They had danced around this truth for months, maintaining careful boundaries. Now it stood before them, demanding acknowledgement. "Marcello, number don't." He held up a hand. "I have no right to influence your decision. You must choose what's best for your future." "And if I don't know what that is anymore?" Before he could answer, Lucetta burst in, cuddling a scraggly kitten. "Look, can we keep him? Please?" The moment shattered. They finished the lesson with forced cheerfulness, but everything felt different, fraught, fragile, ending. That evening, Serafina attended a reception at Courtesan where Morosini waited. He was handsome in that polished way of men who've never known hardship, his smile calculated to dazzle. "Have you considered my proposal, Bella?" "I'm still contemplating, my lord." "What's to contemplate? I offer security, comfort, devotion. And freedom." His laugh held no warmth. "Freedom is overrated. You'd have everything you need within reach." As he spoke of his plans, the house he'd chosen, the jewels he'd commissioned, Serafina found herself thinking of Sunday mornings, of honest laughter and clumsy waltzes, of a man who saw her humanity before her beauty. "I need more time," she said finally. Morosini's charm slipped, revealing steel beneath. "Don't test my patience, Cara. Other flowers bloom in Venice." The threat was clear: accept or be replaced. In their world, courtesans passed their prime-faced bleak futures. That night, unable to sleep, she walked to the Rialto Bridge. The market stall stood empty, fish scales glittering on wet stones like fallen stars. She found Marcello's usual mooring spot and sat, letting her feet dangle above dark water. "You'll catch your death," his voice startled her. "How did you know I'd be here?" "I didn't. I couldn't sleep either." He sat beside her, careful to leave space between them. "The offer? Demands an answer soon?" "Ah." They watched the water in silence. Finally he spoke. "Do you know why I became a gondolier?" She shook her head. "My father was one, and his father. But I had ambitions, university perhaps. Then my father died, leaving debts. The boat was all we had." He paused. "I thought I was sacrificing my future. Instead, I found a different one. Not better or worse, just true." "Are you saying I should accept Morosini's offer?" "I'm saying that sometimes what looks like a cage is freedom, and what looks like freedom is a cage. Only you can tell the difference." She turned to him, sudden fierce tears in her eyes. "And what if I want something impossible?" His hand covered hers, warm against the stone. "Nothing is impossible, only improbable. A courtesan and a gondolier, society already talks. Let them." His thumb traced her knuckles. "But this isn't about me, or us. It's about you choosing the life you want, not the one others expect." Dawn was painting the sky rose and gold when they finally parted. Serafina walked home through awakening streets, her mind clearer than it had been in weeks. The next day she sent her answer to Morosini, a polite, firm refusal. His response was swift and vicious. Within hours, whispers spread through Venice. La Rosa di Notte had lost her thorn, past her prime, desperate. Clients cancelled, invitations ceased. Even Madame Loretta advised her to reconsider. "You've made a powerful enemy, Cara. Without protection. I'll survive." "On what?" "Love." Loretta's laugh was bitter. "Love doesn't pay the rent." That Sunday, Serafina almost didn't go to Marcello's house. Pride and fear warred within her. But as the bells of San Giacomo rang, her feet carried her there anyway. Lucetta greeted her with unusual solemnity. "Papa says you're sad. Is it because of the mean prince?" "What mean prince, darling?" "The one who wants to lock you in a tower, like in my storybook." Serafina looked at Marcello, who shrugged. She overheard the neighbours. "I may have elaborated." "So you're not leaving?" Lucetta's eyes were wide with hope. "No, Piccola, I'm not leaving." The lesson that day felt different, charged with unspoken possibilities. When Lucetta went to play with her kitten, Marcello approached Serafina. "You refused him." "Yes." "Why?" She met his gaze squarely. "Because I'd rather have uncertain freedom than certain captivity. Because I'm tired of performing. Because ... She swallowed. Because Sunday mornings have become more precious than Saturday nights. His smile transformed his face. Good. They stood there, the future sprawling before them like an unmapped canal, dangerous, uncertain, but theirs to navigate. January arrived with bitter winds and bitterer truths. Morosini's influence spread like winter frost, touching every aspect of Serafina's life. Her landlord tripled the rent. Merchants who once fawned now demanded payment up front. Even the opera house, where she'd held a permanent box, suddenly found her subscription misplaced. "You're being foolish," Madame Loretta declared, finding Serafina selling jewellery at a discreet shop near San Polo. "Apologise to Morosini. Beg if you must." "I'd rather sell everything I own." "And then? You'll end up in some canal-side brothel servicing sailors for bread." Serafina straightened her spine. "I have other plans." Those plans, however, remained frustratingly vague. She'd quietly inquired about teaching positions at girls' academies, only to find doors closing before she could knock. Morosini's reach was long. Meanwhile, Marcello faced his own trials. The whispers had reached his clients. Nobles who suddenly preferred other gondoliers, merchants who cancelled long-standing arrangements. His brother-in-law cornered him at the fish market. "End this association, or we'll petition to take Lucetta, a courtesan's influence. She's teaching my daughter to dance." Today? Dance? Tomorrow? What other lessons? The threat hung heavy. In Venice, family court favoured proper households over single fathers who kept questionable company. That Sunday, Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door locked, windows shuttered. Panic clawed at her until she spotted the note tucked beneath a flower pot. "Meet at Saint-Alvise, side entrance. M." The ancient church was empty, save for an elderly priest dozing in the sacristy. Marcello waited in a shadowed alcove, Lucetta clutching his hand. "What's happened?" Serafina whispered. "My brother-in-law has filed a petition, claims I'm exposing Lucetta to moral corruption." His voice was tight with controlled fury. "The hearing's next week." "Oh, Marcello!" She reached for him, then stopped, acutely aware of the public space. "What can I do?" "Nothing. Everything. I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "If I lose her." "You won't. You can't promise that." Lucetta tugged her father's sleeve. "Papa, are they taking me away because of Signora Serafina?" "No, Piccola, never think that." But the child's eyes, wise beyond their years, saw through the comfort. She turned to Serafina. "If I don't see you any more, will you remember our dances?" Serafina knelt, gathering the girl close. "Always, but we're not saying goodbye yet." That night, alone in her emptying rooms, Serafina made a decision. She wrote 3 letters, one to Madame Loretta, one to her banker, and one to a name from her past she'd sworn never to contact again. The replies came swiftly. Loretta offered refuge in her countryside villa. The banker confirmed her remaining funds would last perhaps 6 months. And Sister Maria Celeste, now Mother Superior at the Ospedale della Pietà, agreed to meet. "You want to teach here?" The nun's eyes were shrewd behind wire spectacles. "After the life you've led?" "I began here, remember? Before I chose another path. The governors will object, unless someone they respect vouches for me." Serafina leaned forward. "You know my skills, Reverend Mother. These girls deserve more than basic hymns." "And what of your reputation?" "Is beyond repair, but my talent remains." Mother Superior studied her for a long moment. 3 months trial. You'll board here, dress modestly, attend services. Any scandal, and you're gone. Agreed. The position solved her immediate needs, but created new problems. The Pietà's rules were strict. No visitors, limited outside contact. Her Sundays with Marcello and Lucetta would end. She spent a sleepless night weighing choices. At dawn, she made her way to Marcello's house. He answered her knock half-dressed, hair dishevelled from worry. "Serafina, what's wrong?" "Everything. Nothing." She pushed past him into the dim parlour. "I found a position, teaching music at the Pietà." His face lit up, then fell as she explained the conditions. No visits at all? Perhaps in time, once I've proven myself. But Lucetta, we'll be safe. Your brother-in-law can't claim corruption if I'm cloistered with nuns. She managed a weak smile. Rather ironic, isn't it? This isn't what you want. What I want seems increasingly irrelevant. She turned away, fighting tears. I should go. The hearing. Stay. His voice was rough. Please. She faced him, and suddenly the careful distance they'd maintained collapsed. He crossed the room in 2 strides, cupping her face in calloused hands. This is madness, she whispered. Then let's be mad together. His kiss tasted of coffee and desperation. She clung to him, memorizing the solid warmth of his body, the way his heart hammered against her palm. Papa? Lucetta's sleepy voice shattered the moment. Is Signora Serafina staying for breakfast? They sprang apart like guilty children. Marcello's flush would have been comical under other circumstances. Yes, if she'd like. Breakfast was bittersweet. Lucetta chattered about her kitten's antics while Serafina and Marcello exchanged weighted glances over her head. Each moment felt stolen, precious. As she prepared to leave, Lucetta presented her with a drawing, 2 figures dancing, surrounded by stars. For your new room, the child explained, so you don't forget us. Serafina's composure cracked. She fled with barely a goodbye, tears blinding her as she navigated familiar bridges. The day of the hearing dawned grey and bitter. Serafina, already installed at the Pietà, could only pray. She taught her classes mechanically, starting at every footstep in the corridor. Evening brought a message delivered by a breathless novice. Custody retained, conditions applied, Sunday visits supervised by clergy permitted. She read it twice, hope and heartbreak warring in her chest. They had won, but at what cost? That night, as the orphan girls sang vespers, Serafina listened to young voices rising through ancient stones. Their sweet harmonies spoke of resilience, of beauty born from abandonment. Perhaps, she thought, broken things could still make music. 6 months passed in rhythm of sacred music and secular longing. Serafina's days filled with teaching, not just music, but deportment, literature, the gentle arts that might lift her charges above their circumstances. The orphan girls bloomed under her tutelage, their voices soaring in concerts that drew Venice's elite. Sundays brought carefully chaperoned visits. Sister Margherita, a kind soul who'd taken Serafina under her wing, accompanied her to Marcello's house. They maintained perfect propriety, Serafina teaching Lucetta, Marcello offering refreshments, conversation flowing within acceptable bounds. But beneath the surface, their connection deepened through glances, brief touches, words layered with meaning. Your pupils performed beautifully last week, Marcello mentioned one April morning. The Doge himself attended, they say. You were there? Serafina looked up from adjusting Lucetta's posture. In the back, Sister Margherita has keen eyes. Their chaperone coughed delicately from her corner, but her eyes twinkled. Spring surrendered to summer. Serafina's transformation from courtesan to respectable teacher became Venice's favourite tale of redemption. Even Morosini, his pride salved by a new mistress, ceased his vendetta. Her old life faded like watercolours in rain. Yet she felt suspended between worlds, no longer the rose of night, not quite the woman she was becoming. The crisis came in September. Mother Superior summoned her after Vespers. You've exceeded expectations, my child. The governors wish to offer you a permanent position. That's wonderful news. With conditions. The nun's face grew stern. You must take preliminary vows, not full orders, but a commitment to our community. It would mean severing all worldly attachments. Serafina's throat tightened. All attachments. The Sunday visits would cease. We've been lenient given the circumstances, but permanent faculty cannot maintain such connections. That night Serafina walked the Pietar's cloisters till her feet ached. The choice seemed impossible. Security and purpose versus love and freedom. By dawn, she'd made her decision. She found Marcello at his morning mooring preparing for the day's fares. He took one look at her face and led her to a quiet campo. "They've offered me permanence," she said without preamble, "if I take vows." Understanding dawned in his eyes. No more Sundays. No more anything. I'd be committed to the Pietar. He absorbed this silently, then asked, "What do you want?" "I don't know anymore. I thought I wanted respectability, safety. Now ... She gestured helplessly. Now I want impossible things. You, Lucetta. A life that doesn't demand I choose between heart and survival." He caught her hands. "Then choose both." "How?" "Marry me." The world stopped. Around them, Venice continued its morning dance. Merchants opening shops, housewives bargaining for fish, children chasing pigeons. But for Serafina, everything crystallized to this moment, this man, this outrageous proposal. "Marcello, be serious." "I am. Marry me. Not for reputation or convenience, but because I love you. Because Lucetta loves you. Because Sunday mornings aren't enough anymore." A gondolier and a former courtesan, Venice would talk. Let them. They already do. He drew her closer. "I'm not wealthy. I can't offer palazzos or jewels, but I can offer truth, a real home, a family." Tears blurred her vision. "The scandal would ruin you. Lucetta's chances would improve with a mother who teaches at the Pietar. Think, Cara, a respectable marriage, a proper household. Even my brother-in-law couldn't object." The audacity of it stole her breath. It was absurd, impossible, perfect. "You're mad." "Completely. Will you marry me?" She answered with a kiss that tasted of salt and joy. The next week's whirled past in preparations and negotiations. Mother Superior, surprisingly pragmatic, agreed that a married music mistress was preferable to none. Marcello's family, faced with his determination, grudgingly accepted the match. Even Madame Loretta sent congratulations and a generous wedding gift. They married in October, in the small church of San Giacomo dell'Orio, where they'd first danced to accordion music. Lucetta served as flower girl, scattering rose petals with enthusiastic abandon. The wedding party was modest, a few gondolier friends, several Pietar sisters, some of Serafina's former musicians who'd remained loyal. Their wedding night was spent in Marcello's house, now their house. As moonlight silvered the canal outside, Serafina unpacked her belongings, including the pressed camellia she'd saved from their first meeting. "What's that?" Marcello asked, watching her place it reverently on the mantel. "A reminder of who I was, who I am, who I'm becoming." He wrapped his arms around her waist. "And who is that?" "Serafina Fontana. Wife, mother, teacher, myself." The months that followed brought their own challenges. Venice's memory was long, and whispers followed them. But gradually the reality of their life, Serafina's dedication to her pupils, Marcello's steady work, their obvious devotion to Lucetta wore down prejudice. A year after their marriage, as autumn painted the city in amber, Serafina discovered she was pregnant. The news filled their small house with joy and terror. "What if Venice remembers who I was?" she fretted one night. "What legacy am I giving our child?" Marcello smoothed her hair. The legacy of courage, of choosing love over fear. Their son arrived with the spring floods, healthy and squalling. They named him Marco after Marcello's father. Lucetta proclaimed herself the greatest big sister in Venice and proved it by teaching her brother to dance before he could walk. Years blended into a tapestry of small joys and quiet victories. Serafina's pupils won prestigious competitions. Marcello expanded his business, eventually owning 3 gondolas. Lucetta grew into a poised young woman who played violin in the Pietà orchestra. One evening, as they celebrated their 10th anniversary, Serafina found herself in their courtyard garden. Marcello joined her, bringing wine and comfortable silence. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked softly. "Choosing me?" He kissed her temple. "I didn't choose you. My heart did, long before my mind caught up. But the difficulties made us stronger." He turned her to face him. "Do you know what I see when I look at you? Not La Rosa di Notte, not the Pietà's music mistress. I see the woman who taught our daughter to dance with joy instead of perfection, who showed our son that strength comes from tenderness, who chose love over comfort, truth over performance." She leaned into him, watching stars reflect in the canal. "I used to think my life was a tragedy interrupted by farce. Now I realize it was always a love story. I just needed to find my true partner." "And the waltz continues," he murmured. From inside came the sound of music. Lucetta practicing a new piece while Marco attempted to sing along, hilariously off-key. Serafina smiled. This was her symphony now. Imperfect, chaotic, real. She reached into her pocket and drew out a fresh camellia, picked that morning from their garden. "For you," she said, tucking it into his lapel. "A promise kept." As church bells marked the hour across Venice, Serafina Fontana, once courtesan, now wife, mother, teacher, waltzed with her husband in their small courtyard. No audience watched, no masks remained. Just 2 hearts moving as one, writing their own ending to a story that began with a silent gondola ride through fog-shrouded canals. In Venice, a city built on water and dreams, they had found their solid ground. The end